I enjoyed it until I started thinking about it. Then I got more annoyed.
I enjoyed parts of it a lot, and there were parts of it that I really, really didn't like.
I'm also
but yeah, I mean,
I wanted to like it. I wanted.
The only
Hello,
thing
Metalcommander's
that
channel.
struck me as odd was the total tone shift of the ending, but it was like really jarring.
Yeah.
But other than that, yeah.
There
Like,
were
I
breadcrumbs. I feel like there were breadcrumbs
Yeah.
for that one getting laid.
Exactly.
And I wasn't a fan of those breadcrumbs either.
That's
The
why
bread-
I gave it a pass. I was like, okay, they're setting up the next movie. I get it, but like that, just going through the whole movie and like how the tone was, and it's actually a very emotional movie. So that's why, like towards the end, I was just like, oh, okay, this just came out of left field. This is wild.
Yeah,
Jimmy's.
I did notice the breadcrumbs. I did not know that is what the loaf would end up looking like, though. I was like, whoa, okay. Not at all what I expected.
Yeah, we're not even just dipping our toes into schlocky, campy horror stuff. We're whole hog. We're balls deep. Let's go.
Spoiler alert, everybody. Tracksuit ninjas, I guess.
Not even tracksuit ninjas. A very specific kind of tracksuit wearing person.
Well, I can't wait. We'll talk about it. I can't wait to get to it.
Metal, are you live yet?
I don't know how many.
I am live. Yes,
Metal is live.
I'm just setting
I did
up.
say hi, Metalcommander's channel. I might have got drowned out.
That's fine. That's fine.
But hello, show which I am the co-host of.
People are used to cold opens. That is all Gucci. That's all good.
This one was mighty frigid.
Frigandus. Yes. Wait. Was. Oh, God.
Frigandus.
Yes.
Yes. Hello, everybody.
You're a wizard,
Welcome
Harry. Sorry, I watched that clip earlier.
Welcome to the conclusion of the 28
units of calendar time
arc. Yes, we are here, and we're going to complete this journey.
Well, for now. For now.
Yeah, actually, you know what? I don't feel like we complete a journey in this movie, so...
No. Well, I don't think they intended to complete a journey in this movie.
No, and that annoys me. We'll talk about it. But yes, we're going to complete our little arc here by talking about 28 years later. The, I would say, surprisingly anticipated legacy sequel to 28 Days and Weeks Later. And I say surprisingly because... You know, when they announced that they were going to make this movie, I was like, ugh, yeah, right. Okay. Like, why would I be excited for that? Why would I be excited for any new movie? But then they released the trailer, and the trailer was pretty fucking good, as many people have pointed out.
Yes.
It got a lot of people pretty hyped, myself included. And it certainly seemed to have the look and stylistic flair, not the exact same look, but a similar sort of like gritty, unique visual identity to the first movie. Obviously,
the philosophy behind making it on, an unconventional camera that definitely stuck out, as opposed to 28. The flop of a sequel that was 28 weeks.
It certainly had vibes to the trailer, but then again, it was also set to be written by Alex Garland. Who I have, if you are familiar with our channel, we have a very strong love-hate relationship with Alex Garland. And
it's
I think
mostly hate, but there is some love.
It is mostly hate. And I think this movie perfectly exemplifies our feelings about Alex Garland. So we're excited to talk about it.
Yeah, my feelings on the writing were certainly mixed. There were times where I was like, oh, there's like characters I like in this, and then other times where I had to really question what he was thinking with some of the universe rules. But we'll get there.
Oh, yeah.
To the people in the chat that have noticed that I sound different, yes, I am sick, but I'm going to power through.
Yeah,
there's that.
Dude, Discord isn't like again fucking me over here. Jesus Christ, hang on, let me.
Boo, Discord, boo. Anyways, I'm feeling better. I was sick for a little bit.
It'd be like that sometimes with Discord.
It's been worse recently. I don't know what they did. It's just there's like two settings for noise cancellation or whatever they call it, noise suppression. The one just lets basically everything through, and the other one just doesn't take the first couple of sentences that I say or something. Sometimes it's really annoying.
I think I have mine on just
if you say like a 3-word sentence, it just cuts you off every time.
Well, my mixing board's got like its own noise suppression and stuff, so I think I just leave it off on Discord.
I'm just gonna.
Capital O is infected with rage. No, I'm more of a George Romero zombie at this point. I don't think I am filled with rage
All right.
for this movie. I think I'm filled with like a sluggish apathy for this movie now. But we'll talk about it.
Which George Romero zombie movie? Which one? They're very different.
Okay, so I
the
switched
type
my
of zombie.
Broadly, the slow, lumbering, mindless zombies.
Well, that's the problem with George Romero ones. They're not mindless.
They get less mindless as the.
Yeah,
as the
well, I
movies
haven't
go.
seen the later ones, probably for good. For good
Well,
reason.
that's Day of the Dead. That's the third one.
When he says
What
the
am I
later
talking
ones, I think he
about?
means anything past the mall. Anything past the one in the mall.
Mm.
Day of the Dead.
Is there any
the-
work
the
from
one
Garland
after
you
that,
like
but-
more than you think it's good? Well, I certainly enjoyed Dread, but as we talked about on our channel, I actually don't think Dread is super well written, but it's fun. So that's one that I like more than I think is good.
I would agree with that statement.
I don't know if that's a spicy take or not, but that's how I feel about it.
Good old Dread.
Prob-
Dreadicus.
I mean, I still really like 28 Days Later. Like,
Yeah, but I
this
think-
movie
I think
didn't.
28
like,
I think
ruin
28
that
Days
one
Later
for
is
me.
pretty good, though.
Yeah.
This is not one that I. 28
Oh,
Days is
so
not
yeah,
one that
okay,
I
you
like
mean
more
one
than
that
I
you
like. Yeah.
Got it. Yeah. Okay. So one that you don't think is very good, but you enjoy it anyways.
Yeah. And
I
put
was
Dread in that
interested while
category
watching
for him.
Annihilation. The writing in it isn't spectacular, but I was at least intrigued.
Yeah, it certainly is not spectacular.
Yeah. that one really pisses me off.
Cap is also streaming. I was confused. Where is he reading those chats? Yes, there's double chattings happening. I should pull
Double
up.
streams. We crossed the streams.
Yeah, 3 times in a row. I think we broke the continuum of time and space.
It was only.
Well,
What was it?
Oh, it was
we
twice,
actually
right?
did
streamed
it
on
stream
our
last
channel last week because I couldn't be fucked to just do it.
Nobody
So-
likes a smart ass,
Yes,
James. You know that.
That's all we
Yeah,
do.
I'm
yeah.
sorry. I'm just trying to correct misinformation. It's not my fault you're wrong again.
It is now. I'll just say it's your fault for more misinformation.
How dare you?
Someone Clamp asks, "What about Sunshine?" I still have not seen Sunshine. So
Oh yeah, I
can't
meant to
answer
watch
one
that.
yet.
I've heard
I
way
did
too much.
watch
Also not seen it.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
I watched Fantastic Mr. Fox though with the puppies, and we all 3 of us enjoyed it.
Hell yeah, dog. That's a movie.
Yeah.
That's a movie
that.
film.
We spoke of that a few weeks ago, which is why I brought that up. I meant to watch Sunshine and Fantastic Mr. Fox, and I only got around to one of them.
Ah,
Double feature for the ages.
double feature.
We have a chat that asks, "What are your takes on Danny Boyle claiming he regrets making Slumdog Millionaire now?"
That's
So stupid.
That's
Why?
nice
That's
for
a good
him.
movie.
He can keep
It's
that
you know
to himself.
he can do that if he wants. I'm sure he doesn't regret the Oscar win.
I mean, yeah.
I think that it still bills pretty highly on his when he puts Academy Award winning director Danny Boyle as his credit. He doesn't regret it so bad that he's taking that out. So, that's fine.
Someone made a tweet
Yeah,
about
if you
that.
regret
Was
it
that
so
one
much,
of
give the award back.
was
I
that
think
one
it
of
was
your
I mean,
guys, or was
Platoon
that
did.
It was Platoon. Okay, yeah, that's the one. I saw.
he basically his point, which I think is the correct point, is that like, well, he's not Scottish, but he made Train Spotting,
Yeah.
and you
Oh
know,
yeah, I read that tweet. Yeah.
but like,
Oh, so
it only
is it that
matters.
he is? I didn't catch the original story though. Did he say that he regrets it because it like is about Indian people?
He said
Like,
It's
he
cultural
wouldn't direct it.
appropriation.
Yeah, because he would find an Indian director to direct it because it's not his place to direct it as a non-Indian person, etc. That sort of
oh, that's a little silly.
generic, lame cultural appropriation stuff that just won't die.
I
for
mean,
some reason.
he kind of created an Indian director with it though, because Dev Patel's making movies now, and like that was kind of the thing that made him famous.
That's true.
Yeah,
I
well,
mean,
and Danny Boyle, for all of his faults, I do think is a pretty talented and innovative and creative director. So I doubt Dev Patel regrets being in the movie and learning
Yeah,
something
I would say
what to do from him by watching. So yeah,
I didn't hate
mean,
Monkey Man either. Monkey Man was pretty fun.
Someone said if he were given the project today, he would find a young 7-Eleven employee to make it instead.
No.
Danny, no, that's not better. Danny, stop. You're doing a racism, Daddy.
Ratismo.
boy. Well, I mean, at least this one takes place on Great Britain primarily, and then a tiny island just off of it.
Yeah, so he doesn't have to feel bad about. Oof.
Feel
That
bad
one's
about
not
culturally
his
appropriate.
style.
Yeah.
Also tend to
Although,
be
I mean, I
female.
guess this was primarily Scotland too, right? So, the same problem as train spotting, I guess.
The opening is the Scottish Highlands, and then the rest of it is Northern England, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Let's see.
What did he have a Swedish ambassador on the set? because of the poor Swede that's in the movie for
Eric
like
had
10
a
minutes.
handler.
The
second
token
unit
Swede,
director.
Yeah. The Swedish chef was there on set to revive them.
He doubled as a caterer and a cultural attaché.
One of the short films I made in film school, I had like some Cantonese dialogue in with like subtitles, and I got one of the actors to translate it, and I wrote it in English because I don't speak Cantonese, and then yeah, I guess I just trusted him though, because like ultimately I still don't 100% know what the actual spoken dialogue is saying.
They just.
It's just the characters going, "This script sucks."
I mean, maybe
No,
like
just
honestly, they might have totally trolled me. And to be, I probably was not very good dialogue. Dialogue's never really been my strong suit.
I'm just messing. I'm sure it was great, just like the movie we're about to talk about today.
Yeah.
Well, why don't we we'll do the thing from our show's format. Why don't we all just give like a quick kind of 2-minute blurb on what we think? We know that we have at least one person here who is more positive on it, so it might be good that before we start getting into arguments, we just give like our initial
Yeah.
impressions.
Absolutely. Let's go.
Opening statements. Let's do it. Do you want to start with James?
Shit, am I on the left?
You are on the left.
Yes.
Damn it.
We can go
I
right
think
to
it's
left
not
if
me
you
because
want.
my puppies are gonna
No,
be
it's
growling.
fine.
We can start with Metal. We can give Metal his due.
Wait, I
did
normally
make
do it
metal joke.
last. That's crazy talk. I mean, I don't care. I can do first, but
It's a cross-stream show, Metal. Jojo,
I know, it's
Jojo,
just-
you're last.
it's funny because we went from
Oh, no.
left.
Oh, no, he's watching the movie.
We're taking too much time. I better go. So,
Infected with rage.
so as everyone else with this movie was, I was super excited because of the trailer. This movie has tempered that excitement. I think the overall thoughts on this movie is, if it wasn't called 28 Years Later, I think it just makes it a better movie in general. But as soon as it's connected to that universe, it brings up so many questions, so many rules and changes that I think it just fundamentally doesn't work, especially given the huge time gap.
Hmm.
But I think it has a lot of good character moments to a degree. And some of the camera work is a bit much, in my opinion. Especially a little bit in the beginning, a little bit at the end, not so much in the
Jojo liked
middle,
camera work,
funnily
I
enough.
guess.
Now, if I were to recommend this, it'd probably only be in the mindset of just consider it its own movie, because I don't think it's a good sequel to either Weeks or Days. And that's my blurb. I think I'll go with for now.
Nice.
All right.
All right,
All
Cree.
right.
Well, I found this movie very disappointing. I think the best way to say it is that there are a lot of independent elements that I like in this movie. I like the way it's shot. I think there's some really fun over the top camera work and editing choices that I think are fun and stylish and unique. That's probably the thing I like most about the movie, is the way it looks and the way it's paced and all that sort of stuff. But every single independent element of the movie that I like is poorly set up and doesn't pay off later. So there are little moments, like, oh, that's a nice little chase scene, but unfortunately it makes zero sense. Oh, that's a nice little character moment, but it's not established beforehand at all, and it doesn't pay off in anything later. Oh, there's a really nice, likable father-son dynamic in the beginning, and then it's just gone from the rest of the movie. So every little thing about it that I liked at first just is ultimately ruined by being like poorly executed, poorly just set up and paid off. I am really, really disappointed in this movie because there's a lot to like about it, but every single choice in terms of how Alex Garland decides he wants to get these little pieces that I like is the laziest choice every time. He just won't put in the work to earn any of this, and I find it really frustrating. And ultimately, I think I was sort of fooled by the movie the first time around because it just looked really cool and had little moments that I liked. And then the more I think about it, I talked about it with EFAP yesterday, and it just sort of falls apart. Like, have you ever seen that video of a raccoon trying to eat
analysis
cotton candy?
too. I can only imagine.
Have you ever seen that video of like raccoons trying to eat cotton candy and they dip it in water
Yeah.
to wash it and it disappears? Like, that's what this movie feels like when I try to think about how any of this makes sense. It's like, oh, there goes. Uh-oh. And yeah, I don't like it. I'm saddened by it because I had really high hopes, and I don't think it worked.
Also, you
All
skipped
right.
poor Cree.
Oh, well, no, I think he's going by the Discord order. I kind of noticed that too. But it's okay. We can just go.
All right, on my end, I'm next in line.
Yeah, the
on
Discord order is different for everyone, so I'll just wait for
Oh, that's very cool.
Cap to say which
well,
one.
I was looking on both of your streams. It's the same.
Okay,
yeah,
well,
I see that, but
I don't-
when I look at
yeah.
it, I'm next for some reason.
Well,
So.
Canadian
So-
number one,
no.
go.
Well, I guess Cree would be next because you're probably looking on the members list on the right.
No, I'm looking on your like.
I mean
on
Cap.
the
I'm talking to
stream
Cap.
streams.
I'm not to Cap.
Oh.
This is what it looks like in Discord. Doop-a-doop-doop-doop.
Oh yeah, I see.
Oh,
Yeah, that's what it looks
See,
like.
then I don't know what
too.
the fuck is going on, so just keep going.
Doesn't matter.
Well,
Just
because
what are your
I
thoughts
didn't
on the
skip you
movie?
on purpose.
It's okay.
I would have skipped you on purpose.
Yeah. I don't really get excited for much anymore, but that trailer was really good. I was thinking, oh, this might actually be really good. I'm kind of looking forward to it. Then I watched Days and Weeks, and after weeks, I was more like, You know, it's just such a step down from Days to Weeks. And it made me concerned for years, even though I know the guy from the first movie was coming back to do it. And it started off, I think, pretty strong. I liked the little town. I liked the opening scene for the most part. The thing with the priest was weird. We'll get to that. And then it just consistently kind of goes downhill. And like the last 3 minutes of the film, I absolutely hate. So, yeah.
yeah.
I same as other people. I think there's some good scenes in there. I like the whole, it kind of comes off weird. I'm still mixed on it, but the whole doctor dude and his like reverence for death, I kind of like, but also it still feels weird. Again, that's something we'll talk about later when we get there. So.
All right.
Hugh.
Well, I don't want to sound too much like a parrot, but I was very excited after the trailer and after doing, the background research. Danny Boyle is coming back. Alex Garland has left the director's chair and he's back writing. The philosophy behind the making, the technical making of the film is similar to what they did in 28 Days, where they're taking an unconventional camera and making a cinematic experience with it. And there are a lot of technical aspects about the movie that I did really enjoy, although I think most of them are not leveraged in a particularly effective way. And we can talk about that as we move forward. But there was a lot of seemingly doing things just to sort of show that they could do them, rather than using them to emphasize certain points that you might want, from the flashy and creative camera work. That's about where my praise ends with the film. I did like the opening, and I feel like once the plot really gets going, that's sort of, for me, where it all starts to crumble and fall apart. I think it's poorly served by being a setup for a trilogy. I think that that's a big reason actually why the movie doesn't work for me very well, because it isn't a complete story. We end on a rough cliffhanger where we've totally changed tone from what most of the rest of the movie is doing. I say most because I think there are campy elements, campy schlocky elements that they try to incorporate that did at the time while watching them, they did take me out of it. And then, to sort of go whole hog into the campy schlocky bit at the end, that kind of threw me for a loop. I really wanted to like it. I think there was some stuff that I was some writing decisions that I was trying to justify in my head as it was going along. And the more that I attempted to, the more I got angry that the movie was sort of having me run defense for it, because it's a little bit difficult for me to justify some of the decisions, even for the character moments. So there are good character moments sprinkled in there every now and then, but every single time we get one, I can't help thinking how much better it could have been if maybe if somebody had thought it through a little bit harder as to what might hit a bit better. So overall, I was pretty disappointed. I did enjoy myself in the theater for the most part, but afterward, I really started to sour on it. And I'm excited to talk about it now.
Good.
All right, Miss Slaughter.
Okay, so I'm a huge fan of the original movie, not so much Weeks, but this one I was like, oh, okay. I was curious to see what they could do in a modern setting, which that's actually one of my biggest praises of the movie, is that it tends to stick to the original aesthetic and vibe of the original movies while also modernizing it at the same time, which I think was admirable. As for the story itself, I enjoyed it. I like where they're going with it as its own thing. There were some parts in the movie where I was just kind of off put, where they tried to leave that camp in there, like you guys said, but it just didn't translate well in the modern age with the story that they were going for. But I didn't let those moments sour the entire movie for me, because I did enjoy everything else in between. There were a couple issues I had with it, like a big part of the story is a father taking his 12-year-old son out for the first time to experience the mainland, where the infected are, because they live in a town that's separated from the mainland and heavily guarded and watched. So if anything tries to cross, they'll know about it and alert the entire town. So when he takes the little boy over there, it's like a big thing. It's kind of like becoming a man in that universe. Like, he takes the son out to hunt for the first time and kill his first infected. And that's kind of like the biggest plot point of the movie, because it's kind of like seeing this kid, become a man and be able to become a hunter for the first time and be self-sufficient and learn what he's going to be doing for the rest of his life, most likely. So, the biggest problem I had was the fact that Aaron Taylor Johnson plays his father, and he takes him out for the first time in pretty much the first part of the movie, and then later, we'll get to talk about the movie, but later the kid goes back out alone with his mother because his mother's sick, and there's supposedly a doctor that was lost on the mainland a long time ago, and they have a rule about not going to search for people that disappear when they go to the mainland. So my problem is that the kid is 12. He's only been on the mainland once, and he just disappears with his defenseless mom too, who's sick. And for the most of the movie, we don't even see Aaron Taylor Johnson going after this kid. You know what I mean? That's his son. And that's kind of the problem I had with it, is I was expecting him to show up, because the moment that he realized his son was missing and his wife, you would think he'd be on his way. Oh, they must be at the mainland, because I had this conversation about my son about a doctor being on the island, and he's really concerned for his mom and wants her to get better and all that stuff. But I was just like, where is he? He's like not really in the movie a lot, and that the writing choice there was really off-putting for me because I don't think a parent would do that. I know there was contention.
Yep. I'm with you
Oh
on this
boy,
one.
yeah.
Yeah, there was contention between them over, the wife and stuff, and like you'll see in the movie like why the little kid is just kind of like off put by his dad and just all in on his mom. So it's just like that's why he's like, he thinks it's stupid that we go look for the doctor. He tells us not to, so I'm just gonna go do it myself. I am a man. I've been on the island once and I've killed my first infected. But the fact that just like he's gone, he's absent most of the movie, and like it's just not what a parent, especially like him, even though he's a little scummy in some parts, like you can tell he really cares about his son and stuff. So that's why I was just like, he's gone the whole movie. I was expecting there to be another arc with him coming looking for the son and the wife on the island, but that just didn't happen until him and the granddad just sit down like pretty much the whole movie and wait. Oh, they're gone, so we're just gonna wait. It's just like there is a part where he realizes that like the baby and stuff that gets left and everything, he realizes that he's out there. But I'm like, you should have known like where he was going to be and where he disappeared to, because you guys just had a conversation about it, like put two and two together. So that was kind of weird to me. And then I thought that the movie could have a little bit more action. It did have a lot of action, so I did like that a lot. I didn't really mind the camera work. I kind of liked that it was a little bit chaotic while still modernized because it kept to the tone of the original movie. But my other issue was probably I like the doctor character a lot, but the whole memento mori thing, I really liked. But just the props and stuff that were used for like the totem and everything, like it looked a bit fake to me, and I just couldn't really fully immerse myself in that section of the movie because I was just like, first of all, how is one man doing all of this? And just everything looked like it was straight out of like Dead by Daylight or something. Like, I don't know. Like it was like kind of weird to me the way everything looked. Like it wasn't believable, like compared to like the first movie in that section. I like the messaging and like what they were going for, but like wasn't believable to me in aesthetic. Even though it was cool aesthetic, it just didn't look like it fit, I think, in my opinion. And then my last issue with the movie was the ending. Just, I know, like, I heard you guys had a criticism about it not being a complete journey, which I don't fault it for because it's not supposed to be, because it's the start of a trilogy. So, like, I wasn't expecting them to wrap up any kind of, like, solid story through this movie because they're setting it up for the next one. But the way they did at the end, it's just a total tone shift. And, like, this movie is very emotional. There's a lot of good character moments, and there's a lot of good, like, bonding between characters, and it's really tragic and stuff, like the child and his mother. And you go through this whole thing, and then right at the end it's just like they're playing some rock music or punk music, whatever that sounds like. It's in a like old UK dive bar or something like that, as it's like I don't know,
Wild
but it's
Bruce
just like
Lee screams.
really wild, and it just hits you out of left field, like blindsides you at the end, and you're just like, oh, okay, like I get that this is a cliffhanger, watch the second movie, but I think they could have introduced it a lot better, especially because of how weird it is. Like the kid is off on his own and he runs into another group of survivors, and like you figure out who the survivors are because of the beginning of the movie, which I like the beginning of the movie. It was very 28 Days Later. But the end is just like, it's just really weird. You guys have to see it to believe it, but it's just really weird. But I didn't, like I said, I didn't fault the rest of the movie for those moments because it also seemed like it was their attempt at staying true to the camp and like some of the camp in the original movies and everything. So I was just like, yeah, but it's 2025 and it doesn't really work the same way. So, but I liked it a lot. My positives are, I did like the characters. I did like how it stuck to the same feel as the original movies while still being modernized. I love the fact that there's classes of infected now. I think that's really interesting. Like, instead of just regular rage zombies, there's like alphas and like, I don't know what they call the little chubby ones that just crawl on the floor and eat worms.
Just crawlers, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, crawlers maybe.
Jojo,
I don't
no.
know. But those were really cool, and I liked a lot of the action with it. I was actually curious about the the scene with the baby and, you know, not being infected when it came out and stuff. I have questions about that, considering that, like,
Me too.
like you're a infected pregnant zombie and you give birth to a non-infected baby, which is entirely weird because I'm pretty sure you've been eating infected stuff this entire time, and babies get your nutrients straight from you. So that's why I'm curious about that. All they say in the movie is the placenta.
The magic of the placenta.
Yeah, the magic of the placenta.
In the movie's defense on that one, that was the thing. I was like, the only explanation for this is that somehow the placenta filters the virus and like creates an antidote for it. So when he said that, I was like, okay, well, at least they thought of that.
At least there's that. At least.
Yeah, at least there's that. Yeah, for real. Because I was just like, no, like I don't think that's how that works. But I mean, maybe in the universe, you know. So there was that. Like there was just little moments like that. But I did like. You know, the not mentally ill, but ill mother that's just, you know, she had that connection with the pregnant zombie and stuff like that. Like, there were, like, good moments fit in with that, but maybe, like, a little bit underexplained. But maybe we'll get more info in the next movies. But I did like The Infected. I liked it. I really enjoyed the movie for what it was. You know, it doesn't touch 28 Days Later for me. I still love that movie so much. I have a huge soft spot for it. But I think it could be something great. It's definitely like the pebbles of, you know, building something great in this trilogy, but as long as they don't fumble it. So that is basically my blurb. Kind of long-winded, but...
Yeah, it's okay.
That's fine. That's what we
Also, just real quick, did anyone else think the kid in the very beginning was supposed to be the dad? Because I thought that for the whole movie.
Yes,
until that
kid
very
was
end.
supposed to be the
I
dad?
did think that at first.
That's what I thought.
Let's let the rest of the blurbs play out, and then we can jump right into that because I do want to talk about that for sure.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think mine's going to be relatively quick. Like, I've been kind of same thing. Like, anticipated the movie, although after I watched 28 Weeks Later, I was like, well, maybe this series isn't on the best arc right now. But and again, I did like it more than Weeks, but I had some pretty big issues with it. I quite liked the first 20 minutes to half an hour. Pretty like the first excursion to when they're back. I kind of just wish the tide was too high. They had to stay out and it was just the two of them doing God of War 2018 for the rest of the movie. Because I liked their dynamic. I liked that they had tactics where it was like a two-man thing where you run a bit and then you fire 2 arrows, you run again. And it's why it made it all the more confusing that the kid thought it was a good idea to go out with just his like infirm mother. And I was like, no, but you don't have a second bow for the 2-man tactics. What are you doing? What are you doing, Spike? Although speaking of Spike, no. I did quite like him. I think that kid's a good actor. I think he sold all of the emotional kind of beats that he was given. I don't think all of it was written spectacularly well, but I think that kid as the main character is not a terrible call. But yeah, I definitely had some issues with some of the rules of how things work now. And the more I think about it, I think the weirder it gets. I also thought that there was a lot of just poor decision making from the characters that didn't need to be quite as bad as it was. So I mean, we'll get into all those nitty gritty details, but I think ultimately I liked parts of it, but ultimately I didn't end up liking this movie. I was like, oh man, I was really hoping, especially when I've seen a lot of the like initial reviews were saying it's like 100% on Rotten Tomatoes and that this is like an incredible movie. I didn't let that really color my opinion going in. I was like, okay, no, you know, it's Rotten Tomatoes, whatever. They're sometimes way off. But I was kind of hoping that like this would be one of those ones where it was getting such great reviews because it was undoubtedly great. But sadly, no. But we'll talk through it, and hey, maybe I'll end up liking it more by the end of the conversation. I feel like it might go the other direction though. So
yeah,
but we'll see. Metalcommander, your thoughts?
Whoa, it's me. Hello, hi, I'm here.
Who cares?
Oh, okay, moving on.
The Germans care.
Yeah, I didn't care for this movie at all. I watched it today actually, so memory is rather fresh. I mean, it was just same thing. Like, yeah, 28 Weeks Later was Garbundo. So I was like, oh, this is probably going to be a bit better. And it was a little bit better, for sure. But yeah, it's about the same. There's a couple of things where it's like, yeah, that's kind of neat, but the sad parts don't even come close to whatever 28 Days Later did back in the day. Like, those were so effective and strong that this just all fell rather flat for me. I have tons of questions about world building and the rules of the virus and what is going on. The idea of them having like this little island that's only available to walk to when the tide is down is kind of cool, but they don't do anything with it after they're done with the town in the beginning, so that was kind of lame. I was actually at this I had the same thought as Marc, where I was like, oh, we're doing like a becoming a man kind of dealio, and they're gonna go on an adventure together, and for some reason they get cut off from the island and have to wait until the tide is low enough so they can actually go back to the island, and then we ended somehow there and have like the dynamic there. But as already it's been mentioned, the father just kind of disappears for like, I don't know, 60% of the movie, while he's going on his adventure. So yeah, neat visuals. I like visuals for sure. I found some weird things with the camera where I thought I was watching a Sniper Elite video package. So that was kind of odd.
I did really like those shots, like the kind of freeze frame on kill thing. I thought that was cool.
There are surprisingly many video gamey elements to this movie.
Yeah,
dude.
Perhaps too many, and
maybe just a few too many. Maybe just a few. Maybe a few. Yeah. So yeah, I guess we should jump into it. Yeah. From the beginning.
Yeah.
Sure.
We've all got our.
I was done though.
Perfect. All right. Well. So.
Were you actually done? That's.
Yeah, I was actually, yes.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I did feel it felt like we came to a full conclusion, right?
Yes.
So yeah, the beginning, the opening, the cold open of the film. We are in a house in the Scottish Highlands, and there are a bunch of kids watching Teletubbies.
Which is the true horror of this movie. They still have to watch
the purple one's
Teletubbies.
gay, by the way.
Of all the things we saved, it was this. God damn it! Fucking creepy fucking son. Jesus Christ.
Son baby.
The sun, baby God.
And this, and as they're watching Teletubbies, where we get a pretty tense scene where a woman runs in with a child, puts him in there, says stay in this spot and do not move, and slams the door, and then there's a bunch of chaos going on outside. I did like this part, actually. This part felt very much 28 Days Later to me. I don't know if everybody else agrees. This one was maybe the most effective part of the movie for me, honestly, was watching all of this go down. And it doesn't go by quickly or great. Some infected bust into the room and tear a bunch of the children to pieces and eat them in front of Jimmy, who has been stuffed in here, at the last second. And he manages to escape, but as he does, he's running through the house, and everybody is getting destroyed, absolutely obliterated by a horde of infected. He has a really hard moment where he watches, I guess his mother, right?
Holy shit! I'm so fucking stupid. I only now realized who this is.
Yeah, this was one of the. This is why I was so excited to jump into this.
Holy.
This is what I was talking about.
I'll see myself
James
out.
Got me running here. He revved the engine on this one. So this blonde kid is he's got to get out. It's a horrible situation. He's running he sees his mother scream as she's to run as she's transforming into an infected. He runs into a chapel and he finds his father, who's the pastor, who's just kind of sitting there praying, and he has a really interesting take on what's going on here, is that these are saved souls coming to bring him to I suppose some form of religious salvation, right? And that Jimmy needs to not be afraid. I'm going
to interrupt you to ask, is it interesting? I'm not so sure it is interesting. I
thought it was kind of unique. I mean, it's unique for...
Is it unique? I don't mean
I
to
guess
be
you
so
mean.
aggressive about
I'm
it,
not
but
the
this
most I'm not the most devout Catholic, but I'm pretty sure that that's not how it was supposed to go down.
yeah. No, I don't like this bit really at all. I think like this like oh he's deranged priest or whatever, and he thinks that the apocalyptic event is actually just the rapture. I'm like that feels like the most played out thing I've seen in a while. You know what I mean? It just
I mean, before we
Yeah.
even get to all of that, how the fuck did the kid get out of the house?
How did he get out of the house is a good
Well,
question.
the power of
actually,
it.
All
yeah.
the exits are blocked by infected.
They are everywhere, and they do a good job of showing you that there's not really a way out of here. So how did he get there is a great question. Don't think about it. Movie magic. We cut
He has
away.
Wizard
the
did
end
it.
of the movie shows
The magic
he
of the
has,
placenta is
no,
how we got here.
no, at the end of the movie, we find out that the kid has like superhuman parkour abilities.
Oh yeah, he's a ninja.
Oh,
actually.
Dude,
well,
I would have
yeah.
loved to see him do a backflip
They're
out of a
innate.
window.
I mean, yeah. Honestly, that probably would have set something up pretty well.
Like,
because,
that would have set
he
something
does
up
like a
that
pretty
was,
like
like, kind of
crazy
crazy, like-
gymnastic feat, and you're like, this
Yeah.
kid's actually like a champion gymnast.
It's PCP.
Which-
It's always PCP. That's true.
Oh god.
Well, it isn't. He is in Scotland, so PCP.
My
might-
one little nitpick though is that the first zombie that bursts through the door into the kids' room is acting strange. Like the actor playing that infected, I think, was making this like really weird looking face, but not a creepy one. It looked sort of funny, and that kind of put me on the wrong foot. I was like, oh, that was. I don't know that was great. I can admit though that is a nitpick.
If we're gonna go for nitpicks, one of the little girls in that scene, while all the noise is happening and the door is closed, one of the little girls is supposed to be acting, scared, like crying, kind of like scared and everything. But it's quite obvious to me, looking at her, that she's trying not to laugh the whole time.
Oh, no.
She's like a fraction of a second from breaking.
I thought the kids were doing pretty well.
It's just one.
I guess
it's just
didn't
one of
really
them that I
notice
was like,
that,
she
though.
looks like she's about like that. She's cracking a
Wait,
smile.
she's about to
like-
laugh, or there was one little girl that looks like she's about to have a meltdown too. Like she's on the brink
Yeah.
of like
Yeah, there's
absolutely
both.
crying.
There's both.
Yeah.
it's
But
like
there
the
was one of them in
contrast
there
of-
who I'm like, she looks like she's trying not to break for most
Maybe
of
she
this
was
shot.
entertained by the Teletubbies.
she's like,
it's just
she's
really
like,
Yeah, that's her
you're missing
visceral
comedy
reaction
gold.
to watching
You're
the
missing gold
Teletubbies.
here.
Completely locked into the show.
Look at what Tinky Winky is doing, and tell me this isn't hilarious.
I hope
okay?
they show it again. That's so cool. They do. Yes.
She turns around.
Yeah, and that's like a small nitpick thing. Like that's not a huge criticism of the film, or I'm not faulting it for that. Kid
But
actors are
back to
notoriously
the
difficult to
church.
work with.
I think the trope of the religious person who thinks this obviously not like like these zombies that are just destroying everyone. Like how fucking crazy and out of your mind do you have to be to go like, yep, this is the salvation as promised by the Bible. This is how it's going to play out. Yep.
And,
Like,
and it's
yeah.
definitely the good ending. This
This is the good
end.
ending. Exactly. That's what he thinks. And I'm like, you actually have to be insane.
Well,
I don't know,
you
it
have
just
to
feels
be
kind of
insane
like a
before
tired
that.
trope.
Well, so, hang on.
It's-
Now I'm just thinking further. Now that you mentioned this, if he thinks it's like the salvation and savior, why does he just give the cross to his son? Just like, you hide though. I'll get salvation. You hide.
Yeah, you'd think he's going to die.
Yeah, you'd think he'd want to hold on to him. Yeah, that's a good point, actually.
I don't know.
Yeah, and so how does he get to the church? Is it interesting? I guess maybe it's not. I thought it was kind of like I was like, okay, I guess maybe somebody would think that. I mean, he'd have to be absolutely bananas. But the kid
Already,
hides. Yeah. The kid hides with the crucifix and watches as his dad is ripped apart by a horde of infected, and he whispers, "Father, why hast thou forsaken me?"
Yeah,
Which-
it's a little. It's fine.
I mean,
it's
I
on the
guess, like,
nose, but
if
yeah.
his
It's a little on the
dad's a
nose.
preacher, like the kid probably would be told a lot of biblical quotes. So I don't know.
Yeah,
That's kinda fine.
my argument is I think it's just as impactful, if not maybe more, if he just sort of stays silent and clutches the crucifix.
Yeah.
That would be the only thing that I have to say about that. And then we cut to 28 years later. Now, you could be forgiven because of how we do this for believing, as James has pointed out already, that the child who we just watched is Aaron Taylor Johnson's character, the father of Spike. No.
Yeah.
This is
No.
actually the
kid's
tracksuit
blonde,
ninja
though.
Yeah.
at the end. Well,
Tracksuit
Like,
ninja.
I guess I didn't think that just because the kid is like very blonde and Aaron Taylor Johnson has dark hair in this movie. So
Well,
I
some
don't know.
people,
That-
some
does
people's hair
happen.
goes from blonde to dirty
I
blonde
didn't
over
like
time.
I mean,
I
mine
actually-
did. I was a
yeah,
very
same.
blonde baby, and now I.
Funny
have dark
enough,
hair.
mine did too, but like also, I mean,
Yeah.
the kid, he's not that young. Like he's
That's
not
true.
like a toddler.
That's true.
so-
See, before I
I'm
had
not sure.
my revelation just a couple of minutes ago on who this is, I was just like, this was just the beginning intro. It's like, see, this is what happens with
Yeah.
the rage virus.
Just in case you didn't watch the first movie.
Yeah.
yeah. And they get as they cut away from this. So this is the beginning of the story of our tracksuit chav by cross-dressing ninja who
Yeah.
will appear
Cross-dressing?
in the. He's wearing a tiara at the end.
Oh,
He's
okay.
wearing a diamond tiara and he's got like a bunch of gold like jewelry and very
It
flamboyant.
definitely seems like a diva for sure.
Yeah.
fair enough.
Yeah. Who will appear in the last 28 seconds of the movie, essentially. So he's gone. This thread, we're not going to be dealing with this for now. This is sort of at the moment just a mood setter.
The Jimmy
You
Savile
You see,
gang?
like,
No.
three- you see, like- Yeah, shit.
No.
It's the Jimmy Savile gang. I'm pretty sure that's what it's supposed to be, and it threw
That is what it's
everyone
supposed
for
to
a
be.
loop. And I don't know how many Americans would even know that, because even I barely knew. It took
See,
me like
I saw the
30 minutes
documentary
after the movie ended.
last time I was
Wait,
over at
yeah,
Mahler's
like that
randomly.
Jimmy Savile? Like the
That sounds
Jimmy
like a fun thing to
Savile,
watch with the bro. The Jimmy Savile documentary.
Holy shit. I wasn't aware of that person at all. When I saw that, I was like, holy balls. What an insane thing that happened there.
Wasn't he like a host of something that ended up
Oh,
doing
he
a
was
bunch of bad stuff?
super
I don't know
popular,
too much
super
about it.
successful, and he was like grooming kids and SAing them left and right. Like I think there was like over 500
Oh, boy.
people who called in after a while. But the saddest part about the story about him is he got away with it. Like it
Oh.
all came out when he was dead.
Oh, wait, this is supposed that I did not know that this was supposed to tie into a real life.
Oh, me neither. The name
You
just came
do
up.
yourself a
so-
favor and Google Jimmy Savile, or is it Savile or Savile?
Should we
Savile.
just read the Wikipedia page to catch
Oh, that's
everyone
a
up?
Oh,
that's
God,
like that's a
no.
really
We
good.
don't need the details, but just Google him and see what
Yeah.
he looks like, Hugh.
Mind
and
you,
then-
the BBC covered it up for a long time too.
He did. Yeah, he
Like-
did. It's-
Oh
you should-
wow!
Yeah, you should watch
Oh.
the Netflix documentary. It's really good. It's a really good documentary.
What? Why would they? Okay, why?
I don't know.
do this? Is
He did a shit charity work. That's the thing.
He did.
That's
yeah.
what
So-
he's known for.
I know we're jumping ahead to the end. We'll talk about the specifics of the ending later, but yes, that this Jimmy from the opening scene, who will disappear for almost the entirety of the movie, only to show up at the end
Yeah.
as the leader of like Power Rangers kung fu fighting gang
yeah.
that all dresses up like Jimmy Savile. Why?
You see like
Why?
2 writings on the wall that say Jimmy, and that's it throughout
Yeah.
the whole movie.
Well, no, there's a couple
Yeah.
more little things that we see from him, but he's basically
Not
gone
always a
from the
wall.
movie. So the question is, why is he dressed like Jimmy Savile? And I'm sure
don't
that
know.
I mean, it's a very odd choice. Obviously, the story justification would be that in like 2002, when basically British culture stopped or froze,
hmm
he was really popular and beloved at the time, right? Like, I'm sure
Yes.
that's the reason.
Yeah.
But you know, if I were making this movie, I was making an American version of this franchise, and I had like a Bill Cosby, Harvey Weinstein sort of person,
shit.
like everyone's dressed like Bill Cosby from the Cosby Show. At the end, like you would still get the question, like, why though? Why would you do that?
I mean,
Why would
it's
you put that in your movie.
I would need to double check. I don't know when everything about him came out because that was uncovered like in the UK specifically. If that just never happened, that personality is just a good personality that people think is great.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
it could
and
be
I
kind.
suppose-
It could be quite of an interesting thing when you have like the real life knowledge, but this guy is like, yeah, he was like the charity guy and everything, and nobody is any of the wiser. That could be fun. But then again,
Yeah,
you can't
well,
really
what
do
they
anything
do-
with
the,
it.
the allegations came out in 2012.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so they would not have known about
So that would be kind of interesting. But the thing is, you can't really do anything with it in the movie because it never comes out.
Yeah.
They're just like, oh yeah, you look like this. So it's it's basically more like a meta meme, you know?
Yeah. It's kind of darkly ironic that they all look up to him, and I suppose we'll get more of that in the second movie. But it's a very odd choice, especially just to drop it at the end of the movie like they do with no explanation.
While it took place before the credits, it's effectively a post-credit scene. Like it kind of has almost nothing to do with the majority of this movie. It's just, hey, just so you know, there's going to be a sequel and there's going to be wackier stuff in it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, the Bill Cosby gang. The Bill Cosby comparison just made me immediately imagine a ton of people in blackface running around.
Oh, no. With blackface and not just cardigans. Like, I mean, Cosby, like the Cosby Show version of Cosby, at least had kind of an outfit.
So that would be so.
That would be pretty funny. That's also, before we all knew it was wrong to do.
Well, really, the hypocrisy is the worst part.
Oh god!
Really? Because I thought it was the raping. Anyway, so the intro sequence, with Jimmy, he's mostly gone from the movie. There are little remnants of things he's doing in the world that are sprinkled throughout the rest, but it's basically, as you said, just a mood setter. And then we get the 28 years later in a little title card thing, and we get some text on screen establishing some of the world building. Does anyone have?
I do have it here. You remember 28 weeks later where they showed like the whole Paris thing, and it's like, oh look there on continental Europe. The movie went like, nope. The rage virus laid waste to the UK. It was driven back from continental Europe. The British mainland was quarantined to contain the virus.
And so if you remember, at least for the people who were on last week, I was saying that, like, well, I mean, I guess it would make sense why the virus is around for 28 years if it's just like the whole world at this point. The thing now that really weirds me out about this movie, the state of Britain at this time in this movie, is why would you not just nuke the entire place? Like, I mean, this probably would be a use case for nuclear weapons if it was the only place that had this apocalyptic virus. And you've resigned to just everyone who goes here is now dead as far as the world is concerned. And if they try to escape, we're going to kill them, which I guess is set up a little later on. Kind of just like, wait, like how does this world state make sense? Like that's kind of what
it doesn't.
Yeah, that's the thing. It doesn't. Part of it. There's so much to say about it. Metal, why don't you read exactly what it says? Did we get all of it already?
Oh, that was the last thing is just survivors were left to fend for themselves, and then it just says 28 years later. I had them all almost there.
One of the things we talked about when we talked about weeks, I had said I kind of hope they just ignore weeks, which they basically do. But that still leaves, okay, how are there any zombies still alive 28 years later? Because as we established in the very first movie, the zombies all starve to death and die out in about 60 days from the initial infection, because they don't actually eat the people that they kill. To be clear, that's made pretty explicit, and they all starve out and die. So this movie needs to explain how there are still zombies, much less different classes of zombies. We'll get all into that. How are zombies still alive 28 years later? And they don't explain that.
No.
They do a little bit, because a group of them do eat a deer. So
they sort of retcon.
Is a strong word, because what they do is show they eat now. And they're like, okay, I guess they eat now.
Establishing that they eat does explain why they're not starving to death.
Yeah, they ran and ate Spike's fish that he was cooking towards the end too.
Yes. As far as I'm concerned, that's not an explanation for how the zombies from the first movie have actually managed to learn how to survive when literally none of them did in the first movie.
Yeah,
I guess here I'm doing some writing.
Probably evolution.
I didn't say that either.
John was an alpha zombie, clearly.
I think less that and more that, like, now that all the people are gone and things like the deer population is starting to boom because there's not industrialized cities filled with people and stuff. I mean, we did see like a massive herd of like deer-like animals of some sort. So I guess it's just the forageable food situation on the landmass has changed. So I guess, I mean,
You
like,
know,
to me, that it
that
makes at
would-
least a decent amount of sense. But
The thing is that would happen after everything would be gone, though. So at least the population of the infected should be very slim, very low.
yeah, and I mean, I gather that it is. Otherwise, them going out to hunt them with bows wouldn't really be a good plan at all. If there were still like massive swarms.
No, that's
Is
not
it a
implied.
good plan?
Okay, well, like, I mean, it wouldn't be a plan anyone would think has any chance of winning if you're really talking about the entire population of Great Britain is what you have to thin out with a couple bow and arrow shots every now and then, you know? Whereas
I
if
also
it's
don't
like, hey, there's like probably only tens of thousands of them at the most on the entire landmass, it's like, well, as we pick a few off every now and then, maybe in a few generations, they'll just all be gone, you know?
I don't think any of that is actually established. For example, I don't think that this movie makes it clear that there actually aren't many infected. They're in a very remote area of the country, and there's a lot.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
one of the things I was wanting to hit on too. Was if we're going by weeks later, they said there's 15,000. 15,000 people that were brought back to the UK. I don't know, like, I that amount of people wouldn't fill all of London, let alone the entire island. Like, they should be safe out there if there's only 15,000 of them there. And less than that, because a lot of those got killed in weeks too.
It's kind of playing fast and loose with the idea of like how desolate the island is now, you know, after 28 days. So like 28 days really kind of relies on the idea that like there aren't very many left, but they're concentrated mostly around cities, right? And then, you know, when the cities go up, they push out into the woods, right? That's sort of what he said, what the soldier says in 28 days. If there are pockets of survivors out there, right? Like there's a finite number of them that can be turned. And we did establish at the end of the movie that they are starving to death. So
Yes.
Like James had said earlier, I think this functions a little bit better if you're not looking at it as a sequel to 28 Days and you're looking at it as its own different kind of movie with a different, like, similar but different, same but different kinds of zombies here. Because it just doesn't, the logistics don't make a lot of sense to me as to how we can get the numbers that we're getting consistently for 28 years. You know,
I hate to get video gamey, but the perfect explanation would have been we grabbed a carrier, we took a sample of the blood of the virus, and then we fucked with it because we're stupid scientists, and we modified it, and now we have zombie variants. Because that's the setup for a lot of zombies equal.
Yeah.
That's the setup for Dying Light 2. It's like, we took the original virus and we fucked with it. And then it got out because we're stupid. And now the world's dead.
That's all of Resident Evil, too.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, essentially-
in weeks, the mom was immune, but she was still infected. So I'm thinking
Well, she was a carrier.
Yeah, so I'm thinking it might be some kind of like mutation or evolution of the virus. That's, you know, like the alphas take so many shots to take down, you know, they're like overpowered. So I think it can be explained, you know, if you actually try to connect the dots, but like it's
I think
still,
it could have
there
been
are loose
explained,
ends.
but it just wasn't explained. And I think because mostly what the movie wants to do is just go, it's just like this now. Don't think about it too much. We're here to have fun. And like that seems to be the attitude the movie has, because I think essentially it does very little to try and connect itself with 28 days and weeks in terms of the continuity. Basically what it's doing is, like, I mentioned this when we talked about it yesterday, that it kind of has as much to do with the original movie as like Fury Road has to do with the original Mad Max. Like, we get so much more stylized, we get so much more campy and over the top. And if you look at them back to back, you're like, these aren't the same world at all. And that's kind of how this movie feels to me, which can be okay. You know, I can, if I basically, when I, started watching this movie, I was like, oh, this is not really functioning as a sequel at all, really. It's just kind of its own thing. We have whole new classes now, and we're not really bothering to explain any of it. So it's just like, cool, I'm going to turn off the how does this connect to the original part of my brain and just sort of enjoy it as its own kind of more stylized, more over the top sort of thing. But I just don't think it functions very well as a sequel, which isn't the biggest deal, but it just...
Yeah, I kind of think it like it's its own thing anyway, because
Yeah.
like new characters to focus on and stuff, and new part of the country or like world continent,
Yeah, well, so I want to. I'm okay with doing that for this one. Where it's going to become not okay for me is when we get to the. So I don't know how much everybody's read into what they're planning on doing with the sequels. They're being kind of hush hush about it, but they are planning on bringing Jim back as a character for the
the third one.
That's
I guess he's supposed to be a big deal in the third one.
That's gonna be
which
not like that.
Feels like a really big mistake, especially if we're trying to sort of like if the best way to sort of look at this is to distance itself from the original and just sort of look at it as its own thing. That's fine. Don't bring the character back.
Right.
There's your solution. Don't bring Jim back. That's not a good idea. But we got to bring Cillian Murphy at his prime.
I mean, he is. I think he was an EP on this or something. I saw him.
He was, yeah.
But one of the things I was actually pretty happy about with this movie is that Jim and Selena were not in it.
Right.
I was like, okay, well, at least they're safe.
Yeah, I don't like hearing that they're going to bring him back.
One thing that you notice in terms of the world building, the text on screen that Metal read earlier is that it's very deliberately ambiguous as to whether it's even taking weeks into account or not. Mm-hmm. Because if you think about it, like nothing is explicitly contradicting it, but you can also read it as if it's ignoring weeks entirely. Because implied in the first movie is that they actually beat it back on continental Europe and also in New York, and only, the UK was actually taken over by the virus. So, or that could be referring to the fact that it escaped again at the end of weeks. But still, we don't get any of the sort of connective tissue of like, okay, but how do we end up with alphas and little pig crawlers on the ground and they can eat now and all that sort of stuff.
And survivors were left to fend for themselves is not directly contradictory of, well, we tried resettlement with about 15,000 people and it got fucked. And so now then we just said that we just gave up after the attempt.
It's actually something I wanted to touch upon because I did say that I like the idea of this little island being like cut off from the rest of the mainland. And we do establish that apparently they have like patrols and everything going around the British islands and everything. I'm just, if we have this island and they probably, like, whatever military is doing the patrols, they're probably aware these guys are here and have been fending off themselves for 28 years.
They have to be.
And they just are like, hey, can we send like 3 helicopters and get like these 30 people out of here?
Or if you want to help them, depopulate the island of zombies.
Or supply them something.
With guns. You could give them guns.
You could give them guns. You could give them food. You could give them medicine. Hey, there's an idea.
You could give them a doctor.
You could give them a doctor. You could.
We'll get to that.
Medevac, potentially sick patients to somewhere, I don't know, like maybe Norway, Finland, Sweden. They're pretty close. Yeah, it's not like a crazy trip. Hey.
I mean, I'm assuming, and again, like, because they don't make this clear, that like the idea of evacuating anybody is what they're taking off the table in the event that anyone ends up being a carrier. I mean, they don't say that, but I can't really think of any other reason why you wouldn't. Especially if they can see your boats from the settlement, you can see their fires, right?
Yeah.
Like you'd be like, okay, there's definitely like a village of humans here that are on this little thing that's separated by a little sandbar kind of land bridge thing. Maybe we should help them out. But if it's like, no contact, no help, they are left to fend for themselves, and that's the rule. I feel like maybe giving us more information to establish what the terms of that are might have been a good idea.
Yeah.
But
I fundamentally do not believe that they could not have figured out a way of safely determining that everyone here isn't infected in 28 years.
Yeah, it's a timeline thing that screws it for me because if there's just an infection breakout like in weeks, okay, I can understand being concerned. 28 years, come on.
Yeah, and the other thing is worth mentioning here is that I don't believe that all the countries of the world have just agreed to leave the British Isles completely alone for 28 years. No one's coming in to try and clear the island. No one's tried nuking it, whatever. Like they just go like, nah, it's fine. We'll just make sure no one comes off, and that's just going to be how it works for 28 years.
Except that one time when we tried it and it didn't work out because we gave some
that
moron a skeleton key for no reason.
So, didn't Alex Garland say meta-wise that they like nuked France?
He did say something like that.
He did say something like that.
To be fair, it would be incredibly funny.
It
would be incredibly funny if in universe they decided, yeah, we're gonna take the chance and nuke France, but the British Islands where it comes from, we know that's gonna stay there.
So
just
my
because they're
immediate
French.
my immediate thought is, one, why didn't they immediately confirm that in the movie? Have that be the basis to quarantine everything off, because they could say the radiation spread throughout the UK through the winds, and then use the radiation as an excuse to say it mutated the virus. That's like a 30-kill shot.
Viruses do naturally evolve on their own too. So I mean, I guess the changing of the virus didn't really bother me all that much when you're considering the time span.
It's based off Ebola, though. The virus is based off Ebola.
But it turns them into zombies. It's not Ebola.
It's not.
It's a sci-fi. It's a sci-fi virus. You know, it can do. I'm willing to give it a pass on doing some weird shit. You know, especially if we're just sort of disconnecting it.
I think the thing that I guess we're trying to address here is what are the odds that there would actually not be any assistance for these humans that are settlers here, like that are actually still like living and creating a tiny little society? When what's the justification for giving them no help at all? And I think that the answer to that ultimately is the movie just wants us to not think about it that much. And I generally don't think that's the best plan for writing a movie.
And the same thing applies to the fact that all the zombies are still alive and didn't starve to death. You could have a line about, the virus evolved or something like that. It could just be that simple, but it's clear the movie doesn't care. The movie's just like, I don't know, they're still alive.
They're still alive, and some of them turn into bloaters, and some of them turn into giant roid rage Jason Momoas. And don't think about it, okay?
Exactly what I thought too.
Yeah.
And those Jason Momoas get a fucking foot-long dong. That the camera likes to show off.
I hope that actor...
Well, wouldn't you?
Wouldn't you?
I hope that actor gives one interview ever, and all he says is, "It wasn't a fake dong," and then just leaves and never does another interview about the movie again.
I'm pretty sure.
Well, no, he's coming back, man. We need the Momoa dong trilogy now. At this point,
we need Samson. Is that what he's?
Yeah, Samson.
Yeah.
I have problems with that, but we'll get to it when we get to it.
Oh, there's so many problems to discuss. But yes, so that's the little bit of text on screen world building, and now we are on an island that is called Holy Island. Is that what it's actually called?
I think that's what it's called. I actually didn't catch that.
It's an island off the coast of the northern part of England. It's rather remote, and this is where we are introduced with the people that we are actually going to follow for most of the movie.
Yes, Aaron Taylor Johnson and his son.
Spike.
Yes.
The one thing I was thinking, I'm like, I was thinking, because there are people that have Spike as a name, but I'm always like, is that a nickname for something? Like, who names their kid Spike? Like, actually.
I mean, 2002, most of Buffy had already happened. I think that would have been.
That's true. Like, obviously, Spike Jones, I think, is a stage name. I don't know if Spike Lee is as well, but it's just it's an odd name.
Good Buffy.
Hey, he's a fan of James Masters. What can we say?
Marsters. Marsters? Yeah, I think it's Marsters.
Yeah, no, Spike Lee is Shelton. That's his actual name.
Who's he?
Spike Lee, the director?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh no, just Metal said who's he.
Metal was asking who that is.
Oh, he's a director.
One of our most famous basketball fans in the United States.
Also, I said I see, not who's he. I thought.
Okay.
Say
Oh, sorry.
I just had to realize
Well,
why you guys were confused. Like, what did I say that sounded like who's he? It's like, I see. Oh, yeah, I see. Yeah, okay.
Anyways, the boy's name
one
is...
of our chatters is telling me that Lindisfarne is the island that they're on. Yeah, so famous for Viking raids
Lindisfarne,
back in the day.
also called Holy Island.
Oh,
Is the
okay.
land bridge real?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, okay. There you go.
I think the causeway is a real thing.
Yep.
There's a sign
Holy
that they
Island.
step on a couple times.
Mm-hmm.
Holy Island Causeway. Yep. It's a cool location, you know, for
Yeah.
like a people that have managed to survive. They fortified the island. I wish we did stuff with that.
Yeah.
I wish
The
we
majority
were going to spend a little bit of time there in any capacity.
Really beyond
Yeah.
the first, like, you know,
30
this
minutes.
is a movie that feels like several movies stitched together, and has been mentioned early on. Like the opening is not the cold open, but this like opening act of the movie is probably the best stuff.
Yeah.
Because it sort of takes a nosedive afterwards. But there are so many things you could do where the story centers around what you set up in the first act that would have been really, really strong. And it's part of why I find this movie so disappointing, because I liked a lot of this early stuff.
Yeah, me too. We meet Spike and his dad in this part where Spike is preparing for his first trip to the mainland with his father to do a little bit of hunting. They're gonna blood him. He's gonna go become a man. Have his first hunt. We establish that he's maybe a little bit young. Yeah, he's a couple years younger than they usually would do, but his dad has some pull with the community. He's sort of a big hero in town, and he's gonna have him go out and be the one of the younger to ever really accomplish this feat. And we also established that Spike's mom, Isla, is that her name?
Yeah.
Isla.
Yeah.
Isla. She's not doing so hot. She's a little bit erratic, and she's constantly got a headache. She can't get out of bed. She's infirm.
She has memory issues. She has moments of lucidity, but otherwise she's got brain problems. She has very convenient for the plot brain problems.
Yeah, especially once we get to the end of her story. But so she is struggling with her short-term memory. She's kind of in and out of time, essentially, and she has violent mood swings as well when Spike's dad reveals that he is bringing Spike to the mainland to do a hunt. She kind of loses her mind a little bit. She's not happy about this, and she's very vitriolic towards her dad. She's calling him a cunt over and over again, and saying he's a baby killer.
Yep.
And this is pretty good stuff, actually. I kind of like. And then she completely forgets what she's just been raging about, and Spike lies to her when he says, "I've got to go." She says, "Oh, where you going?" He says, "I'm going to school." To kind of comfort her. So all of this so far is pretty good, I would say.
Yeah.
Yep.
We got some strong character work going on.
Good
Yes.
performances too.
Yeah, so like 28 Days Later, which played a lot with like the rage of non-infected people. I feel like this scene is very much in keeping with that. Obviously, we see her sort of like raging out. She's not infected, and we're never going to imply that she has like, has the virus or anything, but we are sort of playing around with rage in some of these performances, which I think is really interesting. Also, we skipped over it, but like one of the opening scenes is the Spike. He's like putting his bag together, and he decides not to take his little Power Ranger toy with him.
Yeah.
He decides to leave it behind because he's like, no, I'm a man now. I'm gonna leave the childish thing behind. It's just a nice
Power
little touch.
Rangers are for babies. I'm into anime now.
He's gonna meet some real Power Rangers soon. He doesn't need this one anymore.
Exactly.
Oh god.
And then he goes downstairs. Aaron Taylor Johnson, his dad, is making breakfast, and on Spike's plate is some bacon, but there isn't bacon on Aaron Taylor Johnson's plate. And he's like, "Oh, did you eat yours already?" He's like, "Yeah, I ate mine already. Whatever." He's sort of like, I made bacon for you. Obviously, it's kind of like a rare resource for them, which makes sense. And he's like, no, you have it. This is your big day. You need it. So like already, I'm like, oh man, we have some nice dad stuff.
Yeah,
That was one of the most. That was one of the things that was most refreshing about the first movie when I watched it for the first time several weeks ago. Is that the dad stuff in 28 Days Later is really strong. You have a lot of like likable characters, and I've watched quite a few of Alex Garland's recent things, and likable characters, especially men, is not something he likes to do much anymore. So when I was seeing all this, I was like, oh man, this is actually like we're returning to our roots here.
Danny Boyle got him back on track. Yay.
I know, that's how it felt. That's how it felt
for a good 30 minutes, I would say.
Yeah.
We also kind of glossed it. So Aaron Taylor Johnson, he's making the bacon. Spike tries to give him some. He puts it back on his plate, and then Spike wraps it up and takes it upstairs and leaves it for his mom to find when she
was also very sweet.
wakes up, which is another sweet moment because we establish. Yeah. So we establish in two easy ways, right? Aaron Taylor Johnson really cares for his son. His son is very devoted to his mother. This is a strong family, and we can see what's important to each one of them, right?
Yeah.
And that's
and also
A+,
there's
good stuff.
There's some tension between the father and the mother about like, you know, obviously she's barely lucid, but she obviously is not thrilled about him going on this rite of passage onto the mainland. She thinks that's going to kill him. There's some tension there. She's very aggressive and hostile towards Aaron Taylor Johnson. That will be important later. But it's an interesting family dynamic. There's a lot of nuance and subtlety there, but generally likable characters right off the bat. I'm like, hey, this is a good start.
Yeah, I was pretty in at this point. I was like, okay,
yeah.
I feel like this is gonna be a good movie. It's definitely already better than 28 Weeks Later because there are characters who I enjoy.
Exactly. So
Jeremy Renner being a charming actor doesn't count, okay?
No, he's just man. He's a good guy in that movie.
Good man guy.
Yeah, like that's the thing. It's not the script. It's just Jeremy Renner has charisma.
Yeah, it's true.
We also have the grandfather here who restrung the bow for the boy. He's like,
I don't think he's the grandfather.
Is he not?
I don't think he's actually
grandfather archetype, even if
I don't think he's actually blood related to them.
Oh, well, I just thought because he's hanging out here at night as well, looking for the mum. So I just expected him to be part of the family.
Old man who they treat like family.
They just found him on the street.
I think calling him grandpa is, I think, sufficient for our discussion at least.
Well, because the only reason I made the correction there is because she will rant and rave about her father in the later part of the movie, and like he's obviously not around anymore,
right?
And she hasn't really taken that well. So I don't think he's blood related. I think he's just the town, handyman.
He's an old sage,
the town grandfather.
The town is one grandfather.
And this is a community, people probably are not getting old very often, right? Because this is a volatile time. So I think I like this character as well. I like him as sort of the counterbalance, especially when we get a little bit later. Like he has reliable male role models to look up to, does Spike.
Even in this scene too, when Spike says, "Oh, it didn't need to be restrung," he's like, "Well, maybe I did it for me." He's like, "I needed something to do, so I restrung your bow."
Yeah,
and I thought that was like one of those little lines that just adds a little bit of character. It's like
we're establishing how the community looks out for, right? Like they take care of each other, and this is how they've managed to survive for 28 years by looking out.
I spent my leisure time doing a favor for Boy.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's also just a big deal for everybody that he's going out for the first time. There's like, yeah, look at him go, get a little applause. Some kid comes around, like, here, my mom has some. Was this an apple or a peach or something?
The apples. The apples will come back a little bit later as well. Yeah.
So it's a very tight knit community. It seems with a lot of friendship between each other. You could say.
Yes. And so when they get down to the gate after they've had, he's getting his claps on the back. He's being celebrated. he gets there, and the village, the elder matriarch of the village is sort of gives him the layout of the rules, right? You're allowed to go and you're allowed to come back, but if you go and you get stuck, we do not send out rescue parties. That's our code. That's our rule, right? Mm-hmm. Do you accept these terms and conditions before going and playing Arma the DayZ mod? Are you good for this? And he has to sort of ceremonially agree, and they decide, they go to let him out, and we begin our adventure as they cross the causeway. The drone shots of the causeway are great. I think those look pretty spectacular. They do a lot of really cool things with the camera work.
Agreed. There's a lot of really beautiful shots.
Yeah, I really like how he leverages the size of the iPhones when he does some of these, and the drone shots and everything like that. So that's great. And so we're on the mainland. We get to the mainland, and Spike is astounded at how big it is. Right, that's his thing. It's like, can you get to a point where you don't even see the ocean? Right, which is a fun character moment. He's never not been around the sea. I like that. I like that a lot.
Which is actually kind of fun, because normally when you have this, it's like the opposite. Like they've never seen the water, but in this one, it's like, all I've seen is the water. You could say he grew up surrounded by water. I swear I didn't plan this. But yeah, I think that's actually kind of neat. There's like just the other way around, because he's just on this island the whole time. It's like, whoa, there's like no water here. It's just nice. Yeah,
it's a fun little subversion, and we get some nice father-son moments, right, where his dad is sort of explaining, because his dad has been here, and he can ask him the questions, and his dad's very open about, telling him what it's like out here in the field. During the causeway scene as well, we get some of the beginnings of the really creative editing, where the poem from the trailer starts to come in over as a voiceover, and we start to see some archived footage of soldiers in World War I as they march. We start to see the footage of some medieval archers shooting down, charging horsemen, and it's an interesting. I think it's an interesting way of using kind of a non-traditional editing style in this. I don't know if everybody feels that way.
Music video-ish in a way, like and I mean, I think it would be more off-putting if they didn't recur it. It is a thing that they do quite frequently through the movie, and it sort of becomes a stylistic thing that makes some sense. And I like that. I thought that
some of the later battle scenes they bring the archery back, and I think that's kind of neat. Honestly, I think there are very few movies that would have tried that, and I think kudos to him for
he's certainly trying. He's taking some big swings visually in terms of the filmmaking here. One of the things I like specifically about using the shots of archers from, I don't know, some medieval battle and stuff like that, is it feels like we're sort of doing this thing, at least in the first section of the movie, where obviously, civilization has collapsed and we've sort of regressed due to circumstance back to a sort of mythic, English past. And we have this group of people on this island who are trying to reclaim that as a way of keeping their civilization alive. And so they've sort of reverted back to the sort of coming of age rites of passage and stuff like that older societies used to have that we don't really have much anymore. And there's imagery of and the other thing is, when we talk about the alphas, there's obviously sort of reminiscent of giants, which is something that was very much a thing in the sort of mythic lore of the British Isles, is that they were full of giants and things like that. So there's a lot of things we're doing where it's almost like we're returning to this sort of mythic, heroic past of England and the British Isles in general that I thought was really cool.
I think we're also establishing some of Spike's ideas of what this particular, because we'll see at one point a list of roles in their society, right? And I think he's sort of establishing that the hunters who go out to the mainland in search of supplies and food and anything like that, that they, for him, are sort of associated with knights, knights and soldiers, and the brave and the bold, the chivalrous sort of imagery. And I think we're doing a pretty good job in visually tying that in, right? Like that's sort of how he's feeling. He's making his way across the causeway.
But ultimately, that sort of disappears from the movie. A lot of that stuff, it's just gone. Like it's here at the beginning, and it's like, okay, this is cool. Like I'm jumping ahead, but eventually, like his dad's gonna describe him as a giant killer, but he's like not thrilled about being described as a giant killer because he didn't actually kill one. His dad's just kind of like telling tall tales and exaggerating. He's his hype man.
Hype man. Yeah.
And so you might think in a good movie that later he actually finally would kill a giant, but he never does. It's like, Alex, come on, you set up all this cool stuff. Like, where is it in the back half of the movie? Like, you forgot about it. Dude.
Well, it's going to be in the next movie. It's going to be in the next movie.
I have no faith
we
in
talked
that
a little
at
bit
all.
about this earlier, right? I had mentioned that it's not a complete story. And it's not meant to be because they're working on setting up 2 more films. I think the problem with that, and I really don't like the argument that gives it a pass to not be a complete narrative, because most of the best trilogy, I mean almost all of the best trilogies really, their first narrative is a complete one, right? Star Wars is a complete narrative. Lord of the Rings has 2. Pretty like in Fellowship, there's 2 pretty much perfect heroes' journeys, one in the first half, one in the back half, that still lead into more coming, but there's a complete narrative and an adventure that they go through on the way as part of the bigger adventure. This one does not have that by the end, I would say. It doesn't give us that, like it does some stuff. Gives us some arc, but I don't think it's an arc that pays off what is being set up here at the beginning and in the first 30 minutes overall, which we're going to finish expanding out. I think it really drops the ball.
Stick mother arc.
Yeah. Yep.
Did we talk about the sort of clumsy exposition for the causeway scene as well? Where it's just
where
like,
he's like, what are we on? The causeway. All right, now tell us why it's important. Yeah,
it's just like there's got to be a better way of doing that.
Yeah, he should have known that by now.
I mean, no, because he's not
kind of
explaining it to him. Yeah, he's making sure that he knows, right? Like he's saying now, like, okay, so why do we not go across it when there's high tide? And then Spike's the one that answers it. So I think it's more like one of the things that's very important for if something happens to me and you need to get back home is that you understand how to get back home without being washed out to sea. So I don't know, like him.
I understand he's drilling him.
Makes...
It just feels like it just feels like first draft idea of how you get this information across.
If you'll allow me, Mark, what you just did there, right? If something happens to me, right? This is how you just remember you can't make it back home. Right there, that's more effective, I think, than just like explain to me why the causeway is important, Spike. Yeah, like explain to me why this is. I think just adding that little bit right there of like, look, if something does happen to me, I'm not saying that it will, but if something does, I need to know that you remember the main rule of this causeway, right? Like, so let's hear it. Already, that's a bit more effective for me. So good for you. Good job. You wrote better. Your dialogue is improving, man. Very good.
Sorry, I've got a growling puppy. That's why I write bad dialogue.
Okay, now repeat all of that.
Yeah, it's just it's always interesting to think like, oh, I just added like 2 or 3 words. It's like, oh yeah, this feels like much more natural now immediately. Like something that's all you need, just to not make it sound as clunky or, well, as I said, first draftish, I guess.
Yeah, I've got a couple people in the chat pointing out, like, as if a teenager growing up on the island who idolized is the hunters who go off wouldn't know how the causeway works.
Yeah, and so
yeah.
obviously he's drilling him on it, but it just felt like the simplest
way to get that information to us. Like it could have. There was a more effective way of doing it. This was not it.
Also, no, this is not a spoiler-free review. Far from it.
So we're on the island.
Finish typing my message anyways.
Yeah, so we're on the island, and he's experiencing the mainland for the first time. The first thing he finds is they get into the woods and they find the bloated, fat crawlers that are like slurping on worms, right?
Yeah, I didn't know Harkonnen was canon in this universe.
There are two classes of zombies: the Harkonnens and the. That's what we call them. It's from a book. You wouldn't know.
Stellan Skarsgård was spectacular in this.
All the copies were lost.
Yeah, so their first encounter, obviously they're looking for zombies because he's going to get his first kill as part of this rite of passage. And so the first zombies they find are a totally new class of zombie that look like swollen human worms that crawl around on the ground and eat worms. And they make pig noises
at by
when you shoot them.
ravens. Yeah, they get picked at by ravens and crows as they're crawling, and I liked that a lot. Actually, I thought that was kind of cool, where the raven is like eating the decaying flesh off of it and everything. One of the things I do want to mention though, surprisingly, for people who are dealing with infected, the hunters don't have in their kit, like a pair of goggles. Or like a mask,
or
something.
Over that
that's
28
true,
days later. That's the speed of infection and bodily fluids getting into your eye, making you get infected.
Have we
within 10
learned nothing from the
seconds
first movie?
Yeah, it's a rule they kind of drop in 28 days later too. But
28 days later plays fast and loose with it as well. But this one, it's been 28 years. We will have a scene later where some infected blood gets on his mom's forehead and he tells her not to blink, be careful, and then it's okay, none of the blood got in your eye. You would think that people who are routinely engaging in combat with these things, they might take some more precautions to protect their holes.
We know they've established
Goggles,
the technology
armor,
to make masks.
anything.
They do have their infected masks that they wear for like training purposes and stuff. So it's like, well, guys, maybe you could design some masks that might be good to wear when engaging with infected.
Some bandanas over your mouth, goggles,
Also,
something.
I mean, you clearly do a lot of medieval training stuff. Armor might be a thing to look into.
Some armor would be on theme with everything you've set up in the beginning. You know what I mean? If they had like old school, like really thick cloth armor, that would be hip. That would be cool.
Yeah. It's a really annoying thing that happens in so many like infected / zombie shows, movies, whatever. It's like, man, if you're gonna get bit, you probably want to wear something thick, protect everything with anything. And they just never.
World War Z or Z, because that letter is Z, wasn't phenomenal, but I really like that Brad Pitt takes the time to like wrap magazines and duct tape them around his hand. His arm.
Yeah, see,
I was just like, why don't more movies take stuff like that? And like, there is things you can protect yourself with all around you. Magazines and duct tape. You know how hard it is to bite through a magazine? Pretty hard.
Yeah.
I've tried.
Yeah.
And it's probably like this the part where it's like, yeah, but we need to see their faces so we know what they feel. It's like, you really don't. If you do it properly, you don't need it. I just watched Andor and I knew what BB-8 was feeling. Wait, just B.
K2SO. BB-8 is the soccer ball.
The little ball, little soccer ball that follows Ray around.
Oh no, but he calls him B all the time, right? I did not remember that.
Are you talking about the other
K2SO?
No.
I mean,
talking about the other droid.
I mean the small one,
Oh,
the red one.
Okay. Yeah, I don't ever remember that one's name.
I think he calls him B, if I remember correctly. And the way that thing acts is just, you can
very
see
emotive.
it's very emotive. Yeah, it's like, yeah, you can definitely do it.
I mean, if you want to go for the early
BTEMO.
2000s aesthetic too, like you could roll with paintball masks or something.
yeah.
Like that would be
Yeah.
kind of
Yeah.
fun to see.
Well, I know Hugh and I would
Something-
be safe because he can wear his Kendo kit, I can wear my Hemo kit. It's like we're pretty much fully protected.
Just anything, really.
Yeah,
Yeah,
any
think
little
about
thing
it.
would go well, especially since they seemingly are very well. Even a drop of blood in, like, they all watched the first movie. They know a drop of blood in the eye will cause you to turn immediately. So you would really think that like swimming goggles or something could come in here, right? Like that would be a prized possession for somebody who is going and actively fighting these things. And that follows into my criticism a little bit of the next scene, because I like the point where Aaron Taylor Johnson tells Spike to shoot is the jugular vein, and when he does it, it sprays out like crazy. And I know they're far away. I know they're using bows and they're far away. You would think that like that would not be if you're not wearing masks or goggles or anything like that, you would think that you don't want the vein.
Doesn't he tell him
Right?
to shoot the neck so that it won't make noise? Like I thought that's why he said neck as opposed to head or something like that. Well, I mean the head, like you probably wouldn't. be able
The
to
head
say
will
much
stop it
after
from
that.
making noise too. Yeah.
Yeah, but I got the impression that he was saying shoot through the neck because if it starts like screaming, then it might draw more of them, which kind of does end up happening. Although they.
But yeah, but it still screams when it gets shot in the neck.
Yeah, that's also true.
Yeah, it
Like-
pig squeals.
Yeah. It does its pig squeal, and then they have to move because they drew more infected to them by the screams.
Yeah.
Also, I also have to point out, I find it really silly that the crawler ones that eat worms all day are like
Are fat.
these Chungus
Yeah.
people. I was like,
Yeah.
why
They
is...
found a lot of worms, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could be like, hey, I'm not going to get fat because all I eat are these like low calorie tortillas or something like that. It's like, well, you eat enough of them. That's
Yeah,
a
but
lot
you
of
eat
calories still.
17 every day.
Yeah.
so-
So you eat 3 full packs of them. It doesn't matter how
don't know
much
if
it
they
says
would
they're
even-
gluten free.
The mutil infected? How fucking dare you?
Yeah, so they shoot the first one, but there's another one sort of slowly sneaking up from behind, and it's like, how is
Yeah.
it sneaking up on them? It's crawling
I
over
mean, my
dry
big
leaves
thing
on
was
the
like,
ground.
why is Aaron Taylor Johnson not like he's the one that's kind of
Looking
on
around?
watch? So it's like you're not gonna like do a quick scan. It
He
wasn't even
said
like at
he says
6.
multiple times that like where there's one, there's more, and then when it like screams that others are going to be attracted to it, and so
Yeah.
he knows that they sort of come in packs or herds or whatever. He's not
Mhm.
looking around, and there's just one. It shouldn't be sneaking up behind him. Everyone
Mhm.
knows what like
Herds.
stepping on like a dry leaf bed sounds like. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah,
writhing
it's-
around on the
It
ground.
is very difficult to move quietly through the woods, and like
Yeah.
that's one of the things that actually in the army they teach us how to do, and our method is not even very great. Like it cuts
Is
down
it
a
get
bit of
really
the noise.
fat and roll around on the ground?
No, it's, you step with your toe lightly, and then you use your heel to kind of brush any like twigs and stuff aside, and then you shift your weight onto the heel so that you're just mostly stepping on soil as opposed to
That's interesting.
leaves and branches.
Yeah. Hey,
Well,
you know,
I
that would
pretty
be kinda
much
cool
can't
to
do it
see
anymore.
the hunters
Well-
trying that, especially if noise draws infected. You know,
Yeah.
like
Well, I'll tell you this much: it's not something you can do with a prosthetic foot that you cannot point the toe of. So
No.
they don't send me on a lot of stealth missions these days. I can leopard crawl really well, though.
yeah.
But
So
nonetheless, Spike gets his first kill. He
Yay.
shoots and hits the big fat one, and it squeals like a pig. And then Aaron Taylor Johnson hits the second one, right?
Yes.
and
and
then a
whip
third
around.
one, a third child runs up, and Aaron Taylor Johnson gets that, and then a fourth one starts running away,
Uh-huh.
and Spike doesn't want his dad to kill it.
Why?
Yeah, I didn't like that.
Why? Why does it run away? First of all,
Yeah,
Well,
this
I
is-
see, like,
I
what
mean,
I
you
thought
just
you were
asked
gonna-
all the questions I was about to bring up.
Yeah.
Because
I
we
thought we
know
were
the
about to get
rage
some pretty
virus
cringe-
does not make you
Sorry.
start to run away. I mean, I can
yeah.
see Spike being like, "No, don't kill. It's just a child." But then the father will be like, "Yeah, but it's infected though. Shut up!" And then just
It's like,
Yeah.
spike it in the
Yeah.
face.
I didn't even get the implication that Spike was saying, "Oh, don't kill the kid." I thought he was saying "Dad," as in like hit it, because he was freaking out. because of the one that was behind his dad. So I thought he was
Yeah.
trying to encourage
Either
his
way.
dad to kill the baby, and his dad just does it.
Unclear, I suppose, but either way,
yeah, it is a little bit unclear. But I think it's attempting to show that Spike is like concerned
Empathetic.
about empathy. He's got empathy. He's unlocked empathy at the right
He
age
turned
12.
32.
Aaron Taylor Johnson's character also tells him the more you kill, the easier it gets. So that he knows
Yeah.
that. And he's
Yeah.
trying to train it out of him.
yeah.
And that's kind of the
so-
interesting thing about the next scene. Once we get to that, the more you kill, the easier it gets scene in relation to this one, because part of what he's saying there is like, yeah, that's not a person anymore. It's just a monster. And
Yeah.
like, it's almost a
He
mercy.
mentions
So it's
they
like,
don't have a soul anymore because their mind
Yeah.
has been
No mind,
taken
no
over.
soul.
it's kind of like, well, do you want this kid living in like a unwakeable nightmare, or you want to just maybe put it down? Like,
Yeah.
you know, which one is the moral choice? Because
Yeah.
It's
I
a
kinda
little
lean on the
bit of
side of kill the kid.
a problem. I think that he lets it go instead of just shooting it. Because like I feel like if Spike tells him, so if we redo the scene, right, and Spike is like, "Dad, don't do that," right? "Dad, what are you like? It's a kid," and he shoots it, and then they've come
Explains to
across
him,
this
yeah.
other one that's been hung up and left to die, and he's like, "Nope, you need to take this out because the more you kill, the easier it gets," right? That sort of shows his values in that scenario where he's like, "Look, you told me to stop on that one, and we can't have that. You have to learn how to kill these things, and you have to learn how to look at them without mercy. They don't have a soul. It is better to do this, right?"
Mhm.
That keeps his character consistent between those two scenes. I don't know what the choice of
I don't get
like,
it.
accomplishes of him letting the littlest one go.
I feel like they wanted to do a character things like, oh yeah, but I'm not a child killer, but obviously that doesn't work in this scenario
doesn't
at
work.
all.
It doesn't.
Even
So
a
I think
little
that's
bit.
what they
And
wanted to do, but as you just said, followed up by the next scene where he's just like, you need to kill more. So it gets easier. It's like, yeah, but you just let another one go and show mercy to the infected, so doesn't work.
Yeah. No, it doesn't work. And the other thing is the implication is that, oh, wait, do some of them have like more of a survival instinct now? Like, is that part
Yeah.
of their evolution and change? No, that never comes up again. So
Mm-hmm.
it just runs away. Why does it run away? None of them ever run away.
Yeah,
except
it looks at them. and
the
it's like,
alpha
oh, he's not
is
aiming at me
capable.
anymore. Now I'll run away. Do.
Yeah. Otherwise, in this movie, the alpha is the only one capable of doing anything but trying to kill whatever they see in front of them, because we never established anything otherwise. So I don't know why this kid just runs away. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
It could have been something interesting, perhaps, if part of their evolution is that they're
starting
know.
to feel fear.
yeah, or they have more self-preservation instinct somehow, and so they don't just mindlessly attack every time. Like you could do something with that, but they don't.
Yeah. We got a super chat over here on our channel from Muggy. Thank you very much. Says, a zombie movie as a modern story is an amazing concept. Too bad they didn't push more into it. I would have accepted the variant zombies as a sort of medieval fantasy monster replacement more easily. Yeah, I agree with that.
I mean, that's
actually.
kind of what they were doing, but
They're kind of trying for it, but they like if
A little
they'd
bit.
really like gone like that extra mile to make it feel that way, I think it would have been a little bit. I might have a fewer questions, maybe. We're still tying this into 28 days later, and that would already raise some flags for me. But I think you're right on the money there. So we've got the little one runs away, and they keep exploring, and they come to a cottage where there is a body with the word Jimmy carved into its torso,
hanging
and it's
upside
hung
down from the ceiling.
upside down with its head in a bag, and it's not moving. It looks dead, and Aaron Taylor Johnson calls Spike in, and they have a little conversation about it. He says, there's some strange people on the mainland. It looks like they tied him up and left him for the infected.
Maybe it's a punishment.
Maybe as a
Maybe it's a
punishment.
warning, I think is what he says. Yeah.
Yeah.
Before we go further, what's Aaron Taylor Johnson's character's name?
I think it's Jamie.
Yeah,
Oh, it
that's
is
why I was
Jamie.
confused.
I should have remembered
mean-
it more easily then.
Oh yeah, there you go. I think though
yeah.
that because Spike's our perspective character, he's most commonly referred to as Dad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but he
Yeah.
has the same name as me, so I can't believe I forgot it. Anyway.
You
And
only
so,
hear it
yeah.
once. And I still,
Yeah, I mean,
thought it was
most of
Jimmy.
the time you hear him say "dad." So
Yeah.
yeah, and to be fair, he's not in the movie for very much longer.
Yeah,
Oh.
exactly.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
Don't get too attached to him. Yeah, so they find the dead body hanging from the ceiling. Some weird shit going on here. Leaving someone for the infected, that's pretty brutal.
Yeah.
But then it moves. Oh my gosh. So it is infected. But it's sort of writhing around. It's got its head in a bag full of blood. It's pretty gnarly. It's pretty grisly imagery. I really like it in isolation. And so he's like, all right, son, you got to kill it. For
Yeah.
the reasons we've mentioned
Don't-
already.
Don't look away from it. You gotta have to see this.
Yeah,
Yep.
I like that.
Have
He's
to
like,
get
"No,"
used to
he's like,
it.
Stop.
This
It's
is
like,
all
this
great
is the thing
stuff.
that you need to see.
I like it. And then there's a big build up, and he's like, come on, you have to kill it. You have to kill it. You have to kill it. And he's
Do it.
I
Do
think-
it now. Do it. Do it. Do it now.
Do it now.
Do it. Kill her.
What are you
Kill
fucking
him.
waiting for? Just do it.
yeah. Well, then ultimately, Jamie, the dad, is about to step in and do it for him, but at the last second, Spike shoots him. Right? Is that
Mhm.
what happens?
Yeah, I
Yes.
think he falls down and then he shoots it, right?
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know. And he finally does it, and he's not. He's kind of overwhelmed by it, right? Because I think there's a nice escalation here, because I don't know if Spike has ever seen an infected before. He might have seen pictures of them and whatever, but the first one he encounters are far less human-like,
Mm-hmm.
and so it's maybe a bit easier. You know, these weird monsters that writhe around on the ground. But this one feels a bit more like a person, and so you can tell he has a harder time with it, which I think is a nice little choice.
Yeah. You can't even see its face either, so it's like, oh well, I don't know, how monstrous is it? It's covered up. Like I feel like I'm killing a person now, and
Yeah.
Right.
at the same time, the second it like falls down to the ground and becomes an immediate threat, I'd be like, oh okay,
Yeah.
let's put 6 arrows into this thing just to be sure.
Yep. So Spike accomplishes his goal. He doesn't feel great about it, but he does accomplish it. And they do some more exploring, and they come across a giant herd of stampeding deer, which is a
look
pretty
great.
neat idea. Doesn't look good though. Yeah, the
It's a
CGI
neat
is not
idea. The CGI is not great, but it is what it
you
is.
take what you can get. Yeah, that's fine. So they have that moment where we see the deer, and I'm pretty sure this is where we start cutting into the like red and black night vision of the infected, right? This is where that begins.
Somewhere in here, yeah.
Yeah. I like, in isolation, I like this. I think this is really neat. I'm not sure, like, I kind of wish this wasn't going to disappear so
Yeah.
soon out of the movie, because I think it's some of the most effective like gore horror
Well,
Yeah.
that the movie has to offer.
it
you
is
know?
weird because we introduced a soldier character and it was like, oh, we're probably gonna get more night vision stuff now because he probably has one in his backpack, right? That's why we want this
Yeah.
character to be here, to have these cool shots with infrared, but that doesn't happen, unfortunately.
No, it's
Which is
it's
a shame
odd,
because like there's a couple
go
little editing choices in the beginning where they show little flashes of, some of it is like archival footage from the past, some of it are things that are going to happen later in the movie. And so when you insert like, okay, we're doing a sort of non-linear sort of expressionistic editing from time to time. So when you see that like all red night vision infrared footage of zombies killing a deer and stuff like that, you're like, oh, that's going to be a sequence later in the movie. It isn't.
No, it's more like, whereas it's at the like in two strokes essentially. This is, we're establishing they eat now, and we're in a jungle, right? Like this is what is lurking out there, and you know, it's providing a threat. Like we see what the stakes are if Spike and Dad are captured, but it also kind of isn't, because they don't seem like, now they don't really seem to eat other people. They seem to just sort of turn them. to create more. So it's a neat looking choice. I'm not entirely sure if it accomplishes much other than to sort of say like, here's the creepy zombie thing you expect from the movie, right? And it's not going to stick around.
It looks so cool. I want to see more of it in an actual scene because it looks great.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm disappointed we didn't get more of the night vision stuff.
Yeah, because it really is cool. I mean, I like the part where he rips the stag's head off is brutal, man. Like that is fucking cool. Georgius Rex in our chat asks, on Spike being reluctant to kill one, we're not setting them up as an ally, accepting the other, right? Zombies as stand-in for Somalis, etc.
What?
No.
No, I don't think that's not what we're doing.
No.
Well, I mean, I guess there's a bit more sympathy for the infected, I guess you could say, in this one over any of the others, but
there is
one
the
scene
weird
in particular.
scene later. Yeah,
we'll get to it because I'm sure there'll be things to discuss.
Sisterhood. Anyway.
So the deer, we get the deer intercut, the deer scene, and Dad and Spike then discover the mutilated corpse of a deer in the woods, and the stag's head is ripped off and stuck pretty high up in a tree. And Dad sees this and goes, uh-oh, an alpha did this.
That's bad
and
news.
That's not good. That's pretty bad news, man. Bad news bears. We got to get the fuck out of here. Actually, let's go back. Like maybe we need to leave now.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. It's when Spike reacts to hearing this about the alpha, does it seem like he's familiar already with what an alpha is, or does this feel like news?
Not
to him?
nearly familiar enough. He doesn't seem to respect the danger that at least Aaron Taylor Johnson seems to be implying that they're in very much.
Yeah,
I feel like he should already know this.
Yeah,
I feel like he should, and also I feel so. Here's the other problem that I have with. Did he not expect to run into one of these, and why?
So there's the big problem here is that like they treat it like, oh, I know, like we knew that they were out there, but they're pretty rare, and so encountering one is like oh fuck. Like most excursions, you don't run into one. Like that seems to be the implication. The only problem is that there's two in this area in this movie.
Yeah.
And so they're not rare.
That's really where it comes in. Like they do not treat them as if they're rare. They sort of set them up as if they kind of like could just be over the next hill at any given moment. That's my big issue with it, is that like if they are rare, I don't mind this, right? Like, oh wow, normally we wouldn't have run into this. This is bad. One has moved in here. That's a problem.
Like I've heard tell of them, kind of thing.
I've only had to deal with I've only had to fight one ever, right? So like we have to get out of here. They're scary. He doesn't seem to think it's a possibility, because he's bringing his 12-year-old son out here. He doesn't seem to think it's even remotely a possibility that they'll run into one until they do. And I think that given how common the appearance of them are as we move forward, that doesn't feel like it's meshing to me. We're disconnected here a little bit.
Yeah, maybe should have been established earlier on that hey, these things are pretty rare. We probably won't run into one, but I need to let you know what they are because holy shit, they are dangerous.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, even if he didn't want to do that, right? Like if trying to keep him, like I could see him trying to keep him, not freak him out, right?
Yeah,
but
that's true.
Yeah, but like we're gonna run into alphas a lot in this movie, and I think that is a not a great choice,
An
to
oversight.
make that. Yeah,
I mean, is it a lot?
Actually,
only two.
That's
two.
There is two.
Is there two or three? Because the soldiers get killed by one. Is that the same one they encounter?
Is that Samson?
I think that's pretty sure that's the same one.
Samson.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Samson.
And
Okay.
I mean, I don't know that there being two in a generally fairly large geographical area is still would make them not rare. But I guess it just seems like really bad luck, which, you know, not fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like to be like, okay, these are things that we essentially never run into, and it's like, well, in the span of a day, like
In the
main
span of a
characters
week, we're
this-
gonna run into 2 of them. Yeah.
Yeah, which unless I mean they made it say that like where there's one alpha, sometimes like a line saying they sometimes fight over territory. So it's like, well, if there's one here, it means
nice.
there might be more. So,
Mm-hmm.
but then it would kind of turn the movie into Aaron Taylor Johnson going back and be like, hey, I ran into an alpha. We need to think of a plan because there might be some more of them around now. Like, if
Like,
this
it would force him to have to take a more active role in the second half of the movie, which I wouldn't be opposed to.
Yeah. I think that would be a great idea, actually.
Agreed that that shelving Aaron Taylor Johnson was maybe not the best thing that this movie did.
Well, we only get one line for Samson later, where the doctor's like, "Oh, he's been here for like 3.5 years." I'm like, "What?" The fuck?
Well, we'll address that when we get to it too, because Jesus Christ, dude!
Jump
like,
ahead. We're still in the first movie here of the like 2 movies that this movie is.
Yeah.
That's like the only reference we get for like our alpha's territorial. Maybe.
We do not establish much
that's
about
kind of
them.
what I was getting at. That like maybe running into 2 isn't that strange if you've run into 1, but I think that the movie would have needed to do a bit more to make that clear, you know. Because then you could still have them be a super rare thing, but it's like, well, but where there's 1, sometimes there's more. Because, I mean, just in the name that they chose to use for them, alphas would mean that, yeah, these things are competitive. So this might be an area that a couple of them were fighting over. So there might be 2, there might even be 3, and then we're fucked. Kind of. Like, you know, it's something you could have done in a couple lines, and I think they probably should have.
Or why not even just have them stumble upon a dead alpha? And
that could be. That could be a good one, actually. Like, if they stumble upon a dead alpha with its, or like one of the infected's heads and spinal columns that have been ripped out, as is their signature move, because they're all big fans of Predator, apparently.
And Mortal Kombat.
I was gonna go with Sub-Zero, Mortal Kombat 1 fan.
Like if that was their signature. And they find an alpha head in the trees, and Aaron Taylor Johnson, their dad, is like, "Oh fuck, let's get out of here!" Like I think that would solve this for me, actually, completely, if we had that instead of just a stag's head. I like the scene where the stag's head gets ripped off, but we can create a little bit more world building that way. Like if the alphas are at each other's throats because they're sort of establishing territory and everything, that would be kind of cool to see.
I do like the idea of a bigger zombie enemy that's like a giant, for the reasons we talked about earlier, but and also just giving more weight to certain enemies. There's a lot you can do with that. I quibble with the fact that they're described as like, well, he says at one point, I've seen one take like 12 shots. It's like, it's such they're treated like a video gamey type thing where like you actually have to hit him a certain amount of times. Whereas like, I feel like if you shot him in the head with a bow and arrow, that should just kill him once. You know what I mean? Like, why do you need 12 shots? Like, obviously he can tank more damage, but if you hit him like straight between the eyes with an arrow, that should just kill him, right? And isn't that true for all of them?
Well, I mean, they say the alphas are supposed to be smarter. So my only thing would be, why not have that be a visual thing on the alphas? Why not have the alphas have like funny little shields on them? Yeah.
Oh, shields would be interesting, actually. Yeah, they have shields. They have reflexes. They can, sort of dodge or duck around. Yeah, that would be interesting.
And that's why they take 12 shots, because you can't exactly aim for the head because they know better.
Or even if you don't want to give them shields because you want them to be very primitive, creatures, like, if they have a bit more self-preservation instinct because they are smarter and they can dodge things, because we never see the other zombies dodge or take any evasive maneuvers. They just kind of run full bore right at you. So, like if the difficulty in killing them is obviously that they're bigger and stronger, but the big thing is that they're smarter, because basically this movie treats it like, they're just more durable. You need more shots to hit them. And so
And they
That's
can
why they're
also
so
like they
scary.
can weasel out hiding better, right? Like that's sort of
Sure.
their thing. Like we'll see a couple times their big advantage is that one of this one who they're about to establish follows them, like allows them to get away so that it can follow them to the causeway.
Yeah. We'll
Kind
get to
of.
that.
Well, yeah, we're about to.
Sorry, I just imagine an alpha with like a fucking skinny infected's torso using its intestines to wrap it around its arm and just using that as a makeshift shield.
Well,
That'd be so over the top.
Well,
But,
it would kind of fit with some of what's going to happen later. That is true.
There is one thing I want to mention quickly about their durability thing. We see a regular infected take an arrow in the leg, and it doesn't slow him down. Or
yeah, well, yeah,
and that kind of ruins the durability thing for me. It's like, well, they don't seem to be affected by what should be a serious injury, anyways.
Yeah, I was speaking of that leg injury, because that's about to come up where Spike will hit one in the leg, and Dad will turn and say, "No, head and heart." Mark, correct me if I'm wrong, but there is
it's very difficult to run after you've got a puncture wound to the leg.
Isn't there a pretty big artery in the leg as well?
Yeah, your femoral artery, which I mean,
Yeah.
like you could maybe say, okay, he didn't hit that, even though there was a ton of blood when he shot him. But yeah, you can die by being shot in the leg. That's
You would
not
have
a
trouble
safe place
running
to shoot
at full
someone.
speed, that's
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, I mean, and
You're
that's
at
the
least
bigger
incapacitated.
thing, right?
Yeah.
I think that
Half your
shooting it
quad
in
is
the
on
leg
ground.
probably should have disabled that one. And I think maybe like even if he said like just gave him a debrief afterwards, it's like, yeah, he's like, you did get the shot off and you hit him in the leg, so it couldn't keep running after us. But always go for the head and heart, because if we were in an area where we couldn't just keep running, that thing would still be a huge threat. Like I think that would have established the lesson and not made it so that the rage monsters still have full function of their leg after being shot with an arrow.
Speaking of the arrows, can we talk briefly about the fact that they never try to reclaim any of the arrows they shoot?
Also,
yeah, that was kind of bugging
that
me
was
too.
kind of annoying. And that, and also that like they're presumably meant to be foragers and like maybe spend multiple days out in the field at points, but they don't. We don't get to see the dad attempting to like make new arrows or anything.
Well, I assume
like,
the reclaim thing is because of the blood. I wouldn't want to touch anything that has infected blood on it.
Yeah,
it'd be great if they had gloves.
Why do they only have like 15 arrows?
Then maybe bring gloves and masks and goggles with you. I guess like because you're gonna need to reuse those arrows. Right? Like you have a limited
I think
supply.
so. I think she made a good point though. Like not wanting to recover at least arrows that have hit when it like a drop of that blood getting in and like a scratch that you didn't notice you had could be the end of your life, right? Like,
I think they probably could, if assuming they're not still running in the moment, reclaim some of them and like clean them and like put them in a fire and burn off whatever's on them. The main issue here is that they should have more arrows if they're never going to try and pick the ones that they shoot up, because they're going to run out of arrows really quickly. Like, I mean, super quickly. And it's like, guys, that's not good at all. It's really bad, actually.
I forgot to bring up this point. When they're exploring the house, he tells them to leave all the spoons and forks.
Yeah, we have plenty of spoons and forks and everything.
Yeah, but why wouldn't you take that to melt it down?
Yeah, the metal is important.
Thanks.
Maybe make armor out of it.
No, armor. No, that's not. No, we don't do that.
And
we
wear. I didn't get to mention it earlier because the conversation was going really strong, but part of the thing that bugs me about them not having armor either is the fact that when Frank is introduced in the first movie, he's literally wearing riot gear. He has a riot shield.
Yeah.
And the fact that no one else does, it's just...
Well, I mean, the first movie, like, Frank forgets about his riot gear as well, which is...
Yeah, in our discussion a couple
too.
weeks ago, that's one of the things we went over, that, like, self-defense means kind of get forgotten past the, like, halfway point of 28 days later.
Because that's a pretty sweet riot gear and riot shield setup he has that he just forgets for the second half of the movie. Like, if he was wearing that face shield, maybe a tiny drop of blood wouldn't have gotten in his eye. But yeah, so that's a problem with the first movie, but in this one, it's just especially bad, I think.
Yeah, you think a group of survivors who have been doing this for nearly 3 decades, would have come up with some self-defense mechanisms besides bow and arrow.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean, I guess on that point, I do think it's a bit strange that they don't also bring a melee weapon of some kind with them, like be it a sword, an axe, something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
like,
he does bring a knife,
but
it's
that's
a pocket knife.
Yeah, like I mean,
that never
that's
comes
not
back.
helping
That doesn't
you,
get used. Like,
and the range on that, like you have to get so
doesn't.
close to like. You have to get so close to kill anything with a tiny pocket knife, man. Like it's not the same as having a sword or a spear or something, right?
So a spear would be like you would think the ideal one, right? Like a machete like Selena had, but a spear is pretty like that one you can keep them at like a 4-5 foot distance, you know. The pocket knife, by the way, he does have, and we make a point to call out, "You've got your knife." Yeah, we're at the beginning of the scene. "You got your knife, right, Spike?" And he says, "Yeah." He never uses the pocket knife.
Oh, he uses it to threaten his dad later.
Yes, that's the big use that it gets.
And he uses it later in the train, and that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, he does the
to cut
opposite of killing.
God.
Wow.
That's right.
Oh my god, that's so deep.
Yeah. Oh wow.
You're welcome.
Whoa.
Oh wow.
That's good writing.
So yeah, the alphas are on him. They go back to the meadow, and we get actually a pretty fun scene. I like the setup of this one where there's one on the horizon staring at them, and then a bunch of them come over the hill and doing their weird janky running moves and silhouette, and it's pretty fucking cool.
It's certainly a cool shot, that's for sure.
Yeah. And Dad yells, "Get back to the trees! We got to get back to the trees!" And they take off and they run.
Something I want to mention quickly. At first, it's stand still because if you move, they might be able to see you. Then the alpha walks over who isn't jittering, and that's when Dad Man is like, "Oh fuck!"
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is interesting. Yeah. So like I guess the regular one's vision is based on movement, and the alpha's.
I don't know why we've established that here.
Well, maybe he's just sort of hoping, like, hey, maybe if we stay super still, they won't notice us.
Yeah, but if they get down to the grass, that might have been better than just standing still in the wide open field.
Like in Guardians of the Galaxy, if you just stand still.
I don't know why we're doing Jurassic Park rules.
Or Jurassic Park, yeah.
Yeah, but hey, it's a tiny thing.
What is a zombie but a tiny dinosaur?
Just zooms onto his massive dong.
They do move in herds.
Oh my god! So yeah, the zombies give chase, and they're in the woods, and we see, like Mark mentioned, some pretty cool tactical stuff. I like this, where you run. All right, now first shot, second shot, and then we run again. You know, I think that's pretty smart to include that. It seems like Dad knows what he's doing.
He says the word like 2-man drill, like so it's established that it's like no, this is something that they've practiced, and like that it's like this is how we survive with these weapons. And I like that was established, and Spike just, I guess, forgets how important that is immediately.
Well, we are going to get to that because I have a big problem with the way he with the way he decides to move forward here. I really don't like it.
Oh, we'll get there.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, 2-man drill. Spike is kind of nervous. He's missing his shots. He does hit someone in the leg and incapacitate them, but that's not good enough. Head and heart. They do take a few out, and they manage to get back to the empty shack where the guy was hanging upside down. And there's a loft that they can get up to that the infected probably won't be able to reach because it's a pretty big jump, and they can't do parkour. So that's good. That's good for them. And there's a nice tense moment. I did like get him up, trying to get Spike up into the attic, and he stumbles because they're coming in hot, and he's got to stop and take them out. I think that in isolation, this is a good scene. This is a lot of fun. It's really tense. I kind of breathed out at the end of it when they finally make it up into the. I enjoyed that a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And then they don't seem particularly concerned with whether or not the infected know they're up there, because it's not like they're like, shh, be quiet. They're just kind of like, okay,
they
good.
can't reach us up here.
Yeah, they can't reach us up here.
The big word is urgency here, which
Yes.
a lot of movies tend to forget. Like, he's currently helping the guy, helping his son up, and when that one infected comes up the stairs, he's like, all right, I'm just gonna let go and just fire away and release my arrow into his face. And that's exactly what he does, which then in turn makes Spike fall down. They have to do it again, and then they get up. So yeah, it's just good tension, and makes you believe that shit might go wrong.
Yeah, and I also really like the point of view shot from the zombie who's coming up the stairs, only to see, oh wait, there's no one here anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, there's some really strong choices like that. Question though, why didn't the Alpha follow them?
That's a big one.
Well,
yeah, that is a good
because it's
question.
watching from the hill.
Why?
How else are we going to get that creepy silhouette shot?
Yeah, that's kind of the thing.
Wanted
It's like,
some entertainment.
Why is that its plan? Like, if what it wants is them dead, then
Or part of
I
its
don't.
herd, I suppose. Like, what do the alphas want? Is a good question here.
It's a good question throughout, but especially in this moment, it should want to kill them. And so when it didn't, I was like, oh, okay, so they're smarter. Maybe he's going to like follow them or trail them later to like find his way to like wherever their home is. Like maybe he's got that sort of like 4D chess strategy going. That's not really what they do, unfortunately. But
kind of do it. They kind of do it.
No, because how he handles it is absolutely retarded if that's his plan. So like, no, I don't accept that. We'll get to it. But I basically just don't think there's a good reason he shouldn't be trying to kill them here based on what happens later.
I mean, yeah, I guess if his plan is to tail them, if we establish that, okay, that's why he doesn't kill them, then sending the flock to kill them might also have not been the best plan, right?
Yeah.
Like, well, if you do want to find their home, then why not just tail them and not even reveal yourself? But I guess also, like, we don't have a great idea of exactly how smart they are, so that can be a bit ambiguous.
Yeah.
Yeah. But aside from the fact that the Alpha doesn't chase them, I quite like this chase sequence, and I like how they end up in the attic. And as we're about to get to, there's some nice little character moments in the attic that I really appreciate. I don't remember if it's one of the first things said, but Spike is beating himself up for having missed so many of his shots. Mm-hmm. And the dad's like, hey man, you kept shooting. I've seen a lot of adults fail to even do that. Like, you did.
They can't even, they're shaking so bad they can't even get the arrow on the string. You did good, man.
You didn't freeze up. Like, you were still trying your best. You kept your head, and like, you didn't just go catatonic, which can sometimes happen to people in combat situations. So I
really like this. This
Yeah,
is really good. He's
nice,
a good
good
dad to him.
dads.
He's very supportive.
I can't wait to see the
Very
dynamic for the
encouraging.
next hour of this movie. It's going to be so good.
It's going to be so good, man.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe how refreshing it was, this scene. I was like, man, I was so in for this part of the movie. What a shame.
Yeah, and what they
the thing is, again, I said it before. Yeah, it just came back to me. It's just like so annoying because there's like, oh, here's our reason why they're not in their town right now. So obviously now they need to survive for the next hour and then get to the town, and then we close up there, and then I don't know, we got the alpha danger and we need to protect the town in the next movie, whatever. But that's just not gonna happen. Like, they have the perfect setup right now that they can't go back because the tide goes up, down, blah, blah, blah. So we can do all kinds of things until the next morning or whatever. Maybe they need to retreat to somewhere else because we get like this stampede going on in the next scene, I think, or whatever that was.
That's a dream sequence. Yeah, he's having a dream stampede happening.
Oh,
and
right. Yeah,
because the house is falling down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which
is kind of a callback. Yeah, that's just bad luck. Which is, you know, I kind of wish there was a more active antagonistic role going on here. But
like
you know,
the alpha maybe or something.
Like the bigger, stronger, 8-foot-tall alpha that can, that could hoof it faster than a football player. That would be, that'd be kind of interesting. Maybe
I liked his little dream sequence just in terms of how it was filmed and everything, and I liked there's like imagery of his mother
I laughed at that particular bit. Where she's just standing in the water, head is not in the water.
Just her head
looks
is
at
the
him,
only thing above
not
the water.
reacts. Like, I'm drowning.
There she is.
Just made me laugh.
I liked it. I liked that bit. Yeah, it's a good ride in Uncanny Valley. That's what
I can buy. That's how he feels, right? About his mom's current situation. I don't like where they go with it, but I just, I like the sort of dream sequence thing, the sort of blending, like what's actually happening with, what he's dreaming about. And then, of course, the attic collapses and they're like, well, fuck me. This old building just couldn't handle 2 guys chilling in the attic. So now we need to, we don't really have any other option. We need to go back towards the causeway.
Yeah, and he says, well, the low tide in. He says, it'll be low enough. It'll be low enough. Let's go. Which I liked. I was like, okay, well, he's basically keeping his calm. He's like, we got to go. The kid's asking questions. Kid's nervous. And he's just like, no, we'll be fine, And he's doing a good job. So they get back to the causeway. And this is where, like, I guess allows them to escape is the thing. He puts a homing beacon in their spaceship and they get back to the base. I don't. But either way, he comes. They get to the causeway and tide is low enough, as Dad said. Right, it's shin deep, so they can make their way across. There is a little bit of a lack of urgency that I think still maybe you should have. But
they get to the water and they're like, we did it. And it's like, you got a long walk.
You got a very long walk across and in water, man. Like that's you should probably not like. This is a moment where I'm like, maybe Dad should be like, we ain't over till it's over. Yes.
Also, I don't think you have like the time to get your boots off, right? Probably just leave them on and just start running.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know how that. I think it's easier to move in the water without your shoes in that
Probably.
instance.
I was kind of more thinking that if, like, in the event that you fall and have to swim, you can just swim a lot more easily if you don't have boots on your feet.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So they established that they can't swim it because the current will pull them out to sea, right? So I was sort of thinking that, like, maybe at some point one of them might like have to leap off the causeway, and there would be some, maybe some dramatics as he has to sort of fight the current to get back, and he manages to do it. That could have been an interesting thing to add to the little heroic celebration later.
Yeah, I was low-key expecting the dad to just tackle the alpha into the water at some point to save the son.
Yeah, I was expecting the dad to
die in this scene.
Again, expecting a longer journey with the father and son. I was expecting the dad to die at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been
in a sort of heroic sacrifice kind of deal. And then
and especially once we get past this point and establish the father's, negative traits and sort of have a redemptive moment for him, that would be
let's stop the podcast here.
we could so they start going across the causeway, maybe with a little less urgency than I would like, but they're getting there. And the alpha comes barreling out of the tree line.
Okay, but before that, like the thing the alpha does that I think bothered me the most of anything, that like when did he gain the ability to summon ravens?
That
honestly, like to me, was the weirdest thing in this movie. I was like, okay, well, why? How?
Yeah, that didn't make sense. I think it was just for dramatic
Yeah,
effect.
they wanted a
Yeah,
cool
it was
shot,
just
I think, yeah.
I forgot about that.
Because it's not even like he just screams really loud and disturbs a bunch of birds. Like, he summons them to attack. Which I was like,
Right.
wait, hold on.
Maybe they're all infected ravens. I don't know.
But if that's the case, the entire world is fucked.
Yeah. If
like,
birds are infected, we are screwed. Like,
Yeah, it's over.
No, I think they established
they
in
don't
the
have any trouble
they-
crossing the causeway.
Well,
They
I'm
can
sure
fly.
they would be because remember in 28 days when the blood drips into his eye, the crow is eating that infected corpse.
Well, yeah,
I
but
think
then, like in
those-
28 weeks, they say it didn't jump species.
Yeah.
But it obviously
But
evolved in
it
this
started
one,
from a monkey to a
yeah,
human. So really, nobody knows what we're doing.
that too. Yeah.
Oh, God, yeah.
In fact,
Oh,
there's
man,
a swarm
man.
of rats in 28 days when they're in the tunnel, and the rats aren't rage infected, so
Yeah.
Yeah,
maybe
they
most
call back to
animals
that
are
in this one,
fine,
too.
but
They call back to the rats in this one. There's a swarm of
right
rats.
when they go into the
Yeah.
train.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But yeah.
I think like this movie does actually, honestly, most zombie movies would be very difficult to explain as why everyone is not dead if birds can be infected.
Yeah.
Like, it would be so over.
That'll be a
'Cause,
bad
like,
time for everyone.
Where could you ever hide, and how could you ever ensure that you've cleared an area? Because it's like, man,
It's like a birdemic.
they have like AA drones and- yeah.
Dun, 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 dun.
Good night, everybody.
Yeah.
Oh,
Anyways,
my
like,
goodness.
yeah,
The
so-
But yeah, so
outside.
he screams in some raven. Like I forgot about the raven summoning. That's such a weird
Yeah,
outlier
like-
because it's never coming back.
Hold on,
Like,
I'm
the
sorry.
birds-
There's 3 Birdemic movies?
I guess so.
Unfortunately.
Sorry, just
4,
Google that.
including
And
this
so,
one.
4. That's 4 too many, probably.
including this one. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Go
Yeah,
on.
no,
was
yeah,
just
I
shocked
just
by
wanted
this
to get that out of
information.
the way because like in this whole first act, I think the alpha summoning the ravens was the thing that bothered me the most because I was just like, wait, hold on. Like,
No,
what are
why
we
did
doing
that
here?
happen?
Wait a
So
minute.
one of our chatters just said Krebine from England. I remembered that in the theater. I was like, is he like communicating with the crows? Is he like Saruman guiding the
Oh, no.
crows
Well, like,
and
that's the
spying
thing,
on
it's
them?
like, are they actually magic, like medieval fantasy monsters at this point? Like, I knew there was like some allusions to that, but not. I didn't think it was literal.
Dude,
None of
I
the
thought.
other. Well, the other alpha do anything similar to this. So like, do they
Imagine
each
this is-
gain their own special power?
But this is where this is going. Like the rest of the world, just as we know it, but just England and the UK just becomes this fantasy medieval world with like alpha monsters that summon birds and start throwing fireballs and shit.
Orc class and ogre class
Yeah.
monsters. The ogres are magic, also.
So they narrowly escaped the birds. His flock of ravens spell did not cast properly,
Damn it.
and then they look behind them, and he is hard,
Barreling.
just like barreling towards them.
Luckily for them, he's not hard right now.
I was thinking the
Oh my
same thing.
god.
Well, he might have been. Maybe that's why they were so terrified.
He's like, oh god.
Oh God, run! But he is like really coming at him right now, and he's got fantastic form for running through the water.
Oh, yeah.
Kicking up streams of kicking up wakes behind him, and they have to get going. They're blowing whistles. This is also where we find out that the guard I guess just is accustomed to falling asleep at their post, like the whole guard
Pretty cool.
of the island. You know, I understand that happens sometimes, but you'd think that.
I mean,
I don't
like,
know,
so if you've got 2 people on a sentry duty and one guy's getting tired, generally you'll say like, okay, well, take half an hour and then
I mean, just
I'll
3
wake you up, and then I'll take half an hour.
Yeah.
Like, you do shifts, right?
Yeah.
There's 2 people in the tower and 3 more below the tower. Like you could have just like, hey, can
Yeah.
you take the shift a bit so I can have a nappy?
Yeah, you'd think that maybe an hour or 4-hour rotation would be something that
Well,
happens
they
to
probably
prevent
are
all
on,
of them
like,
falling asleep.
less so than full shifts, being like, while we're on here and it's a night shift and we're getting tired just because humans tend to get tired at nighttime. Like less like it's not go home and go to sleep. It's like, okay, take a little nap. I'll be sure to be awake. But if anything happens, I'm waking you up right away, and then I don't have to go like find you in your bed, right? Like you're still right here.
Yeah, the fact that all of them are asleep kind of bothers me. I would say, but we're creating tension. So the whistles are blowing. They all wake up and they snap into action. Good for them. They're calling out orders. We're getting more illusion, more juxtaposition of these old medieval movies of archers, longbowmen shooting down cavalry. And they're getting ready, and you know what? I like
they're
it.
Playing
I think
like a really odd, like classical sounding piece that sounds like it's Wagner or something. It's like
really?
the vibe is very strange.
Yes,
in a good way. I think it's kind of fun. The music is very, clashing with the threat that's happening in a way that I actually find really interesting.
Yeah, music's used strangely in this. Even at the beginning, the music from the trailer is sort of playing over them crossing the bridge and stuff, and
the boots montage kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's sort of a like music video style of like editing and directing. But I didn't hate it.
This is a really effective sequence
I like this,
in isolation. Yeah. So this is the reason I don't accept the idea. Let's finish the sequence first. What happens?
Well, they there's some close calls, but eventually the crew on the top get one of their ballista lit up, and they fire this massive bolt straight into the heart of the Alpha. It kind of looks like he explodes a little bit, which is and that adds a little bit to the tension as they move. They get to the gate. They're waiting to see. Now, okay, they get to the gate, and they're banging on the gate, like screaming to be let in. Let us in! Let us in!
Mm-hmm.
And the old woman is like, wait, we got to make sure they're not about to turn.
Right.
He's very frantic. And now, am I wrong? There was only the one Alpha chasing them, right?
Pretty sure, yeah.
Yeah. So the threat is done.
Well, they want to make sure they're not infected, and they're being cautious.
What I'm saying is that the frantic response of like banging on the gate and freaking out about being let in.
Hey man, they're pretty worked up. All right.
Okay, that's fair.
I think you'd be terrified still as well. What if he gets back up or something? I can buy that. He's a little frantic. He's just running for his life with his kid.
Yeah. But they're clear. They're in, and now we're at the triumph. Spike's triumph.
Before we get on to that, the reason I don't buy that the Alpha was like, I'm gonna wait and watch and tail them so I can figure out where their home is because he just tries to bum rush them before they can get there, and then just gets killed in the process. Like he didn't watch them and see where they go, and then went, I'm going to get a horde of zombies, and we're going to come attack this place later, which is what I thought was going to happen when the Alpha didn't immediately follow them. And I'm like, oh, cool. Now we can have like a siege kind of scene. Like, what if he chased them all the way there, and then like right at the last second he stopped or something like that, and then he left? Like, that'd be kind of terrifying. Like, because maybe now he knows where they are. Maybe he's going to come back. There's a lot of possibilities there that might explain why he didn't just immediately chase after them when they first saw him in the field. But as is, he did just want to kill them. And he just, very conveniently for the story, never chased them when they would have actually been in danger, and waited to the last possible moment when they could have escaped. I'm like, that's just really cheap and convenient, in my opinion.
Yeah. I see what you're saying. I take your point, because like if it had been watching and learning how they get across the water, that would have been one thing.
Yeah, that would have been kind of terrifying, right?
Yeah,
adding to the like, oh shit, they're smart now. That's not good.
Yeah, if you got a shot of him walking up to the causeway and he just kneels down and looks at it and sees the land under the water to cross, and then you get a shot like the next evening or the next day at some point, and he has a whole swarm of zombies with him.
Yeah. Or if that becomes the conflict for the second half of the movie, is like then now there's a problem because, or a conflict within the second half of the movie that could be interesting is like, the village has to defend itself against a horde that has been clued in to how to get there. Yeah, that could work.
Horde with the boss.
Yeah. Instead, we're actually almost done with the village for the duration
and
of
that's the
the
craziest
film.
thing. Because I was like, oh, but this village is interesting. And I thought, surely, this world we established at the beginning of the movie is going to be important for the rest of the movie. No, not really, actually.
Nope. At least not in
That's
this
a shame.
movie.
Yeah, pretty much the best part of the movie's done.
Triumphant return. At this point, I'm still in, right? Because I love the excitement that they have when he comes back and the heroic welcome, and they're all singing and dancing and celebrating him. That's really cool. That's it's similar to how they're all clapping and cheering for him when he was about to go on the journey. I was like, this is nice. I like this little community.
You even see a couple of shots in between their adventure where you see them kind of setting the tables for when they come back and get ready for the party. It's like, look, it's like a big interesting happening for them. We got a new man here now. He's coming back. Possibly has his first kill. Done some scouting. Yeah, it's gonna be a good time. We're gonna have fun when you come back.
So for me, I thought those shots were going to set up that they had this big welcome back party ready for them, but they got cut off by the tide. So Aaron Taylor Johnson and Spike are on an adventure for the whole of this movie.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh my God, they're not coming back. And then that would create drama with the mom being like, I knew it. He killed my son by bringing him out there. And, But the movie just takes a hard left turn and just does something entirely different.
Yeah, man. It's crazy.
And again, if they did have the father and son out there and only the son returns, the father sacrifices himself at some point, like I mentioned earlier, you could have that whole
party would be kind of a bummer. It's like
but you could also have an emotional payoff at the end of the movie when the son does return despite everything that he's been through.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They don't even do that. How crazy
is
that? Anyway.
I think that's the thing. It's like the whole the God of War 2018 setup in Act 1 is just it's almost like a feint. It's like no, that's not the story we're telling at all. The dad actually sucks, and here's why.
Yeah, we're about to get to that because we're gonna lay it on thick with the dad in a very short amount of time. But they get back, and the dad is telling tales of their heroic journey, and he's embellishing, to say the very least. He calls his son a giant killer, which obviously that didn't happen, and so the son is made a bit uncomfortable by these things that he's saying that aren't really true. He's making him seem like he's better than he is.
I guess he did. They did lure the alpha into the town's defenses, where the alpha was then killed.
Lure is a strong word, but
he got the assist. He's on the board with the assist.
He's got the assist. That's true. And so everyone's cheering and drinking and all that sort of stuff. And I like the kid drinks a little bit too, but then he gets drunk and throws up directly onto the camera. That's kind of funny.
Yeah.
And then he sees
the train spotting shot.
So as the party goes on, everyone's celebrating their return. He sees his dad wander off with some young lady that isn't his wife / Spike's mother. And he's like, uh-oh, what's that about? So he follows them. And he sees him go down on her and go under her dress. Maybe he's just the town gynecologist. You never know.
No.
Well, I mean, they might need one.
No, they don't have doctors. We're going to establish that pretty soon.
No. So he's like, he's cheating on my mom. Now, at first, when I didn't know where this story was going, I was like, okay, that is an interesting little bit, giving him a flaw. That totally works for me.
Yeah.
There's some nuance here, and it's like, he's a good dad to him, but clearly he's struggling with the fact that his wife is slowly dying because, as we saw earlier, when they do interact, she's very hostile towards him.
Yeah.
So there's no love there anymore, and it's just really difficult for him. And so he's looking for that, love and affection elsewhere. That is a totally believable flaw for his character to have.
Yeah, I also, we forgot to mention earlier that while they're camped out in the cottage, in the attic in the cottage, Spike sees a fire burning way off in the distance.
That was very important.
This is actually hugely important. Yeah, can't believe we forgot.
He
sees a fire burning way off in the distance. Yeah, he sees a fire burning way off in the distance, and he asks his dad, what do you think that is? What is that? And his dad says, I don't know, never been there, and just kind of brushes him off. And Spike asks another question. He says, I don't know, man. I've never been there. Stop asking me. He's a little bit defensive about it, and Spike drops it, and then all that continues. So after Spike watches his dad do cunnilingus on a strange lady in an alley, he goes home because he's a little bit depressed, understandably, from what he's just witnessed. And he has a conversation with Grandpa about it. And he mentions, that his dad has lied. He's embellishing a little bit and making him sound like some sort of hero when he's not. And he doesn't like that very much. That clashes with his idea of what being a bold hunter is. He mentions also that there's the fire going on. And Grandpa says, "Oh, was it to the southeast?" And Spike nods and he goes, "Well, that would be Dr. Dr. Ray Fiennes. Dr. Ray Fiennes.
I don't remember his name. Kettering, it begins with a K. I don't remember what it is.
Kensing? Wait, where's
that? He actually doesn't.
I think it's Kelman.
Kelson.
Kelson or Kelman.
It was
Thanks, IMDb.
Dr. Kelson. Yes, thank you, IMDb.
He says that'll be old Kelson. I wonder if it was old Ben out there in the... I wonder if he means Ben Kenobi.
I mean, honestly, it's not all that different. It's like, oh, no, stay away from him. He's trouble. And he's like...
Well, he doesn't even say that. He says, like, can you believe my GP back in the day? And he's like, what's a GP? Oh, it's a doctor. And that... Okay, so we've had this is an important thing to establish here because this is our big conflict that's going to prompt Spike's development moving forward, right? So he's uncomfortable with his dad embellishing his achievements in the field. He doesn't like that because it's a little bit of an imposter syndrome. Yeah. He doesn't feel like he earned it.
He also sees it as an example of his dad being very provably, at least to him, dishonest.
Yeah, that's a big part of it. Yeah. There's also the cheating, right?
Yeah,
that he witnesses. So we've got that.
Man,
and
I'm just getting
all
really
three
annoyed.
of them hit on dishonesty.
I'm getting really annoyed because we don't get anything more with the dad. There's so many fucking things they could have talked about. It was like, oh yeah, like they never have a conversation with each other. It's like, wait, why are you talking all this bollocks to these people? Like, clearly you've been hyping me up way more than I actually was. And what about all the things you've done? This is even true. And then they could have had things like, listen, we've been here for like 28 years. People need something to look forward to, some hope. So we're going to give them some stories that might not be completely true. And just give them...
that talk,
honestly,
like,
no, I mean, it's not, really not particularly.
But I mean...
Wait, I don't think they did have that conversation.
I do not remember them having that conversation.
No, don't they have that? Or I mean, not like with the specific points, but I mean, because when he confronts him on Dr. Kelson, and like he also kind of doesn't he mention something about him saying things about him that weren't true at the party, and then kind of implies that he knows what's going on with that other girl?
Yeah, to Metal's point, they don't have a conversation about that as its own thing at all, and I think that's a real missed opportunity.
He has a conversation with Grandpa about it. He says, he's making it sound like I'm some sort of hero, and I'm not. And Grandpa says, well, I expect to him, you probably are. And that's an interesting line that I actually really liked.
Yeah.
And okay, so basically all three of the points of conflict between Spike and his dad are about him being dishonest, right? Because he finds out in the course of the same night that he's a liar. He likes to embellish. That he's cheating on his mom, and that he lied about there being a doctor available to them.
Yeah, which is the big one to Spike, at least.
Well, well, that's the biggest one is that, but I think the other two are pretty, like, he sticks with that pretty importantly. I think, given the fact that Dad is about to disappear from the movie entirely, this feels like an incredible missed opportunity, because why isn't he in the rest of the film with him? Why did he... The choice to make Spike go off on his own and to just sort of leave this unresolved and to have the dad just sort of sit in the sidelines until the end is such a waste.
It's awful.
A colossal waste.
Like, as like Kelsey pointed out in her blurb at the beginning, it also kind of doesn't make sense with how like Dad deals with Spike through most of the movie. Like, because I like, if anything is going to make anyone break the rule of once you go out, no one's ever going to rescue you, it's your kid who you just had a conflict with, who
your wife
might
who is dying.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, I guess like at least he seems to be under the impression that the wife is probably going to die soon, regardless. So I think it's mostly that, more so than the wife being in danger. It's like Spike might die hating me. And like
there's also the fact that
I would rather go out die trying to save my son than have him and my wife die with both of them just thinking I'm a piece of shit who doesn't care about either of them. And so him staying on the sidelines kind of just doesn't make sense for the character.
And the weirdest part is the cutoff is so abrupt. Like he runs away, and then we don't even see a scene from the dad where he's like, "Wait, where's my son? Let me out of here," or something.
Yeah. They don't like put him in chains or something.
Yeah,
and say, nope, that's the rule. We can't risk you. Like we'll give them a day, and that's it. Like they're coming back on their own or not at all. Because if you go out there and die, we've lost one of our good hunters in addition to Spike into one of our future hunters. But there's no scene of that.
He would absolutely go chasing after them. He would not let anyone else stop him from doing so. Also,
like, if Spike can escape, so can the dad. I'm sorry.
And even if the wife isn't a driving factor because he's resigned to her death and they're strained already, he's at least going to understand that her erratic behavior is incredibly likely to get Spike killed.
Spike killed, exactly.
Because it basically should have in this movie. We'll get to it.
100 times.
Well, the other thing is, and I know we're jumping ahead a little bit here. He knows exactly where they're going.
Yeah.
So, he knows exactly where they're going.
Yeah.
Although. Actually, wait. Have we gotten to their conversation yet, or did we kind of?
No, we haven't.
No, we skipped over it.
We're
just so excited to complain about it.
Because I have thoughts on the reason why they don't go find the doctor. Also.
Yeah, I suppose.
Me too.
We'll get back to that.
Yeah. So we got to the point where Spike is having the conversation with Grandpa, and he sends Grandpa to the party and just stays with his mom. Which is this because that's really the moment where we sort of establish the three big problems that Spike has with his dad. Right? Are those three? And so then the next morning,
there's another one coming.
Oh, there's another. Yeah.
I was gonna say that I did like the shot of him kind of snuggling up with his mom. I thought that was pretty cute.
Yeah. No, I like that.
Nice
I think that there's nice moments in here. I think this is really where everything is kind of starting to go off the rails for me. This is where the movie really starts to like stumble and make a lot of unforced errors.
Give this sequence the points that it has. It was like him like kind of cuddling up to his mom and then saying like, "No, Mom, it's okay, I'm here." Like I was like, "Oh, that's sweet."
Yeah. So the next morning, Dad stumbles home, and he kind of is shocked that Spike, is like, "I didn't see. Where are you at the party very much? Where'd you end up?" And she says something like, "You look like you've been dragged through a hedge." He's like, "I probably was. I woke up and they collapse on bed together." But Spike isn't really feeling it because he's got a little secret knowledge that he doesn't want to reveal. And so he leaves, and then the relation, the between Mom and Dad sort of sours, and Dad gets up to go make breakfast. And
Spike's like, "Dad, why does your face smell like that?"
So they go down to start making breakfast, and this is Spike's confrontation with Dad. And he's not happy about it. He's why didn't you tell me there was a doctor? Why are you sneaking around with that other guy's wife? You think that he would be very happy about that? He hits him in this argument. It escalates to the point where Dad smacks Spike across the face, and then you sort of see him. I mean, you see him immediately, right? Like he's
he regrets it immediately. Yeah, but he's like, this is just another strike in the movie's opinion on him
Yes.
as like a justification for why we don't need to care about the dad anymore.
Yes.
Yeah, and I kind of think it muddies the waters and was sort of unnecessary. I was like, I don't think you needed that. I think you've already given Spike enough reasons to be very, very resentful of the dad, and I think having him strike him was like, I don't know. I think if anything, it makes it less ambiguous and therefore less interesting.
Yes, but here's the thing. We need to separate them and not feel bad about the fact that he's going to be gone from basically the rest of the movie. So the writer's like, all right, what's an easy way of accomplishing that? Well, he cheated on his sick wife, so that means he sucks. He lied about there being a doctor, so that means he sucks. Oh, and he hit him too. Ooh, there you go.
And he lied to the whole town about his accomplishments. So it's a quadruple hit. Yeah, this guy's a piece of shit.
I think you're gonna need that third strike. I'm just like, I think that made it. It's the like, I don't know. It's the interview saying, oh, by the way, they could have found a cure in The Last of Us, so Joel was actually a bad guy for real. You know, it's like, well, isn't the question more interesting when there's a bit of ambiguity to like what exactly is going on here? Like, I don't know. I don't think you need to make it that.
We're just gonna pile up reasons all in the span of like 2 minutes of movie time, so we can rush to the next movie that we have here. Which is it's just so lame. But so when does he mention why that he can't go?
It's
to
right here.
He tells
the story here, and holy shit, was this not a good enough reason?
This is I legitimately leaned over.
Terrible.
And I leaned over to my girlfriend at this because she made a face at me when this line came up, and I was like, "There's got to be more. There's got to be more." Like, he's established as like he embellishes. He's a liar. There has to be a history somewhere, right?
I mean, like, this would be the time to embellish, because all you said is, like, it was a terrible stench of death. We got over the hill. There was a whole bunch of bodies. And then he seemed to be super friendly and like saying like, yeah, here, come check out what I'm doing. And we were like, yeah, we never went back. It's like,
we never went back. We ran away.
What could he have done there?
It was too horrible.
Like, I was like, hold on. It kind of sounds like considering he was a guy standing over a bunch of bodies that he was like systematically burning.
Yeah.
What could he have done to seem like less of a threat? I can't think of an answer to that.
And I think in the clip they showed during, I don't remember him having like any kind of weapon on him or anything that implies
he's literally got a corpse over his shoulder, and he kind of turns around, looks at him, and he just kind of very friendly waves and goes like, "Come on down.
Like,
why don't you
come over here?" Like, and it's like, wait, hold on. It's like, why would, especially if he's a guy like, it's like, oh, that's Dr. Kelson. What's he doing? Like, what the hell? This seems really strange. And he's saying, hey, guys, come down. Would you not want to go talk to him when you're a group of armed men? That, like, you could probably protect yourself, right?
Considering how important...
I never understood why he was, like, so weirded out about the body pyre, because, like, he was just, burning them so they wouldn't get desecrated by the infected and stuff. That's admirable. Like, there's nothing to be weirded out about that. Maybe, like, his willingness to touch bodies and mess around with their skulls and stuff like that, like, that might be weird to the average person, but I don't think what he was doing what he was doing was inherently wrong. So
it's so funny, because if they would have encountered him like in the current timeline we are looking at, when he has like these big corpse piles and towers built, I was like, yeah, maybe I'm not gonna go there right now, that looks a bit threatening. But here's just like, yeah, it's corpses and he's burning them, so they probably don't stink up the place anymore when he's done.
Yeah, like, perfectly reasonable thing to do in the situation.
It's like, and it's also bait for the infected to leave corpses around and stuff. So to burn them, would make sense.
General illness too. It's like maybe having a bunch of corpses around and not either burying them or cremating them is a bad idea. So a doctor cremating a bunch of corpses is like, why do you have an issue with this?
For real, I don't.
Why do you have an issue with this when you have no doctors in your village and he's a fucking doctor?
Okay.
Like, you should be doing everything you can to bring him back.
We need to talk about this, because there is no way they wouldn't have a doctor.
Mm-hmm.
Period. Yeah. They act like, oh my god, I thought doctors were extinct. Like, fucking what? No, you would just have someone who's the doctor, even if he sucks. That would just be like whoever's got the best idea of how to handle basic things like that.
His
It
mom
would be
was a
the
nurse.
doctor.
That's close
They
as we
can-
get.
They
Yes.
can forge they can forge for books, right? Like, because I mean, ultimately,
Yeah.
it's
They
like
can-
you
yeah,
got
there's abandoned
school,
hospitals.
you're teaching kids science and math, presumably. Like I mean, because you're not only teaching them how to shoot infected, because they like the mom does say like, "Are you going to school today?" So it's like, okay, so as you're doing like secondary and post-secondary level education, why don't you pick the kids that seem to have the best best grasp on science, math, all the things that you would need in order to become a doctor? Give them every single anatomy, physiology, and like every medical textbook you can find. Have them study the living hell out of it, and it will only take so many generations of that before you've got someone that is basically a doctor. You know, and that should be priority one.
Yeah, they would have a doctor, and this is a quick and easy fix. This is part of my big issue with this movie, is that there are a lot of things that could be fixed pretty simply. And one of the simple fixes here is that they have a doctor, they're just not very good. Like they're a doctor who was like, I don't know, they were a firefighter, so they have some basic training, but how to handle someone with brain cancer, they don't know anything about that.
I mean, it would be if we all just ended up in a society, I would probably be the doctor because I'm an army medic, but I can't help you with brain cancer. I'm sorry, that's just not.
Wow,
that is not
sounds like you're a
practice.
bad medic, Marc. Wow.
I mean, well, you know, it's been a long time since working at my clinic. I've had a brain cancer patient that they've been like, okay, QL5 medtech, figure out a way to fix this.
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean? I give him some Tylenol and Advil. I guess that's pretty much it. I don't need a doctor to sign off on any more powerful meds.
Well, I'm sorry to say, I don't think even a qualified doctor can deal with cancer without the proper equipment. So
I mean, we're gonna get to that point like later on. Like that's sort of
that is what the movie's going to conclude essentially. But considering how unbelievably important it is to the story of this movie that the dad doesn't trust Dr. Kelson, you have to have a better reason than this, because this is unfathomably stupid. Everything Dr. Kelson is doing is eminently reasonable, and he seemed very friendly. And they're like, nah, he's insane, man. It's like, no, you need to do better. This is awful.
Well, and like even as Kelsey was saying there, why not have them find him once he's already constructed like bone temples, right? Because like at that point you could be like, we got over the hill and there were like towers of bones, and none of us want to go anywhere near that because it's really, really strange, and we feel like he might end up killing us.
Yeah.
See, at the very least, that would be better. Yeah, that would be better than what we got.
How long ago did he say he ran into him?
It wasn't it like 3 years ago? Like,
I don't remember if
No.
they give a specific time frame. It's just like once I was out
10 years,
there.
maybe, and no one's seen it. No one's tried it in 10 years. I think there is a line where he does give a time frame of when that was.
Just like
And
if
in the
this guy's
10
been
years,
doing
since
this,
no one's, I think it was 10 maybe.
if he's been doing this for 30 years, he should at least have some of the bone piles starting to
Foundations should be begun.
grow.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean, I
it
guess they
looks
didn't
like
get
he's-
close enough to see that.
No, he waved at them, and that was too scary.
Yeah, that's like
He was
that's the
just
part that I
standing
think
there
bothers me the
menacingly.
absolute most. It's like, wait, no, hold on. What was scary about him? It's like he just waved at us like there was
He
nothing
waved
wrong
and
with him being around a bunch of bodies.
like
It's
signaled us to come by.
And this is why you decided
Fuck
our
you.
camp should not have any medical support at all forever? What do you mean, Dad? Are you insane? I'm going out now. You want to come with me?
He was being nice. That freak.
Yeah. Not great.
No.
No. Really bad, actually. So this leads to a big confrontation. The biggest confrontation. Spike goes upstairs to see to his mom, and Dad comes up to see if there's anything he can do, and Spike comes out and threatens to kill him with his pocket knife.
Yeah.
That's a really big, quick,
It's a big step. Yeah.
dramatic step for one slap across the face. In
He
the heat of
saved
the
your
moment.
life several times over, like within 24 hours. Like
yesterday.
yeah, that's what I mean.
2 days ago.
Yeah.
It was
Although,
recent.
Granted, I don't like. I'm not justifying what Spike did. I do think it was a bad idea, but at the same time, I guess I can see why a 12-year-old might escalate that hard. As far as
I was
like how
gonna
angry
say,
he
like,
is.
kids are impulsive, and he also just witnessed his dad cheat on his mom while his mom's obviously dying. So, like, he's probably feeling a lot of emotion, and just did that impulsively, just like, get out of here. You know, obviously you don't care. I'm the only one that cares, and it probably hurts him. You know, like kids that young take things to heart. It's traumatic. So I can kind of justify it that way, but it is a leap. You're right.
I
More
don't
so
know.
than
Like,
that too,
I know,
he does
yeah.
imply that he thinks the dad wants the mom to die, like actively,
Yeah, that
so that he
too,
can
because
go
he's
be with
not
that other
searching
woman.
for. Yeah, that too, and also the
What
fact
I-
that he just doesn't put any effort in trying to get to that doctor.
What I thought was going to happen was that Spike would sort of essentially guilt his dad into going on this excursion to find the
Yes.
doctor.
Yeah.
And that they'd go together, and the dad isn't going to be thrilled about it, but he's going to feel bad about, you know, letting Spike believe that he doesn't care about the mother. You know what I mean? And so
That
then they'd
would've
go
been a
off on a
better
journey
plan.
together because Spike should know that he can't do this on his own.
One of the big problems that he has with his father is that he feels like his dad embellished the story about him to the point that it made him seem more competent than he actually was. So I'm
Yes.
not really buying that he thinks he can just go it alone now, regardless of whether or not he's impulsive and a kid. That doesn't
He's got his own
really
hype.
that doesn't fly for me. And I
I would half
understand
expect
that
him
he
to,
makes.
Sorry, I would have to expect him to try and, if he's not going to convince his dad because he's too upset with his dad, whatever, that maybe he try to convince the grandpa to come with him or somebody,
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah, the dude whose post he takes over at when the fire happens, like anyone, because what have you been taught? Your 2-man drill.
But then again, kids always do stupid things because they think they're invincible to some degree. So
He doesn't think he's
He doesn't think
invincible.
that.
Yeah, like
well,
and
yeah,
I mean,
but
that's
they
the
still
problem.
do
Like,
stupid things, and his love for his mom is obviously super great, and he thinks that he's never gonna crack his dad probably because of how firm his dad was on not going to that doctor. So he probably was just like, you know what, it's up to me. I'm officially a man now because I've been taken out for the first time, and you know, it's
Yeah.
not like super far fetched.
It's not
Granted-
impossible. It's thin because, for the reasons we mentioned already, he doesn't feel invincible. He doesn't feel like he's ready for this yet. That's what we just experienced in the whole last day and a half.
But when
Is
you
that-
feel like you have no choice, you do stupid
that's
things,
the part
like
that-
losing his mom.
I can I can understand. Like I didn't say it's impossible, but it is just like, it's crazy that he just decides to go on his own.
and I mean, I
Yeah.
think the thing about it is, like, assuming he decides to go on his own, I think that's a jump, but I feel like I could get there for it, like for like, again, the reasons Kelsey was saying about him, like, just being like, no, I can't trust my dad. I need to do this on my own. Then the next thing that I was blown away by is bringing the mom.
Yeah, bringing the mom
Yeah,
was
that
Yeah.
also.
I was like,
so the
Dude,
kids.
step
I
one
can-
might be contact the doctor and say, "Hey, look, I've been told that you're a crazy, violent psychopath person, and I came out here alone because I've got to take the chance that you're not. My mom
I
is
agree with
very
you, Marc.
sick.
Because
need
like
you,
she's such a liability, dude. Like, why would you do
Yeah.
that? And especially if you were responsible for getting her killed because you led her into infected while you're trying to save her life is crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And I can buy that kids would do something stupid if we hadn't just spent a bunch of time establishing that the main conflict between him and his father is sort of the opposite of what he's about to do. You know, everything that he's about to do is not. It doesn't tie into what he's experiencing here. Like he doesn't feel capable. He doesn't feel invincible. His mom is sick and he feels like he needs to try. And then his reaction is going to be, instead of trying to convince his dad or guilt his dad to coming with him or convince the older guy to coming with him because, you know, he doesn't feel like he can handle it on his own, he decides, no, I'm the man. I'm going to do it. I'm going to take my mom with me, who he's aware that she's kind of irrational and can fly off the handle at any, like, you know, he knows this about her. But he's like, yeah, I'm gonna take her with me, and it's gonna be fine. We're gonna make it there. You know, I'm gonna find a way to do it. It just doesn't work for me moving forward like this, especially when the father's not going to be involved, right? Like if it's one of those things like he goes to his dad and says, we have to go get the doctor, and the dad's like, I'm not doing that. No, absolutely not. We're not risking that. And he goes, well, then I'm going to do it myself anyway. And then the dad follows him. I'm a little bit more on board with this, you know?
Yes.
But the way it's set up here,
followed them either way.
Regardless, the dad should have come with them, because
followed behind or something.
Yeah,
like
follow.
That. Yeah.
He's about to start a fire to cause a distraction to sneak out of the front gate. Now, I didn't notice. I didn't notice what building he sets on fire.
It's like a supply shed.
Yeah.
Okay, so it is a supply shed. That's crazy. You set the supply shed for, like, we've established that supplies are in short order here. There's signs all over it that says take only what you need, and he lit that on fire to get them away from the gate so he could sneak out with his infirm mother.
So I think the reason for that is the sense of urgency that would cause. Yeah. Like, that would get everybody away from the gate to be like, oh my god, save the supplies. So
wouldn't any fire?
Well,
I don't know.
Maybe not. I think she's right.
Because
I don't know,
like,
but you're talking about pulling the guy who's on watch off the like the idea of the guy who is like, no, I'm on watch and I'm the one who's got to like ring this if another alpha tries to run across that land bridge that happened like yesterday, then I think you would need to make it a situation that sounds important enough to be like, no, they do need your help right now, and that's why I'm here. I'm going to be on the bell.
Well, but he doesn't come to them and say the supply shed's on fire. He says there's a fire. They said to just bring anybody, right? Like he doesn't. Okay. Yeah, he doesn't specifically say it's the supply shed. It just looks like one, right? So it's not that they use that as leverage to sort of get that guy off the thing. He just comes up. He manages to just sell the fact that because there's a fire, they sent him, and you need to go.
But also, I think we're examining the kid a little too much as if he was a full-grown adult with, like, more rational thinking, because he still is just a 12-year-old at the end of the day.
Do you think a 12-year-old in this world would deliberately sabotage the supply shed of everyone here?
Possibly, yeah. There's not a lot of smart 12-year-olds nowadays. But yeah, I think they rationalize things in their own way, and it may be stupid to adults, but they see things differently. I just think, like, we're holding him, a 12-year-old, to too high of a standard. Like, he probably.
I really don't like the justification for like bad decisions being that he's just kind of stupid. That's not real. I don't like that. He's kind of
stupid. It's just he's a kid. You know what I mean? It's not like he's gonna be thinking something through as much as an adult would be. That's why he goes out with his mom and stuff like that. Like, I don't see it as really far-fetched. I can see why you have criticisms, but I feel like it could be rationalized.
Yeah, I didn't have a massive problem with this. I thought it was like kind of reasonable, but I mean, at the sense like, okay, I think the whole plan is generally pretty bad, so there's that too. But
I just don't think it gels with what we've established about his character. Like, I just don't think it works that way. Like, I know that you're saying that he's in a vulnerable position and he feels like he has no other choice, so I just don't buy that this is his only option that he thinks he's reduced to, you know?
I mean, I guess I kind of processed it as him trying to create a fire with a sense of urgency that would be enough to pull the guard off the sentry off the gate. But I guess if they don't actually mention that, then I think that's a script problem. They maybe should have specified why he picked that shed as opposed to just, I don't know, bathroom.
I would be more okay with it if that was involved, yeah.
The other thing that his crazy, poorly thought through plan entirely hinges on is the mother not being lucid until it's far too late to turn back, because she has very, very convenient lucidity and sort of brain problems. Because later, they're in a field, she's going to be like, hey, wait a minute, where are we? Oh man, we're on the mainland. That's not good. We got to turn back. So she would have objected to this at any point if she happened to be lucid, and it just kind of happens to be very convenient for the story that she doesn't object at any point here. That's also setting aside the fact that he probably just should have gone to find the doctor on his own rather than trying to bring, because trying to sneak out with the mom also. Good luck with that.
Yeah. That's one of the parts that did really bug me. I was thinking, okay, how long before the dad shows up? 5 minutes? 10 minutes? Oh, never. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, 5 days maybe. However long they're out in the wilderness here. Yeah, because so like with the problem with the father's character here too, right? Is that the big fire happens, everybody mobilizes to put it out. He lifts the bar on the gate. They get out. Him and his mom cross the causeway and they get out. He can't close the gate behind him because it's barred from the inside. So the father is going to, after the chaos dies down, realize that the gate is open and that his son and his infirm wife are missing.
He
knows where they're going.
Running.
Right? Yeah, he knows where they're going. I know that we've kind of had a moment of trying to make the father more despicable than I think he probably would be. Yeah, like we just really have tried to justify getting him out of the script here, but I don't buy, based on the first 30 minutes of this movie, that the father doesn't just immediately pursue them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think we all agree with that. Like even from our blurbs, that like that seems like a real problem that they like. Again, you can address that with just a scene of him trying to leave, them reminding him of the rules about no rescue operations ever, and having to restrain him and put him in a like holding cell. I think is like the only way you could make that make any sense. Otherwise, that he's leaving.
Yeah,
and even then, he's consistently trying to escape that holding cell for the rest of the movie.
Yeah, and this is the last scene with the village, by the way. They get to the mainland, and then we don't go back here until the very end of the movie. This is it for the town. And again, we don't even see the dad react or anything. It's just, nope, we're done with this for now. We're going with the duo here now.
He seemingly doesn't even notice that his son is gone until
that's
letter
kind of
at the end.
I mean, surely that couldn't be, but that's sort of the way they play it. It kind of implies that he's like, wait a minute, that's where they went?
I thought they were just hiding in the basement.
It's insane that we don't even get a quick reaction shot.
Yep.
I mean, really, it's kind of insane that he doesn't do anything. He's just fucking about for the rest of the movie. But yeah, anyway, we're moving on.
We're in movie number 2 now.
Movie number 2.
What's the immediate next thing?
I mean, you already said that the mother
she realizes they're on the mainland.
They're on the mainland when they're already up a hill somewhere.
Yeah, she's like, wait a minute. This is bad. We shouldn't be doing this.
This is not my bedroom.
And then he's like, oh, well, the tide's in, so we can't go back now.
Yeah, it's like,
I'm trying to imagine what would have happened if she noticed while on the causeway. She'd be like, no, we're going back. Because as we're going to learn, when she is lucid, she would not want to be doing this whole mission. That's made pretty clear in terms of what her motivation is when she's actually, cognizant of what's happening around her. So I guess lucky for him, he didn't notice, and she didn't notice or come to until it was too late.
Right.
So now they're off on the mainland, and they're making their way towards Dr. Kelson. And golly, do they take a long time before they finally get to him.
Yeah.
Well, before as they're on their way, he tells his mom, they have a nice little character moment where she asks if your dad is silly with you. Does he play around with you? Does he goof and joke? And Spike kind of says like, oh no, he's never like that with me, which, I can buy. I can believe that, right? And she sort of justifies it by saying, I guess he wants to make sure you're ready, that you're prepared.
That you're tough like him, she says.
Yeah, yeah. And he, they have a nice moment, and then he says, here, you get some sleep, Mom. I'll keep watch. And he, falls asleep, as you might expect someone who's not used to this sort of thing to do. And he almost gets got by one of the goobers, the gobblers.
One of the Harkonnens,
the big fat, the Harkonnens. Who tries to eat his bootlace first, which is a little silly, and I like it.
This is one of the scenes that bugged me, because I was just thinking the whole time, why are you camping on the ground floor? Why are you not going up to at least the second floor and barricading a door or something?
Right.
Yeah,
they found an abandoned building and they said, good enough. We're going to camp out
There's
here.
There's an altar here, and we can have maybe a moment. We can have a maybe symbolic moment. Who knows?
And so it starts to eat his shoelace at first, and it's like, wait a minute, that's not a worm. And then it goes and it starts crawling up closer.
I found that I found that amusing. It just starts.
Yeah, I kind of like
Ew,
it. It's so used to eating worms that it goes for the shoelace before the human.
That's kind of funny, yeah.
It also spits it out like it's disgusted too, which I did find that amusing.
Yeah. And so then it's, now it's going to eat his face. Look at him, it's about to, and then we hard cut away. God, the way this plays out is
something grabs it with, like, wraps its face in like a tarp, or a jacket, and pulls it away, right? And I thought for a second that the dad had, found them, had tracked them down.
I was like, of course it's the dad. Who else could it be? Everything else would be silly. Maybe the doctor.
Yeah, that's the thing. I thought there was a possibility it was the doctor who found them, which would have been super lucky. But it turns out
the dad is the most obvious.
It's too early, and it's too early in this Heart of Darkness journey for it to be the doctor at this point. We're only 40 minutes in.
No, we're an hour in already at this point.
Oh, we're an hour.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
Well, I mean, is it weird that, honestly, I find the mom becoming lucid as she was sleeping and is in perfect time to save her son's life being, more convenient than the doctor?
Nope, not even a little bit. That is a valid point.
Yeah, and so we see, then we hard cut before we reveal that. They, wake up in the morning and it's there and it's dead. And they're like, huh, how did that happen? And the editor's like, well, I'll tell you. And then the editor showed that she actually woke up from, she just became lucid and awoke just in time to, grab it and slam its head against the altar over and over again, killing it. Not waking up the boy at all.
I was going to say, without a Spike waking up, she just stealth kills
sleeper.
The thing perfectly.
Yeah, and
there's just, 10 seconds between him waking up and them showing her, the flashback to her killing it. It's why?
Yeah,
just show it.
It's really weird.
That's a strange choice.
Is it just so that does he know that the audience will go, oh, maybe it's the dad, and then it's it wasn't the dad. Fuck you. Is that what he thinks he's doing? I don't understand.
Well, it's not like it's gonna come. It's not like she's gonna come and save the day again later.
No,
this is the only time that it happens.
It's also I like a lot of the creative editing trickery in this movie, but this was one where I was like, that was a strange choice.
Also, the way it is framed, if I remember correctly, because the mother is lying down, so they're not next to each other when they fall asleep, and then they fall asleep and they're next to each other, cuddled together, and I was like, oh, maybe it's some antagonist group that just kind of saved them, but now bound them to see what they're sneaking around for or whatever. They've been positioned, they've been positioned in that way to be talked to or whatever. But
I mean, if anything, if you wanted to establish the tracksuit mafia, you could have this. You could have little moments of them sort of saving.
Have it be a tracksuit that's
life.
on the head.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
actually, that wouldn't have been bad. Just have it be a tracksuit that is over the thing's head, like a track jacket, and then never explain how that body got there until the end of the movie, where it's oh, they must have saved them.
That would have been odd. I
like that better.
But
that would have been strange, but it would have at least given us, something to,
context,
But no, 10 seconds pass and we reveal that actually the mom killed the thing and then forgot about it promptly. Or did she? Because she looks at, or did she? Because she looks at the body and that's when we have the flashback. So I don't know if this is like a memory of hers triggering. It's not really all that important, like I said, because it's not going to come back. But like, yeah, I don't know. Is she? I guess she's just either she forgot or she lied about having done it.
She's
I don't know. She forgot.
Zenitsu from Demon Slayer, where she gets super deadly when she falls asleep. Weebs know.
Well, it's just something I want mentioned, and just something to keep track of as we go through the movie. One thing I realized is that basically the kid never really gets to do anything super badass and heroic. He gets his first shot, he gets his first kill, but then basically every other dangerous moment he has later in the movie, he's saved by someone else. And then ultimately we have this, like, on paper, we have this hero's journey about this kid, you know, facing this horrible, cruel world and having to grow up and, you know, become a man and all that sort of stuff. But then we never really give him any of those moments.
Yeah, he kind of just turns into it at the end.
Yeah, it's set up, but then I feel like they're just trying to do that in the second movie. Because he's like, I'm out on my own now. I'll come back when I'm ready. And it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, we'll get to that. But but this is just one of many examples in the movie where he's just saved by someone else at every opportunity. And I just think that's kind of a narrative waste.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is right after this when we get the soldiers?
Soldiers, yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, we have a B plot now suddenly. That was kind of jarring to me at first.
It's not very long though.
It's okay. You won't need to pay too much attention to it. It's not going to last long.
I'm just I was more shocked that they got annihilated by these infected, while they all have guns,
and
automatic guns.
Ammo burning was blowing my mind.
They just fucking.
Just because you have a full auto firearm doesn't mean you need to have it on full auto when you're fighting unarmored people with no guns of their own. Save your ammo, man. Aimed shots.
One of them is going to complain about that later, actually. Which is ironic.
This is just a really, really horribly executed action scene. It's got some cool visuals, but everything they do in terms of their like strategy and tactics is just awful. It makes no sense.
And this is also the part where they incorporate some of the camp that's going to come back towards the end of the movie, because one of the soldiers gets his head and spinal column ripped out, and then the alpha uses that to beat some of the others to death. Which felt very Kong x Godzilla to me a little bit, you know, like where he grabs the little monkey and the other monkeys into submission with him.
That was funny.
It was a strange choice, I think. Needless to say, Ricochet in this universe, I guess, is not a thing.
Yep.
Because they close. They're in what is it, like a canal, some kind of runoff thing,
a viaduct kind of thing.
Yeah, and they're being swarmed. Some of them are getting bit and turning, and they kill each other, kill the infected, and 3 of them make it through to like a gated sewer. They close a gate and allow the infected to sort of like pile up on top of it, and then they start shooting them through the gate.
Again, very video gamey.
Well, very video gamey, except that like in a lot of video games that I play, shit won't work.
No.
You know, like you get lucky if you get a couple hit kills through that, right? Like the ricochet off of that in that tunnel, that seems riskier than just leaving it open and allowing them to bottleneck into you. You know.
Well, I mean,
especially when you've got like it's not like it's not like 1 or 2 of them either. Like it's at first they have like 5 guys with like all with like a proper rifle.
Yeah,
it's like, man, create a fire line. Like you guys got this.
I
was say I think the thing that created the most danger for what you would say is like normal real person battle tactics would be the ones dropping from the top of the canal.
Yeah.
Because it's like, well, then all of a sudden one could be on top of you. So maybe moving and not just standing your ground, firing some aim shots, saving your ammo, and like, you know, actually killing them as opposed to just trying to outrun them would be the better idea.
Yeah.
But,
We have a couple people in our chat basically saying like, yeah, it doesn't noobs in the military coming to patrol Britain in this world doesn't make a whole lot of sense, just because the fate of the entire human race is kind of at stake here a little bit. They, you'd expect them to at least have, pretty good training, some idea of what you should do. And now, granted, once it gets into the fire of combat, who knows what's going to happen, especially since they're not doing routine, missions setting foot on this island.
Mm-hmm.
But, you would think that at least more than 3 of them might make it out in this.
Yeah.
More than 1, I guess, would make it out of this. But, they don't, so that's fine.
Well, they go inside.
Yeah. They get inside, they turn on the lights, and we get the scene where the alpha one of their heads off and beats the others with it.
Yeah.
And
I really hated that part, that scene in particular, because they're all walking down the tunnel. They see nothing. They hear a sound behind them, so all 3 of them turn around for just like a second or two, and they figure, oh, there's nothing there. They turn around again. Oh my god, there's the alpha, and it's tearing someone's head off. What?
Very sneaky alpha.
Also, I mean, as strong and fast as the alpha is, the moment when it is tearing your buddy's head off would be the time that everyone then uses full auto and
Yeah.
unloads into its skull. It's like, you understand that one is the biggest threat, and he's got a moment where he's busy.
Yeah.
Use that moment.
Yeah.
He's in his kill animation, so take your shot.
He's got iframes for the kill animation.
Damn.
So, yeah.
It's a glory kill.
It kind of sucks. Yeah. Now, I think this is another instance, too, because, like, they don't all light him up, but at the same time, I think we're kind of playing a little fast and loose with how durable the virus is making these alphas, because they are just, like, they're big. It's like, he'll mention Spike will, that it's like steroids.
They're on steroids, yeah.
It's like they're on steroids. But, like, these are bullets, man. Like, these are full auto firearms. I don't know.
A fully automatic rifle will kill like Conan the Barbarian era Arnold. Like, no problem.
Yeah. That's bullshit. You're lying. You're lying.
Doesn't matter how many steroids you're on.
It's bullshit.
Even if you add PCP.
But yeah, so that happens, and now we're out of the soldiers for now. We're away from them for a bit.
Yeah, we only see one escape.
Yes. And so we're back with Mom and Spike as they wander the countryside, and they are attacked by some runners, by some speedy zombies, some speedy boys.
Yeah.
And
Well,
they
don't
make
they
their
have
way.
their little oh no, wait, the moment in the field where they do like the funny faces, that was earlier, wasn't it?
That was in the church. That's when, right before the goober comes and tries to slurp up his shoelace.
I think here she has her mental breakdown state for a bit, where she sees like this angel statue thingy.
Yeah.
And she imagines she's talking to her dad.
Yeah, I think that's probably the scene.
So I did like that moment, actually. The dialogue in that moment actually seemed very genuine.
Do you recall what it is? I just remember something of like, this is like here forever. Did we go ahead in time or back with the memories? I just don't remember the exact words.
I don't remember the exact words, but she basically she thinks at this point she's kind of slipping in and out of reality. She thinks Spike is her dad, and she addresses him as her dad, and then talks about the angel. Yeah, talks about the angel and how you said it was going to stand forever, like the pyramids or Stonehenge, and like because that way looking at it is like looking into the future. How many years did we travel this time? Is it thousands or more? And she has a hallucination of her father like holding her shoulder, and I like this moment actually. Like I thought that was a pretty interesting way of getting her mental state across, that she's deteriorating and that this is sort of her like baseline essentially. I thought that was kind of interesting. We'll get on a little bit later how I think that this, because in isolation I really like this, but given some of what happens with her later and how loose she gets, you know, at the convenient time for the script, I'm not. I don't think it gels, but you know, that's for when we reach the doctor.
Right.
I think.
This is where Spike gets his one kill. When this
yes,
the one I guess the poster infected comes running or walking, and then he kills him.
Alien clone.
Yeah. So this is the zombie that looks sort of like Cillian Murphy.
Yeah, but it's not him though.
It's not. Yeah, it's not him. This is like kind of everybody sort of freaked out about. They were like, "Oh my God, is Jim a zombie?" No, he's safe for now. This is a different guy, and Spike kills him. And more start coming. They start chasing him. They get to a gas station. It's a Shell station with the S ripped off.
Hell.
So it says hell. That's a very Alex Garland thing to do. Yeah.
I mean, you could almost call it a trope.
Days later.
Removing a letter to make it hell or something else.
It's at the end of 28 Days Later, their hello message says hell when Jim's kind of in the coma.
Man, I can't believe, by the way, that we didn't bring back hello as a catchphrase in this movie. What a missed opportunity.
Well, right at the end, Jimmy
does it.
That's
2 sequels in a row that forget to say hello.
Damn.
Oh, Jimmy does say it.
Jimmy
right.
says it right at the end, yeah.
Good old Jimmy coming through.
Yeah.
Jimmy?
Jimbo, let's go.
Jimbo. So yeah, they go to get into the Shell station, and it's, you know, the doors are barred, and it's not looking good. They're being chased down, but they manage to get in, and there's a rather mystical looking vapor in the air. They start coughing immediately. It's not pleasant. It looks cool. I'll give them that. It looks kind of neat. Reminds me a little bit of the flower shot from the first movie. So that at the very a little mystic, but that's fine. They get in. The runners come charging in after them, and then one of the soldiers opens up a sunroof on the building, I guess, and he yells at them to get down, and he shoots his gun in, and everything explodes.
I didn't love this.
So two things. One, why is there vaporized gasoline inside the station?
Well,
because
he says it was benzene, which, I mean,
whatever it is, why is that inside? I'm pretty sure that most of the time the tank is like below the station where the thingies are, right? At least that's what I know.
Below the pumps.
I mean, and that's what I meant. That
pumps,
he did. Like Eric says, it's benzene that's built up in there, not gasoline. So I mean, I don't know why there would be like a stockpile of benzene inside the Shell station either.
Yeah, exactly.
But I gather that it was like, I don't know, like, I mean, isn't benzene some kind of like a preservative? Like, I mean, again, like
well, maybe this is like a translation because benzene is fuel for Germans, basically.
Oh, okay.
No, he says that in English, and
yeah, I know, but I thought it was just what is petrol.
We call
benzene is petrol.
Yeah, we call it gasoline in America. So
yeah, I mean, I use both because I don't care. I mean, if I look at the translation, it goes for all of them: petrol, gasoline, fuel. Like, so.
Yeah. Why is there like a vapor cloud of this built up inside the station? Anyway.
Next question: why are they still alive?
Next question.
Next question. That's the big one.
That's the big one. He shoots into it, and it all blows up. But because they're on the floor, I guess they escape.
Yeah, the fire knows not to touch the floor.
I didn't love this. I was like, well, I mean, I feel like they might not have made it out of that one.
because like my thought here is it blows up enough to explode the windows out horizontally. So you would think that like it's gonna go vertically down to the floor too. Like,
I mean, even
unless
that, like that kind of explosion would create enough concussive force to kill them. I think. Like,
yeah, I
Yeah,
would
that will
assume,
liquefy their
yeah.
organs.
And to suck all the air out of the room, etc. Yeah, the combination.
They
I mean,
definitely
it's
have
a
a bad time
big
now.
explosion. It's a It doesn't just light the air on fire and then kill some of the zombies in the process.
By setting them on fire as well. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it explodes the building. They should be dead.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, I've
but
got no justification for it. It weirded me out too. Especially I thought that like the same scene could have just been accomplished with introduce a guy with a firearm into the situation and save them from the 5 or 6 runners.
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
Yeah.
you could have just had them come in and shoot them all. Like say, get down, boom, 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 boom. Okay, you're safe now. What are you two doing here?
Yeah, that would have worked.
He just thought
Way
it would
better.
be a cool scene, and it didn't really
They just
care.
wanted to blow something up again, and they did.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know when exactly this happens, but the soldier guy at some point asks him, "What is wrong with your mother?" And the only thing I was thinking is like, "You just blew them up. Why were you asking what's wrong with her? She's obviously probably concussed or something." Obviously, they're talking about her like mental condition and
Yeah,
being, like,
I guess you're
Yeah.
right. Like, it
But I was
seems like
just
he
like,
has
why-
to just assume
why
that
is
the
it-
explosion
Yeah.
didn't really do that much to them and wouldn't.
But yeah, they escaped by lying on the floor. So
keep
here
that
we
in
go.
mind in
now,
case
now
I
we
get
got a new guy
exploded.
in. Yeah. If you're ever in danger of being exploded, just lie on the floor, stupid. You'll be fine.
Wasn't there a
Yeah,
similar thing in
explosion.
Panic Room? I don't know. That's like a deep cut, but don't they just fucking
Oh,
blow up the whole
okay.
room? But they're like under like a blankie or something, like a fire blanket. I don't know. I haven't
Well, I
seen
was
that
gonna say
movie
that.
since it probably came out, but that's like one of the one scene I always remembered, and even back then was like, I don't think that's gonna work.
I don't know if that's how that works. Yeah, oh god, I remember that.
Yeah,
I don't remember what the reasoning was.
Many Hollywood writers assume that the danger of an explosion is the fire and not
Yeah.
the force, because it's the shock wave that will kill you more so than the heat from whatever fire byproduct of the explosion is created.
The ground.
It's the force or the shrapnel are your bigger problems.
Someone in chat just said the ground effect makes you immune to explosions. That's how all those people survived Hiroshima.
Oh god.
Jesus.
If we're talking a nuclear explosion, there's even more problems with that. You're in a lot of trouble if it's a nuke.
Too soon,
Oh,
dude.
God.
That was just... Oh boy. Anyway, we got a soldier man here now.
Yeah, we got Eric.
Eric.
Eric, the Viking soldier. He's
yeah.
entered the chat, and he's a little confused. He doesn't know why he saved them. He could have saved his bullets by not blowing up the gas station, which, you know.
I mean, yeah.
Well, I think the reason was
guess.
because he's like, okay, what now? Where do you live? Where can we go? It's like, I don't know. I'm 12. That's basically what he says.
I'm 12, man. I'm going to a doctor.
Yeah.
Where
just
we are
got
going
here.
that way.
I mean, like, it's like, no, you do have a home, and it is quite safe, and you probably could admit Eric into your community, because,
Well, he
I
does
mean, he
recommend
might
that.
have some combat medic training. 'cause
Yes.
He
Yeah.
at least needs to know combat first aid, which,
They get there
No.
eventually.
Yeah,
He
but they have to-
eventually does conclude, oh, well, you can stay with us at my home. But for now, he's just like, we're not going home. I'm looking for a doctor. And it's like, fucking great.
Yeah.
That's no help to me.
Yeah, I'm leaving, by the way.
Yeah.
Goodbye. It's like, oh.
yeah,
I don't know.
Eric,
Did they
is,
just
is
go
an odd character
after
in
they-
that he's they sort of introduce him as like he's basically a comic relief character for the next 15 minutes or so.
Yeah, kind
And
of.
you know,
Yeah.
to his credit,
know.
I do find the scenes with him kind of funny.
I did
I do
did
think
laugh.
they were pretty
I did
good.
laugh a little bit from the things he
The
says.
There's
the picture of his
there's-
girlfriend one gave me a chuckle.
That's
I feel like.
That one was
legitimately a
great.
Great joke.
What's wrong
Yeah.
with her face?
There's a girl,
I know a
what's-
girl who eats crawfish and her face pumps up. He's like, he just snatches
little
the
shot
phone
across
away.
the bow at lip injections.
When he's talking
perfect.
about his buddy who's a
Okay.
truck driver for delivering things that people order online, and he's like, "Oh, you don't know." But yeah, no, I could have been. Point is, I could have been driving a truck instead. Like, I was like, "Oh, Alex Garland's actually like getting back to writing kind of fun comic
Amusing.
relief." Yeah, like, that's a rarity these days.
Yeah. The only downside to spending so much time with Eric and some of these comic relief scenes of him being like, oh, like culture clash between what the rest of the world is like and what Britain is like. Like there's some humor to be drawn from that. There's some interesting things, you know, in terms of, you know, just like seeing that the rest of the world is basically normal except for here, which is like this, you know, post-apocalyptic, almost medieval setting again. Like that's kind of interesting, but we do spend a lot of time on this that just feels like filler before we get to the doctor stuff, and then we rush through the doctor stuff, and the whole time I'm like, where's the dad? Is the dad coming back? And so in isolation, yeah, some of these jokes I quite like, but in the context of this movie, it's looking back on it in hindsight, I'm just like, man, we spent a lot of time on Eric and making jokes about that. It's like, okay, is that the best use of our time? I'm not 100% sure it is.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah,
Because that's basically all we do for the next couple of minutes.
Yeah,
they walk through the woods.
Until we get to the we walk through the woods. We see a scene of some infected bathing in the river, and there's a big old pregnant one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I was
then
like,
Can't
oh,
wait to see
that's
where that goes.
I was see, listen, I didn't expect we get the scene we get here. So I was like, oh, someone got infected while they're pregnant. That's kind of sad. Anyway, I'm sure this is never going to come up ever again, right?
No, I like legitimately I was terrified because I watched Men that Alex Garland directed, and I was like, please don't do it. Please don't. I can't relive this. I cannot relive this trauma of watching this shit happen again.
What happens to Men?
Well, in Men, there is a very close-up shot of a pregnant man giving birth to himself in.
Can you say that? Can you run that by me one more time? That sentence?
Yeah, take it nice and slow, Hugh.
Well, the villain of the movie, who is All Men, played by Rory Kinnear, gives birth to himself aggressively towards our protagonist.
Why did you add aggressively?
It is shown in graphic detail.
Because
like,
it's
You can't just add aggressively the second
Or,
time.
like, does he kind of unfold?
Metal. It's so aggressive.
It is an aggressive.
You have to
like
understand.
He is trying to attack this woman, and what his main skill, his option of attack, his class is to spread his vagina and birth himself.
What?
Wait, Hugh, how many times did this happen?
Wait,
3.
that's
No.
Yes.
Okay.
That is
Now
how
you're
the
fucking
movie
with us.
then ends. This is a
Well,
real
what
movie that Alex Garland wrote.
the
And
question
guess
alone.
that
How many
doesn't happen
times
here.
does that happen?
It happens 3 times in this sequence at the end of the film. So I was quite worried as soon as I saw a pregnant zombie and remembered that Alex Garland wrote this
God.
movie. I was
Make my puppy
begging.
would sneeze.
There are no atheists in foxholes. I was begging God to not have let him do this. And thankfully,
Goddamn.
he thankfully he chose the tamer route this time around.
Oh boy.
So what you're saying is
Slaughter,
watch
you
the
got any
movie
thoughts
while
on this?
heavily drunk.
Oh, okay, I think I have composed myself now.
Someone in our chat just came into the conversation right at that moment. I'm so sorry. There's a movie called Men.
We
also
covered it
written
on
and
our
directed
channel.
by Alex Garland. We covered it on our channel. You can watch us talk about it. It's awful, and it has one of the wildest endings I've ever seen in a movie ever. Not in a good way. Thankfully, this movie was better than that.
What a ride. What a ride.
Yeah.
They
What
I
movie
think
are
it's
we covering
traumatized
today
Marc.
again?
28 years later, and
Oh,
they
yeah, okay.
walk through the woods, have their little back and forth. How, well, he's like, oh, everyone was calling me, like, I don't know, weak or something. That's why he joined the Marines or whatever they have there.
Him and his
Maybe.
truck driver buddy had a disagreement.
Yeah, exactly.
About wasting your life.
Yeah, and then you already said that he's like, man, I should have rather been a truck driver because this shit sucks. Now that I'm
could've been
Well,
stuck
and
in traffic
I
right
like
now.
that this gives a little bit of world building to the fact that, like, if you even manage to just like get stranded on this island, you're fucked. Nobody's coming for you. Even the rest of the country do not. Like, even if you're, you know, Norwegian, Swedish, or anything, they're not coming for you. Like, you are stuck. You got to make do. That's interesting. I don't know how much I like it, considering what we talked about earlier, where it's like I don't know why you can't like provide support. I don't know if it's really believable that they're not interested in reclaiming the British mainland. But you know, it is what it is. He's stuck here now, and he's trying to resign himself to life amongst the savages. Is basically his arc. His phone dies, and the last thing he sees is a picture of his girlfriend with her lip fillers, or his fiance with her lip filler. And that's, you know, yeah, I bet you he wishes that was going to be the last thing he saw before he died. But yeah, so they wind up following some screams to a train after all of this.
I just had a random thought with this character being here. Because if the dad would be here now, we could have had some other interesting things we could have done. Because he would probably be thinking about resources all the time being here. And I'm pretty sure he tells him that he's the only one who's left from the people who stranded here. And I feel like the dad could have maybe chimed in. It's like, oh, wait, so you mean there's a couple of guns and ammunition around that we could grab at some point? And maybe make that even a thing they do in this movie, or maybe keep it for the sequel or whatever, you know?
Man, that's a really good idea, actually.
Yeah, just remembering those are there.
Guns are useful.
And there's a thing that happens a little later that makes me wonder, okay, but he did drop his rifle, so maybe try to get that, because it might help you fight Samson.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
So yeah, just another missed opportunity, I think, because these weapons are just going to be forgotten and won't be a thing anymore, because those were a little side plot thing. Ow, I just hit my finger. I'm done.
No, they absolutely should have at least thought of that.
Yeah.
If he refused to go back there because he didn't want to see his buddies' dead bodies, like, and so he was an obstacle to that, maybe, you know, but it should have been a thought.
You could have also warned them about the big-dicked alpha man that's chasing them, possibly.
Yeah, maybe. That might
well,
have
yeah,
been
I mean,
worth
like
it.
he knows he knows the things that exist out here at least a little better than Spike does. So
You gotta wonder though, like,
been...
would people that don't live there know about the different classes?
Well,
Like,
he ran into one.
He ran into one who
but I mean, do you think he would even necessarily
it.
know that, like, that's like, I mean, he obviously wouldn't know the term alpha is kind of what I'm saying. Like, he might have just thought that was a particularly big normal zombie.
Well, he does make a note about it. He's like, like he says something like that derisively to Spike when he brings it up. I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah, he says something about like alpha's a dumb name for it. You should call it a berserker or something like that.
Yeah. You should call it a berserk.
I'm a Viking.
Yeah, I'm a Viking. Maybe I could be berserker.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they hear the sounds
Typical
of
Swede.
what sound like infected zombie screaming. Now, the directing and the editing is very odd here because they're all walking together. The mom is just barely in front of the other two.
Not too far
And then when we cut, she has wandered into like an empty train following the sounds of the screaming, and they're way behind her.
Yeah.
For,
She
for
teleports.
no real good reason at all, because otherwise they would have prevented her from doing what she's about to do. But it's just such a lazy way of separating them. Like he couldn't You couldn't have thought of any way of separating them, like
I'll be right back.
like
'Cause I don't
when
want to miss this discussion.
because when Eric is like, showing him the phone and stuff like that, that might have been an opportunity for her to like wander off or something like that. There's other ways you can do it, because otherwise, like, they're following so close, and he wouldn't let his mom that far out of his sight if there's nothing distracting him at all. But then a huge gap forms between them, just so we can, concoct this scene on the train. So they go onto the train, and the mom is wandering forward. Like, what's the sound of that screaming? And what does she find but a pregnant zombie lady?
Yeah.
And she's screaming, and, she's going through it, right? Because she's giving birth to this baby. Now, I do like the notion of because she's setting aside how this is possible.
Right.
Setting aside how this is possible. A miracle zombie baby, sure, whatever. We're going with it. I do kind of like the idea that the zombie's kind of so preoccupied with doing that it's not initially just immediately lunging at the mom, because it's like, going for something a bit more that's distracting her from just pure rage, right? But I hate everything the mom does here. I really do. I think it's so bad. So she like reaches out with her hands, like, here, hold my hands. We're going to help you deliver this baby. It's like, what are we doing, guys?
Yeah.
Why would you have any reason to assume that this baby is not going to come out infected?
There's no reason to assume
There's no reason
that.
for it. That's the thing, yeah.
It's never said explicitly, but it's treated like like sisterhood. I'm going to help this fellow woman out in her time of need, and we're going to hold hands, and we're going to bond. And I'm going to help you deliver this baby that you like has been mentioned. There's no reason to think that it's not going to be infected. There's no reason to think that like holding the hands of this zombie won't result in it biting and hurting you. Why are we doing this?
I actually
Slaughter,
just
you
like
got
even
any
go
thoughts
further.
when
I
you
think
hold the hands of the pregnant zombie woman.
she's lucky she didn't just get scratched by the firm grip
Yeah.
they have immediately.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm also not sure.
I gotta say,
buy...
if a male zombie was passing a kidney stone, my first thought would not be to hold its hand and go, "It's okay, buddy. We're gonna get through this."
Don't you worry, brother. We're gonna make it through this together.
Also,
that's so funny.
I'm just...
okay. If they heard a zombie screaming and she had already sort of wandered ahead of them, and like we concoct a reason to actually separate them, and she finds a zombie giving birth and she just watches from a safe distance because she's like, what the hell? This is crazy. That's way better. As is, when she's like, no, I'm going to help you out. Hey, I'm here with you. All right, just hold on to my hands. Like, this is a zombie, and that's going to be a zombie baby. Miraculously, it isn't, because of the magic of the placenta.
The magic of the placenta.
But
allegedly, it's not. We don't know. We haven't seen that baby do nothing.
yeah,
Yeah.
man, this whole scene.
And again,
I'm still thinking
I'll
about
point it-
like helping a guy.
You know
pass
what?
a
We'll
kidney
get to the
stone.
placenta talk later, but yeah,
I'd rather
off
not.
the bat, that like I was just thinking that's the only possible explanation, but they have no reason to assume that this kid is not infected, because even if, let's assume the placenta was filtering the virus and making it so that the nutrients it was getting through the umbilical cord from the mother was not infecting it, there's still blood in the birthing, and it still has eyes and a mouth.
Yeah.
And like it's like,
Yeah.
well,
Yep.
it could still get infected on the way out though, right? Unless we're definitely going on faith that it is fully immune, like this is an immune child that just will never contract this virus.
Oh fuck! We think this is what they're
And-
going for in the end.
Well, I mean, there's no other.
yeah.
Otherwise, that kid's infected on the way out for sure. It's not just it isn't infected as it's gestating. It's not infectable at all. Otherwise, there's no way that kid's getting out of there without an infection.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so there's that. There's also the fact that it could be a carrier.
Yep.
They don't really.
Yeah.
They don't seem to consider that.
Flashbacks
Maybe.
to 28 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I mean, it might be difficult to test that with no medical equipment unless you just say, okay, How about you kiss this old person that's on death's door and see if they become infected, and then we'll just shoot them if they are, and then probably you.
I just realized that this kid delivers a fucking time bomb, essentially, to his own village at the end.
Well, I mean, like
a potential time bomb.
I think the only reason, I mean, even like from the writer's standpoint, unless they're saying that, this kid delivers this baby to the village and it ends up destroying everything, like killing everyone that he grew up with and knew, they have to be asserting that this is just a fully immune child, that the mother's placenta created a cure that just like it filtered the virus and therefore gave it immunity to that virus, and this is a fully immune person, not even like the carriers in 28 weeks, full immunity, because there's no way it's not contracting it during the delivery. I'm sorry.
I'm sure that's I agree. I'm sure that is where they're going. I'm sure this is going to be like the miracle child in the next movie or the movie after that. It'll have to do.
I mean,
with
we know
immunity.
Alex Garland is a fan of The Last of Us, so it's maybe Ellie here. I swear to God, if they name the kid Ellie,
they name her Ela.
They name her
Ela at the end of the Isla.
Oh yeah, right. It did get a name.
Yeah, so this like power, like someone in your chat said, the power of motherhood, like this weird bonding moment that they have with the zombie. I don't think it works at all. Very odd.
Yeah.
And none of their actions really make sense. They should be way more cautious about every aspect of this.
Yeah, like Eric.
But Eric has the right idea. Eric's like, hey man, that's a zombie baby. I'm gonna kill it. And they're like, no, it's not infected. It's like,
I mean, Eric fucking lights up the mom because she lunges at Spike's mom in a closed train car. So that kid's hearing is fucked. Like already. Like, we're done. Like that's a deaf baby, which explains why it doesn't cry at important times later in the movie when shit is happening that should probably cause it to cry. But he lights up the mom and kind of has this moment where he goes like, I'm gonna shoot it. You got it. We got to kill it. It's a zombie. Backs up a lot.
Pretty reasonable.
Yeah, it is a reasonable thing to do. He backs up the whole time though. He keeps taking steps back, and I kept asking, thinking to myself, why are you backing up? You got a gun pointed at him. Why are you walking backwards?
You already
why are
have
you retreating? Like you have plenty of distance, and the answer is because he has to get to his Marc.
Yep.
It's the most telegraphed thing I've seen in a long time. It's like it was so obvious. I was sure they were going to try and subvert it somehow. But nope, they just did exactly what you think. He keeps backing up. He keeps backing up until he's in that sort of like clearing between train cars where there's like an opening overhead. And oh my gosh, he gets yoinked by an alpha. Who could have seen this coming?
Goodbye, Eric.
He gets his head off.
Yeah, he gets his head ripped off. Bye, Eric. It was nice to know you. Thanks for showing up. Having some fun laughs and then being gone from the movie.
Yep.
That would have been cool if the alpha just jumped straight on top of him and crushed him.
Yeah.
It would have been. It certainly would have been a thing. I still don't really like that he, backed up to allow it to happen. Like, that
of course. That's
just... If the alpha had just kind of like ripped through the side of the train, I would have been okay with that. I think.
Or come from the other side, something.
Yeah.
So the alpha also looks at the lady that just gave birth and is now dead, and just picks it up. And then drops her?
Yeah, they do a little Snyder Army of the Dead thing here, where like the zombies have relationships and can form attachments, I guess.
Well, the implication is that this is his baby.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
And so he cares at least somewhat.
I guess if any of the infected are going to think to engage in sexual activity, it's probably going to be the one that can think the most.
Yeah, well, sure. It wouldn't be one of the crawly ones, that's for sure.
Well, it's got this guy's got a foot-long dong. He's gonna use it. All right, like, come on. The virus gave you one thing worth having.
Yeah, level of consent was probably ambiguous, but I mean, he is effectively a berserker, so I guess that's fitting.
Well, time to escape. Whee!
Yeah, well, he's chasing him through the train with Eric's severed head firmly in his grasp.
Yeah.
Like wielding it like a weapon, but still opening doors, not like smashing through them or anything, like sliding them to the side. Polite British, as you might expect. And they get out of the train cart barely by the skin of their teeth. And Dr. Rafe Fiennes appears with his blow darts, his blow dart gun, and he tags Samson pretty good with one of them, and he immediately stops in his tracks. Let's get into.
Okay,
this
so
bit.
Eric is killed while holding a loaded rifle. The immediate threat chases them, let's say, 200 meters down a train car, not super far away.
No.
And then that immediate, extremely dangerous threat is entirely incapacitated. Why would you not go get the rifle and just mag dump into Samson's head while he's like not a threat? I was just wait.
You don't need the rifle, but you could. You could just, he's right there. He's incapacitated. Kill him.
He's stun locked. He's stun locked. He's just standing there. He can't move.
Well, I mean, let's say you're worried about using your pocket knife against the giant berserker because
use an arrow.
Well, maybe, but like, I just think it's like the rifle is right there, man. It's not that.
No, I'm with you on that. I mean, look, if the morphine is affecting him, right? Because what Dr. Rafe is going to tell us here is that Samson has been around these parts for about 3 years, and that's why he's named him and he knows everything. What possible reason do you have for not just like loading up one of those blow darts with a lethal injection of morphine and taking care of him within those last 3 years? Why leave him alive?
I mean, to like maybe impregnate other infected and possibly create immune babies.
If maybe, but he doesn't seem very aware that that's going to happen.
No, he's surprised. Well, hold on.
He's
because
surprised.
When he finds out, he's like, oh, interesting. I thought that might be possible. Not, I've been hoping that's possible because I've been trying to facilitate it by not killing him. You know what I mean? He's just like, oh, I thought that might be theoretically possible. It's not implied in this movie at all that he has any reason to keep the Alpha alive.
But I just think that, like, even if Kelson does, why is Spike not being like, oh, here's my opportunity to actually be the giant killer?
Yeah.
Like, I've got one dead to rights. And I've got a weapon that I know is going to be able to kill it within, like, a short jog.
If this was an experiment thing, and like someone in our chat is mentioning this, that's how you make this make sense, right? Like that actually would, if he gave that line delivery and said something like, yeah, I've been kind of hoping that this might end up happening, right? That would go a long way to erasing this problem of keeping him alive for 3 years, because as it is, there's no good reason other than that, which it doesn't seem like he's been attempting to facilitate, like that.
If he said, because either way, Spike should be like, all right, well, we should kill him now, right? Because he's incapacitated, and Dr. Kelson would have to come up with a reason not to, and that would be interesting. But you'd have some conflict there, and the movie doesn't want to have conflict here. The movie wants us to like be on board with him being a nice, friendly guy. Immediately, so we can really quickly facilitate everything that's going to happen next. But as it is, it's just like, why aren't we killing him? There's no reason. Kill him. He's the most dangerous thing anywhere near us right now. We should kill him. 100%. He's right there.
Yeah. We've got a couple messages in our chat saying like it would also justify why the dad doesn't want to hang out with the doctor, because he's not into the zombie hanging out with the zombie breeding weirdo. It would also make sense why he's there in that moment, because he's there for the birth, not to just save them as a deus ex machina. There's a lot that would add to forward, and they decide to either sidestep it or like not mention it, which is not a particularly strong choice.
He waved though he's evil. True.
And if the dad was here for this interaction, right? Like, then there could be some conflict between them where it comes out that, like, it's not just because he waved. It's the dad was trying to hide the idea of zombie breeding from his kid because he's not really into letting Spike get into that weird realm of esoterica, right? That all makes it just makes it work so much better if it's done this way, you know? It's not difficult. We've figured it out, you know? Come on, Alex.
And I'm German.
Eugenics are kind of your thing, yeah.
Wait, what? I'll cut that out, it's fine.
It's staying in on our end. Leave it in.
No!
Anyway, so now we're with Dr. Kelson, and he's gonna take them back to his, safe lair where he hangs out. And they come to a river, and he says some line here that I didn't quite understand, like that the river helps keep them away.
It's something like that, and like the
that
ropes that he has across the riverbanks, like it helps keep them away. I guess because alphas are smarter than regular zombies, but not smart enough to realize that if you just hold across the river. But although, the river's current can't be.
It seemed pretty shallow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it can't be that strong. That
I just found that strange.
If they can run the way they did at the beginning of the movie when they're crossing the causeway, you would think he could just run across it.
What if Samson summons some ravens? What happens then?
Yeah, that's a good question.
But this ties into the larger question, which is when we first meet Dr. Kelson, he says, please excuse. Well, first of all, Ray Fiennes, he's excellent in this movie. He's excellent in basically everything. So when he shows up, I'm like, hey, that's nice. I like you. You're fun. So one of the things he says is please excuse my appearance. He covers himself in iodine because the virus, it works as a prophylactic, he says, and the virus doesn't like iodine at all. So
what
presumably,
what's iodine even do? I have no idea.
It's a disinfectant.
Oh, okay.
So my understanding here is that this isn't like a repellent for zombies or anything. It's just that if he were attacked, being totally coated such that he's as orange as he is in iodine would help keep the virus from infecting him, right?
I guess.
That's what the movie seems to think, unless I'm missing something.
I don't know, man. Because
I was more thinking it would work like a repellent that they can't I don't know, trace him, smell him, or something of the like. I'm not sure.
But the way
he specifically says the virus doesn't like.
That's true, actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm assuming it's for if he gets blood on his skin, then he doesn't have to worry about that infecting him. I think it's less about being bitten.
Well, yeah, but normal people don't have to worry about blood because when the blood gets on his mom's forehead, as long as it doesn't get he wipes it off in time.
But if the blood gets on his skin and say might be moving towards a scratch or something he has, he knows that if it's soaked in iodine, at least he doesn't have to worry about that blood getting in his mouth or anything
I can see that.
Yeah,
I
mean
that's more
that's
believable
because I mean it's I don't know if it makes them less likely to want to bite him, which seems like less of a good plan. It's what did you do to test that? I thought it was more just splashback and things like that. He has to worry about less because especially if he's got it all over his face, it means if he gets some in his eyes, as long as it's hits his eyebrows or eyelids before actually getting into the eye itself, he might still be okay.
Yeah, because I was thinking if it's to protect from bites, the teeth are going past the skin. That's the whole point of a bite. It seems like you would still get infected anyways.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's better than nothing. But it just ties into an overall question I have is how is he surviving on his own out here?
Yeah.
I don't believe that.
Yeah, he's just been living here all this time alone for 30 years. Come on.
Because they don't even show us because they don't show us a shelter he's built or anything. It just seems like he's just chilling here in this Skull
Bone
Forest.
Temple.
Bone Temple, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, his fortress, his moat is the river with the ropes.
Yeah.
But it doesn't even seem like a very strong river. I mean, it's something, for sure. But like, I don't know.
I can buy it working against maybe like the weaker ones, right? Like they just lose their footing and get swept away, kind of thing.
Well,
like,
I mean,
against
we
the alphas,
find
I
out
don't-
later
yeah.
that Samson has no problem getting there.
Well, this is I mean, like it's been 3 years. Like at this point, if he can show up and find your hidey hole like that, you should have killed him by now. Like there's no. Anyway.
And also, he leaves that little island or that little, hill surrounded by a creek, frequently, it seems. So,
yeah.
And also, like, just think of how much you have to do to survive on your own in the wilderness for 28 years in terms of hunting and foraging and building a shelter. And, I don't believe it. The movie makes it seem like he's not really a survivalist. He's just a weird doctor in the woods who's making his little temple, like he's a monk or something like that.
Yeah, he's like a priest, a witch doctor priest kind of. Yeah.
You don't really
Doesn't
think
even have,
about
like,
it, but
like a wolf companion or something.
you almost don't really think about it when watching the movie, but like that he also has to survive winter. He needs to stockpile food and water to survive all that time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And other supplies,
that's a
of
good
course.
point.
The infection holds winter back.
You know what?
It's the iodine, I think.
You know what would have helped a lot of this for me is if he used to be their village's doctor and then he sort of went mad and went off to go do this thing, like recently, like within the past couple months or maybe a year. Like he was their doctor for a long time, and then he sort of like was committed to doing this thing, and it's sort of gone stir crazy and decided to abandon them. And so he hasn't been here trying to survive on his own for 28 years because that's a little crazy based on what we see. And it would also explain, like, it would make more sense of the, like, we don't have a doctor thing. Because as it is, it's like, oh, we just don't have one. It's like, well, you would, but if they...
Yeah, then, I mean, Spike would know that they did have one, like, if it was any time recent, because...
Yeah,
I mean,
if
he's
it's,
not 6, right? Like he's
Sure.
old enough that he would remember a couple years ago, no problem.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, okay, but then that can solve the problem of the only reason the dad's like, "Hey, don't go talk to him," is because he waved at me one time. You know what I mean? If he lost his mind,
I hated that. I'm
don't know. There's
definitely not
something you
defending
could
that
do
because
there.
I really don't think they gave us enough to have Aaron Taylor Johnson be like, yeah, and that's why we never go anywhere near him. It's like because he waved at you politely. Like, what do you mean, man?
Something
the reason.
there something in there. Maybe it's a little longer than a year or two, but I don't know. Because as it is, I just don't really believe that this guy's living on his own and totally surviving for 28 years and devoting almost all of his time to collecting bodies and burning them so he can build his little temple.
Yeah.
You'd spend most of your time hunting and gathering firewood.
Yeah.
Or finding a wolf companion.
Something.
So
Anyway.
what's
Yeah.
next?
Well,
I guess they start
when they
chilling.
as they're crossing the river. Oh, there's a nice little moment where after he explains that he's covered in iodine and why, yada yada, Spike says he calls him Sir, and then Ray finds us this moment where he's like, "Ooh, Sir, oh, what good manners you have!"
Yeah.
Like he hasn't been called Sir in such a long time, and he's like, it's a little reminder of civilization.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's a nice little moment. I like.
They
it.
didn't have him be like one of those guys that's like, actually, it's Doctor.
But as they're crossing the river, Spike looks out at the giant pillars and it's like, "What's that?" And he's like, "Oh my gosh, I've been waiting 13 years for someone to ask me that." And that's a nice little touch as well. It just showing that there's this guy who, has not really had contact with people for a very, very, very long time and has been hoping and dreaming that he'd be able to share this little monument to death and the remembrance of those who died as a result of everything that happened. And he's looking for an opportunity to share it with someone, and he finally has it. You know, I like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like the characterization that we're getting for like his I like his memento mori thing. You know,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
it fits.
It maintaining structural sensibility, structural stability was the only kind of problem I had with it, because it's like he does actually. That's like the elements might get. It's like, well, I mean, like, are you using like concrete or something to hold this together? Like, how is it not just all falling over all the time? But I did like the thought behind it.
I liked that they did us the service of putting a ladder in one of the shots, because at first I was like, you know, like with 28 days later, it you know, especially in the church where it says repent, the end is extremely fucking nigh. You have to get up pretty high. Do that.
I mean, you can build a pretty sturdy ladder out of some femurs.
You know what?
Probably can.
I bet you could. He has a regular ladder though, which is nice. You know, nice to see that he saved that.
Drop the ball on making a femur ladder.
Well, at least it looks like
He's
he has
gotta
like
have
a wood
extras, right?
core for a lot of it.
Say it again.
Sorry, he has.
Sorry, say again, James.
It looks like he has like a wood core in a lot of it. Like he has a bunch of wood staked in the middle to hold all of it up. He just ties it all together.
Yeah, it kind of creates like the steps at the end too that Spike uses.
So it's not like the worst thing in the world. It's just a bit weird.
It's just a bit weird.
And that's also kind of the thing I mentioned earlier, too, at the beginning when we did our little blurbs. The reverence he has for the people who have passed is something I did really like. The whole thing about, you know, all these skulls were people. Those were eyes that once saw. Those were mouths that once spoke.
Mm-hmm.
And I did really like that part.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
And it's brilliantly performed by Ray Fiennes, as always. You know,
Yeah,
my
he's
interest
great.
definitely peaked again at this point, because I was like, oh, okay, this is
I'm
nice.
happy.
You know,
I mean, I think, was he in any of the trailers? Because I mean,
Yes.
if he was,
Yeah, he was.
I just didn't catch that it was him. So it being Ray Fiennes was a nice little surprise for me. I was like, oh, nice.
yeah, it's a bit like when we see Brendan Gleeson in the first movie. It's like, hey, I know you.
Yeah, it's like we got a good performance coming here, don't we?
Yeah,
what's
and
next?
he thinks that the reason Spike has come to him is because of the baby, right? He asks, you know, is this the reason? You know, she'll need milk. You know, water will only keep her alive for a couple of days, so that's a big deal. The magic of the placenta and all that. And he asks, is this the reason why you came to me? And he says, well, no, my mom. I came because of my mom. And he goes to examine Isla, and this is where we determine. He does his exam. He determines that Isla has cancer that has metastasized. It might have spread from her brain to her body, or her body to her brain. Either way, it is.
She's
bad.
fucked.
She's fucked.
Yeah, once cancer's in the lymph nodes, it's getting everywhere.
Yeah.
He even says I don't know how long, but it's gonna be over soon.
Yes, and he says, you know, I'm very sorry and all that. What do we think about the point where she says, well, I thought it might have been cancer, but I was a little too afraid to tell you, to her son?
Yeah, didn't love it.
That one didn't bother me so much, but it's okay until we leave the island, right? Like that she thinks that maybe she has cancer or something like that, and that it's incurable or something like that, but she doesn't say anything to her son, even when she has moments of lucidity. Sure. But then she's had several moments of clarity since they've gone on this journey, where she's been like, no, this is a bad idea, we need to turn back. And then she just doesn't mention why, because she thinks she has a very strong reason to believe, as she just says, that it's terminal and that there's nothing that they can do. And she just didn't feel like telling him. And this is like a super risky thing that they're doing that's probably going to get them both killed. I just don't like that choice.
I also think that, like, I mean, there's an older woman in their settlement, right? the lady that's, I guess, the de facto leader. And it's
Yeah.
only been
Yeah,
28 years since the collapse of society. I'm getting all these timelines correct?
Sounds about right to me.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you not think at least that woman, if no others, would know a thing about like self-palpation for breast cancer, that maybe even if you don't have a doctor, that would be something that, you know, you teach the women as they get like older, to be like, hey, just so you know, if you start having symptoms of illness and you're noticing a like lump in your breast, things might be getting really bad and we might have to think really hard about how we take care of you. So, I mean, like lack of ability to treat is one thing, but I mean, wouldn't having the ability to diagnose breast cancer, which is like not a terribly difficult one to find on yourself, or at least find suspicion of, it's like, I mean,
maybe
also,
it
like,
wasn't breast
even,
cancer.
There's
know?
a
no,
chance that
he
it
does
wasn't
say,
breast cancer, right?
no,
Like,
he says that
could
he
have been.
finds that he found like a palpable tumor in her breast and in her lymph nodes. And
Well,
so
he
that's why
says he doesn't know if it started from the breast and spread to the brain. or
But I mean, if
started
there's
in
a
the brain and
palpable
Either way,
spread to
though,
mass,
the
like,
skin
yeah,
body.
either way.
that's the thing. Like, you still would be able to find that, especially as you're starting to have like more dramatically increased symptoms. And I think them knowing that also would have given Aaron Taylor Johnson some means to say, look, man, she's got cancer. Even if we find a doctor, it's not gonna do anything. Like, you gotta understand, man. Like, this is what your mom has. It's how long she has to live, not whether or not she's gonna live. And
yeah, I think
don't know,
my biggest complaint with this, or my biggest criticism of this, is that there are enough people, including Aaron Taylor Johnson, on this island, who probably, like, they know what cancer is, and you know, even if they haven't dealt with it directly, there's enough adults on this island who should be well aware of what she's experiencing given the symptoms. I mean, like, we're already, like, the whole idea that they don't have a doctor at all, there's nobody doing any medical examinations even a little bit, like, that already is a stretch. So there's that. And then the extended lucidity that she has here at the end to sort of just be like, well, you know, I think I kind of in my heart of hearts always knew that this was probably what was going on, and I'm sorry I didn't tell you, but I was afraid, and now I'm not, because I'm gonna, you know, walk off to to death, and I've lived a full life. Like, that just, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of it. I don't like I don't like how it goes here. You know.
I don't know why
and
you
I
wouldn't
think-
go with there was something important that I needed to tell you, but I just couldn't remember. It kept coming and going.
Yeah. And I don't know.
And the other thing is, because we're going to rush now to, you know what, actually, maybe it's better that I just die peacefully. We're going to rush through that. But I feel like it would have been stronger for that moment that's coming up if she was deteriorating more rapidly.
Yes.
Right? Like, physically. She was in more pain, you know, and all that sort of stuff. Because basically, since they've been on this journey, except for, you know, thinking that her son is her dad and all the weirdness of that, she's been walking around and more or less just fine for most of it. You know, her condition has not actually seemed to get worse over the course of this journey. She almost seemed worse at the beginning when she was in the bed. So there isn't really an escalation of that either. And I think that's that wasn't a strong decision.
Never underestimate the power of vitamin D.
Yeah, well, hey, that is true. Maybe she just needed to go outside, go on more walks.
She needed something to live for. Otherwise, a broken heart might have done it.
Yeah, and I think that, like, that's kind of why, like, I'm sort of okay with her being uncharacteristically lucid through this whole thing, because I guess it's somewhat sobering to just really understand the situation that you're in, and it might have kind of given her brain some reason to work more than it generally has been.
I don't know. I think I would have liked this revelation more if there was any point during this journey where maybe she tried to get him to turn back without telling, like without revealing the full scope of everything. Like if we had established moments of lucidity before this, I mean, really most of what we've seen with her is just kind of her slipping in and out of memory and reality. And it's not, she kind of has been sort of loopy this whole time. And I don't know. I feel like it would have worked better for me if there was something more to grasp onto there.
Maybe some times where she says, even if we find a doctor, it's not going to matter, and him being like, "What do you mean?" And then her being like, "Dad, the angel." Like,
little things like that, like where he could, I agree, where he could like read into it, like, "You're just having one of your episodes, Mom, crazy kook." You know, something like that would have been nice. I think this kind of is just a little, I don't know, it's just a little too quick. It doesn't build enough for me.
Now we talk about it, just my mind goes back to The Father, that movie, where you have like the escalation really, really badly, and that's why that movie is like incredibly emotional and effective. And effective. I didn't say ineffective, and effective. I just realized it kind of sounded like that because I just slurred my words together because of my situational disability. But
it is very, very effective in that particular movie.
Yeah.
Like anyone here who or in the chat who has not seen The Father, go check it out.
Absolutely.
Excellent movie.
Yeah.
Great movie, Anthony Hopkins.
And I
very
was almost
emotionally difficult movie.
But, yeah. It's rough. I was kind of shell-shocked of all the things that happen here at once in like 10 minutes. It was like, oh, we're doing this. Oh, there's the cancer drop. It's like, okay, cancer sucks. That's always kind of sad. So now we're probably going to take some time for them to have like a couple of last days or something, or we have to do something else. Something comes up. It's like, nope.
Okay, so I really did like the part where he kind of gets up, because the kid is... Spike has not experienced this before, so I liked the part where he's just like, no, like it was so hard to get here, it took so long. Just tell me what it is that we need. There's got to be something in one of the hospitals. We can just go get it, you know? Like, tell me where it is.
I enjoy this. I just mean like the thing that happened. Like we immediately go to the I want to die in peace.
I was agreeing with you. It's like I like this bit, but then immediately they dose him with.
Right, yeah.
To calm him down. Not enough that it would knock him out, right? Like enough that he'll just be, calm and accepting of this. Which okay, sure, but they immediately dose him with morphine. His mom says goodbye and walks off, and then she's dead. And it's a little quick. We're rushing it. It's a little rushed. I don't like it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I just had a thought, but it's gone. Damn it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
Miss Slaughter, any input on the mom cancer stuff? No, it's a cherry topic, so.
I didn't really care that it was rushed, because like I imagine growing up in a world like that and like trying to take like a few days to spend time with your mom in that mainland area is kind of risky, and like there's not really any good times to be had with that, especially at the risk of being run down by infected at any point. So I feel like that was a good moment in time to just do that and like rip the band-aid off, because she seemed like she was ready to go anyway. It may have been a little rushed for the kid, but what better time than then, right near the Memento Mori like totem and the doctor and stuff, instead of just leaving the area to spend some more time and possibly giving your mom a brutal death versus just the doctor peacefully taking her out. And it's like, and because he even made it a point to he says there's many deaths, some better than others, but this one can be peaceful and loving, and I think it was the right time to do it, instead of risking her being torn to shreds and infected, and then that's more trauma on Spike, because he has to witness his mom turn and then has to put her down like a sick dog, so I feel like it was a fine choice, in my opinion, to just peacefully put her to sleep and then have Spike put her skull at the top of the pile and give her a good spot, like at the head, because she obviously meant the world to him. So I think it was fine.
Well, at the risk of getting some Canadian healthcare jokes, I kind of agree that euthanasia was probably the best bet in this situation.
I just want to make it clear, I'm not advocating for like anything else besides. Like, I'm not advocating that it was the wrong decision. I'm just saying that
I'm just saying anything else would be risky. So I feel like it was a good time.
Well, I'm not saying that anything else was like necessary. I'm just saying that plot-wise, we kind of sped through this development. Yeah, that's all I'm getting at. Not that, not that this was the wrong choice.
Did we? I had to step away for a second. So, did we talk about drugging the son to make this happen?
I mentioned it that they drugged the son. Yeah, that they hit him with the morphine to calm him down. I don't like that at all.
Yeah, it's a little ethically dubious.
I understand why the doctor thinks this is the right thing to do. I understand why Isla thinks this is the right thing to do. Drugging the kid, because they only drugged him because they know he would interfere if he wasn't drugged, and he's so drugged and loopy and out of it that it's not even clear what's going on. It's like we didn't really let him come to terms with what's going to happen. We just drugged him so we could speed past it, and I think that feels kind of gross, honestly.
Yeah, I actually think that, especially because this movie is primarily character development for Spike, who like presumably is going to continue to be the protagonist through the next two movies. Yeah. Having it be that he accepts that his mother does prefer to just die peacefully here and now, consciously, and like understanding it and being able to stop it but choosing not to might have been better than just taking it out of his hands by drugging him.
Yeah, definitely that. Also, you're really missing out on like a little opportunity for some drama here, because I mean, they drugged him because he wouldn't have agreed to it. And so if you had a little bit of an argument here where like he's trying to, push back against this, and either one thing that would help this, as I mentioned already, is if she was in a more rapidly deteriorating condition. Like if she was clearly in a lot of pain, even if she was like kind of clear-headed to a degree at this moment, like if she was in a lot of pain, that would maybe help him make this decision. But also, I feel like you got to have the conversation between the mom and the son about this, where she needs to convince him. And even still,
convince him when he's not on drugs is also like the big thing.
Because they don't convince him, they just drug him and then push right past it. And then the other thing is, if you're going to like hand him his mom's skull immediately after killing her, like, I don't know, like one thing that would help this for me, you don't drug him at all. You convince him, and like maybe intellectually, sort of logically, he gets it, but emotionally he's distraught. First of all, you have an opportunity to give the kid some moments to really act here, right? Because this has been his whole thing. He's risked life and limb. He's blown up his relationship with his father and the people back at the village in order to save his mom, only to find out that his mom can't be saved, and now she just wants to die anyway. He would not come to terms with this that quickly. Even if he has a conversation with his mom and she convinces him that this is what she wants and that this is better than the alternative, he should be very, very, very distraught over all of this. And that would be strong narratively to have him, like maybe he agrees to let it happen, but he's just sobbing uncontrollably while it happens or something like that. That would be way stronger. Instead, they go, well, he probably wouldn't be okay with this, so let's just drug him and then we can push right past it. And then while he's still kind of under the effects of the morphine, he just gets handed his mom's skull and is like, huh? Want to put it on top of the pile? It's just, I
guess the logic is that because he's already done the ritual of placing one of the skulls on the monument, like with Eric, that he understands what it means, and that it's not like, oh, here's the skull, isn't this super creepy and like disgusting and psychotic? It's more, no, you're doing this to put them to rest.
But it's a little different from like a guy he met a day ago and
Oh,
his
you know, like it
mom, who he
absolutely.
moved here.
He
Yeah,
also
yeah.
sort of places it with a lot more reverence. But I guess the point I'm making is that it's not his first time placing a skull on the monument, which I don't
Sure,
know,
it's just the
softens the blow a
capstone
little
on
bit.
top of everything
Yeah, but
else.
it's also a little weird to have him carry around his mother's skull. It's different than their ashes. Like, I would be weirded out by looking at my mom's skull on my desk if I brought it home. Like, yeah, I feel like
Yeah,
it was a nice
usually
spot
would be
for
weird.
it to just leave it on the the memorial of everybody else.
The larger problem for me is that he would not have been so quick to come to terms with this, and the movie is aware of it. That's why they just bypassed it by drugging him.
Right.
And I think that's
Yeah.
kind of scummy.
It is kind of crazy. Like, if you think more about it, he's just kind of out of it. He's like, doctor,
Yeah.
what's going on? It's like,
Balls and gets
here's your
handed
mom's
his mom's
skull. Find a nice little spot. It's like, oh my god! It's like, he was
He's
freaked
like, well,
out.
okay, I
Yeah.
guess that's what I'm doing right now.
I mean, he wasn't completely knocked out though. He was just calmed down. So, and I think the doctor's
right, but he's
intention-
drugged. He's under the influence of a
But his intention was to make it easier on him.
Yeah.
Even though it does come off as scummy, it's like, so he's not freaking out and just having a absolute meltdown, especially in this really sensitive area on the mainland. You know, you don't want to lose your wits. You want to keep it together. So I think that's maybe where he was coming from. That's just a theory, though.
He's so loopy and zonked out in that scene. It looks like he doesn't quite understand what's happening. Not that he's come to terms with it. And that's the big issue for me.
Yeah, I
is
mean, I
that
guess
they
that could
they
be
did
like
it because they knew he
directing
would
and acting
interfere
thing,
with
though.
it. And that he wouldn't be
it's
okay
sort of a
with it.
shortcut to bypass an actual emotional beat in the script for this character.
That's the other sort of meta
really
narrative reason.
that's
that I
the
don't
meta
like it.
narrative problem that I have with it.
And that contributes to the overall feeling of like, man, this was quick. We just kind
That
of.
whole scene still is very emotional, though. Like, I would be.
I
Just
mean,
adding
not if
more
you have a
emotion.
major problem with the whole setup of it, in my opinion.
I mean, I don't know. Like,
Or you could be over analyzing it. It really depends on how you look at it. Like, I did find it just on the surface to be really emotional. It's a kid who really loves his mom and has to come to terms with losing
He
her to
doesn't come to
cancer.
terms with it, though. That's the problem.
Well,
he gets
I
drugged
mean,
Well,
instead.
also imagine living in this world too. Like, you have no idea of being in those people's shoes and like how they process things and how jaded they can become and cynical they can become versus the average person. Like, these people that live in total isolation, yeah, their little community seems all tight knit and cute and stuff, but they probably don't have a lot of hope. So it's probably quicker for them to, rush through emotions and processing and just, get up and
I
go.
really don't think so. I don't think that goes any way to explaining this
I
situation.
mean, I'm kind of
Well,
halfway
you can't
between
say
it
for
'cause-
sure either because you don't know how it was written with the intention, but it can be.
Well, I mean,
it's
I
open
can
to
say
interpretation.
for sure that based on everything we've seen of this character, that he would not have come to terms with his mom deciding to die in that moment that quickly.
Yeah, but you're also in survival mode, so that changes your brain.
He's not in survival mode right now.
In the mainland, you're permanently in survival
I think
mode.
like he is probably in there the entire time. But I think that like I'm sort of like at a middle ground between you guys in that I like the sequence and I think that it is sufficient, but I also do think it would have been better if it involved a more thorough discussion that had Spike really wrestling with things. So I don't know. I think it's just like
we just basically skipped a major character moment for the main character. And it's one of the only few and impactful character moments that he really has in the back half of the story. And I think that's a waste, and that really undercuts my emotional experience of what he's going through because we just sort of zoomed right past that because we drugged him instead.
Yeah, I just want to throw in really quickly, too, that he brought his mother all the way out here. Then she walked off in the darkness, and the doctor came back with her skull. And, like, that's... I don't know, man. That's one of those things that I feel would be extremely shocking to someone.
Yeah.
Like,
traumatizing even, perhaps.
Mind you, he's so fucking drugged out. He's hallucinating. Like, so,
and
but
again,
when he
sort
comes
of why
to,
I
he's
think
still
that,
gonna...
like, the real question isn't is just did gas pedaling through this result in the best this scene sequence could have been, and I think I'd answer no. But I think it's just that it's what they were, I guess, hoping would be the effect. That it's like, well, if this kid were totally lucid, then we would have to go through a scene in which we actually convince him prior to this, but we don't want to take that much time. So him being drugged makes it so that we can get all the effects without having to do the work, which I think is it's a big problem.
Emblematic
with a lot
of the movie as a whole,
in
yeah.
this movie, yeah. So, but
Yeah.
I mean, as far as just the event itself goes, it's like, well, if the kid was drugged and these things were happening, would he react the way he does as presented? I'd say, yeah, probably yes. Still, like, I mean, I think that if you're going to do it this way, then I think it's still effective enough. But I do also think that, yes, it would have been much more effective if we got a true sequence of character, like conscious character development prior to it happening. So, but I mean,
Just him,
we don't
him
all have
dealing
to
with the
agree on
emotions of
everything
that.
here.
And not, I mean, he looks so zonked out. It's incredible.
I just would have preferred, like, if this had been done with good character writing as opposed to just being like, well, and we hit him with the morphine. Like, even if you hit him with the morphine to calm him down and use that as the opportunity to have a conversation later after he's not zonked, like, add an extra scene after he's come down from the high where his mom and him can have a conversation, something like that. I don't have a problem with where it goes. That's like, where it goes is the natural conclusion. It's just the fact that it is all done while he effectively does not have agency to create that character, that character decision, right? Like, we skip the moment for the drama. And that's what bugs me about the drugging him aspect of it, because we just kind of zoom right past something that could have been a really strong... This is the conclusion of his arc right here. And it happens while he's essentially under the influence, can't do much about it.
Yeah,
and that's...
Yeah, removing his agency is a very good way of putting it, because that's exactly what happens here.
Got rid of the whole Eric stuff, to be honest. Or at least more of it. And then put more time in this one, I feel like.
Yeah,
because I do like the scene in isolation as well. I think it's pretty emotional, of course. But yeah, I mean, I don't think I need to repeat everything you guys all said. So yes.
So he puts his mom's skull on the top of the pile, and he faces her towards the sun. And you know what? I like that bit too. Mm-hmm. I like that this is the conclusion of where we get to. Mm-hmm. I think that this is minus the middle bit where we fast forward through it. I think that we've got, like, the beginning is good, the ending is good. It's the middle bit we take issue with, but we're moving forward now. He puts his mom's skull up at the top, facing the sun, to give her the hope. That's nice. We then cut to Samson attacking them in the doctor's hidey hole.
There is one thing I want to mention really quickly about the skull pile. I know the doctor said that, it's not held together by anything, it could come apart. That kind of, like, just slightly undercuts it for me, because one bad windstorm and her skull's on the ground.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying. I think
the part when he knocks them over and he goes, "Oh, it's not precious." And...
Yeah, but then you spend so much time showing him climb up and facing it towards the sun. It's like, I really like that moment for the meaning it has, but I just can't help but think, and when we have a rainstorm next week, it's going to get blown off.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I was saying. Well, that, like, I almost would have preferred if there was an element of adhesive of some, like, concrete or whatever it would end up being. That it might have made this moment land a little bit better, just because it's like, well,
that is a bit of an undercut to the emotional core of that last scene, I think.
Although I guess, I mean, it might be less about this being your mother's resting place forever and more just you placing it as, like, a ritual has value to you, right? So that it's not necessarily that this skull is going to be here forever. It's that you put your mother to rest facing the sun. Just kind of like, I mean, when you spread someone's ashes, those ashes aren't going to be, like, exactly where you spread them forever, right? It's more about the ritual of bringing them to the place where you know they'd want to be.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, so then we cut to the doctor and Spike and the baby in the little underground hidey hole the doctor has as Samson charges across the river and immediately finds them where they're hiding. I think this is like the big moment too, where I think you're supposed to realize that this is clearly Samson's baby, right? Like, because he wants
if
the
it wasn't
child.
clear before,
Right.
definitely
Yeah.
now.
And this is the moment that I was talking about. I saw somebody in your chat, Metal, who said like deaf babies can still cry. The baby's perfectly silent in this scene the whole time, and I assume that it's because it can't hear any of what's happening around it, because Eric unloaded a magazine
Right.
at it, right in its fucking ear. So Samson freaks out and is like trying to pull the bars off of the hidey hole, and then he ends up getting his hand in there and starts like yanking the doctor up through it. And again, I was struck by the idea: why haven't you killed this guy yet? It's been 3 years.
He's clearly not your friend.
Like, this isn't. This doesn't. So
The eye
why haven't you
does
killed him
nothing.
yet? They jab him with a morphine needle, and he falls asleep, and he starts snoring. Why are you not going to kill him now?
He started snoring,
Yeah.
really? I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, he did.
That's
Yeah, the end of the scene is him snoring as they're
It's-
like getting ready to go back home. As
They're
he-
like,
Yeah,
you better
almost
run
comical.
before he wakes up. It's like, no, you better kill him right now.
Yeah, maybe we just kill him. I don't know why. Yeah, I guess we're creating an antagonist for the next couple of movies. It doesn't make
probably, yeah.
it doesn't make any
Hey.
fucking sense. Just kill him. There's no point.
Yeah, but
He's
don't
way more dangerous alive.
but don't think about that anymore, because he tells Spikes, "Time for you to go home," I think, and then we cut away, and that's it for the Doctor for this movie.
Which, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, I think we can all agree that we might have needed more reasons why Samson is not being killed at any point in this movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
I mean,
he's
you
out of it
can't-
now, so we don't have to worry about it. But like,
It's
yeah,
such
he's
such
gone.
an obvious thing that they set up from the beginning, that like, oh, he's called the giant killer, but he doesn't like that because he hasn't felt like he earned it. So maybe later in the movie he gets to kill a giant. No,
Nope.
he just never does. He has 2 opportunities to kill a giant, and he just doesn't do it.
Maybe in the next one. Maybe in the third.
God damn it!
It ends with a lightsaber battle against Samson. That's where we're going.
But yeah, so he decides to leave. Spike does, and he brings the baby all the way back to the island, pretty much off screen. Takes the baby all the way back, puts it in a basket out front of the gate, and I had a moment here because he puts the baby in the basket, and then we cut to him like drawing his bow, and I had looked down to sign my bar tab at this moment, so I saw him put the baby in there. I looked back up after signing, and I saw him pulling the bow back and letting the arrow go. And for a hot second there, I thought he had shot the baby.
My God.
I was
boy.
like, oh, what the fuck? Turns out, no, he was fishing. He was
Yeah.
fishing, guys. It's fine. It's cool. He left a note, though, on the baby that basically explains the baby. Like, I'm gonna I'm gonna do walkabout. I'm gonna have, I don't feel like coming back yet. I'm gonna walk around for a little bit and see what the main has to offer. The baby's name is Isla, and
She's
this
from
is
an
where,
infected, but she's not infected. Don't worry about it.
yeah, she's from an infected, but I swear she's cool. Don't worry about it. They only find it because the baby starts crying, right? So that's overnight. But this is where the dad
I guess
sees the letter.
I guess all the sentries were asleep again when he just walked all the way over the moat and hung the
Yeah.
baby there. And,
Yeah, he walked across the causeway, and none of the sentries saw
to
him
the baby. Yeah.
putting a baby on the fence or any of that. And the dad finds the letter, and he seemingly realizes, wait a minute, my son's been gone this whole time. And so he runs out into the water because it's high tide and he can't get over there yet. But he wants to make a show of how much he cares. So he runs into the water screaming, "Spike!" He could wait a few hours and
My
like,
God,
go
if
out.
this like if they had Aaron Taylor Johnson die here because he just like went out too far and got brushed
He
away by
got
the current.
pushed away by the
Like,
current.
Oh my
this is what
God.
you're doing with
Whoa! At least, well, they didn't do that. So I think we can hope that he'll be back in the next one. You know, and that maybe we'll have some of what we were looking from this movie in either
No.
of the next 2 installments.
They won't. I don't have any faith that they will at this point. It's crazy. I mean, I would like it if they could actually do the reunification with the father, but I don't expect them. Based on what they had the father do in this movie, I'm just like, oh, all hope of that is dashed for me.
I gotta believe that they want to give him a redemption arc, right? People love redemption arcs.
Sure.
Does Alex Garland like redemption arc?
Well,
I
you guys
hope-
probably know better than
hope
we do.
so.
I do wonder.
So, first of all, if he wants them to take care of the baby, he should not have said it came from an infected, because they would probably be like, well, hell no, we're not bringing that in here.
Time to throw it in the water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, if he really cares about that baby surviving, he should probably stay in the village to advocate for it for that reason. Also, I don't see any justification based on any of his behavior so far that he wouldn't just go back to his village at this point.
Yeah, that's one of the
Just
parts I really hated is, oh, I'm just going to hang out on the mainland, even though I almost died in every single encounter I had.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not a huge fan of that. It doesn't, because we didn't get to see him, you know, taking on a big enemy and winning, you know, as opposed to what we saw at the beginning of the movie. It doesn't really feel like he's come into his own as a warrior. It doesn't really feel like he's come into his own as a forager or a hunter or like a survivalist or anything like that.
Nope,
he's
even a
just
little bit.
hanging out a little bit, and
He killed like two of the infected in the gas station before they got blown up.
To set up
Maybe
something
that's
like
why he stays though, because he feels like he wants to get into that part of himself.
Yeah, I think that's what they're going for. It's like, I'm gonna mold myself as a warrior out here, but how well that would go, that's up for debate.
Probably
very,
not
very
well.
poorly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where
I
I'm
don't know.
at
He
with
could
it,
be
too.
like a child, like Newt and Aliens. Who knows? We'll
Yeah, I
see.
mean, like Newt does pretty well on
I mean,
her own
he's-
for quite some
She
time.
does.
He's about to get
Yeah,
trained
better
as
than he
a
does.
he's about to get trained as a ninja assassin, so I think he'll be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah,
I mean-
he's gonna get his own tracksuit and his blonde wig, maybe even a tiara. Who
His
knows?
eyes-
Might get some
Iced out
grills.
To set up something like this, you really need something of like a conflict between the people in the village who aren't really concerned with what's on the mainland and they just want to stay away from it. I mean, they'll go out there to, you know, forage and stuff like that, but they're not really interested in what people are up to on the mainland. And then he sort of like, you need some sort of conflict between that and like, oh, there's people out there and maybe, you know, we could join with them, or maybe, you know, there are people trying to build back civilization out there on the mainland somewhere. And then he decides he's going to go out there and to sort of see what's out there and see what people are doing, you know, something like that. Would
Or
help set
maybe
this up.
stay and learn how to be a doctor.
Or
Ooh.
something like that. But it just seems so aimless. This, like, I'm just going to go hang out on the mainland and do what? I don't know.
Well,
Be
and I mean,
alone.
again, I think that like we kind of hit the nail on the head with like the proving himself as a warrior thing. But I think if this entire movie he was consistently getting him and his mom out of more and more dangerous situations and improving and doing well and making fewer mistakes, I think this ending might have worked better. But as we kind of pointed out before, he gets saved almost every single time by someone else. So
Yeah,
it's like, well,
even in the
I
final
mean-
minutes of the film, he's cornered. Like, he's fucked without the tracksuit mafia saving him.
Tracksuit mafia.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like he
like,
would have died there. Like, yeah,
Well,
that is.
I was gonna say though that like you might have the like again like kind of like Miss Slaughter's point that maybe he wants to learn and feels that this is the best way to do it. But I also kind of think that that's a bit of a problem, because it's like, well, I mean, don't you think you would learn better by like reconciling with your father, or if you don't want to, even finding other experienced hunters and be like, yeah, I'm going out every day. Like I'm not going to school anymore because this is what I do. It's what I'm going to be doing for the rest of my life, and my school is on the mainland. I mean, and so you either agree to continue to teach me and develop me, or I'm going out on my own.
I mean, bottom line, whether you're a child or adult, it is stupid to go to the mainland alone because you will get ambushed.
Yeah.
So that's why it's just like he's just being a kid who didn't think all of this through again. So
yeah, which I mean, and that kind of undercuts the idea that like this experience is what matured him, right? Like it makes it less of a coming of age story where he learned some real lessons, and more it's like, no, I'm going to keep on doing the thing that I did that almost got me killed several times over.
Yeah, he didn't actually come of age in this movie. It is how it seems to me.
Yeah, well, like we've had 2 hours to show him sort of like learning something that might like, because by the end of it, when he says he's just gonna like hang out here and experience the mainland for a bit, he needs to just do walkabout, right? I don't mind that as a conclusion if we've seen him grow as a person.
Yeah.
We haven't really done much of that. Like he hasn't, learned to overcome obstacles all that much, really. Like the biggest maturing moment was when he had to let his, but he hasn't become a giant slayer. He hasn't learned really like better about like how to fight or how to like stay alive in this environment. I just like we had a lot of opportunities for this to happen, and it none of it metastasized into a full on. None of it metastasized into a full character arc. So by the time we get around to this, I mean, me personally, while I was watching this, I was like, okay, well, I mean, like, I don't feel confident in him. Like, I don't feel like he's got this. I feel like he's gonna die.
Yeah.
Like he's going to die if something doesn't come about, and he is.
I mean, he should have died several times over already. So it's
Yeah, if somebody doesn't come to save him, he's going to die.
Yeah, like without that last scene in the movie, it's perfectly reasonable to expect him to be dead at the beginning of the next movie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and like I would like my main character for the next couple movies to at least like even if he has to surmount more difficult obstacles later in the next couple movies, I'd like to at least believe that he took something away from this experience that can lead him towards that.
Yeah.
And by the end of this one, I
his
don't.
targeting computer and blew up the Death Star using the Force. Like he's not a Jedi yet, but like we can see that you're getting there.
Yeah.
The things that you shared in the Discord, those are pretty funny. Do we want to mention those?
Oh, sure, go for it.
The first one especially.
Danny Boyle says all nudity and prosthetics due to child labor laws. That's a great headline.
Yeah.
Wait, did the audio cut out for anyone else, or is it just me?
Yeah, no, I didn't hear most of that. Sorry.
Danny Boyle says all nudity in 28 years later are prosthetics due to child labor laws.
Is that real or is that a joke headline?
I mean, Hollywood Handle. I think that's a thing.
Yeah, Hollywood Handle.
No, it seems to be real. It seems to be from an interview.
Oh, well, then if I was the Samson actor, I'd be like, bro.
Why you gotta?
You couldn't let me use that at a bar for a month? Like, come on, man.
As Boyle, here's a quote. As Boyle explains, this was a salutary moment via our intimacy coordinator that when you have a child of 12 present, all genitals, male and female, have to be fake. They can't be real. The Child Sex Offenses Act would put me in prison if I allowed him to see real genitals. And then he laughs. So he has to look at absolutely false photoreal genitals created by a prosthetics company.
Well, I mean, I get that's a pretty good reason, I suppose.
I mean, yeah, but also it's like it's just nudity with no sexual connotation. So that's kind of like that's so much extra work they had to do just to make prosthetics just to look at
Photorealistic
something
one
the
as
kid
well.
already has, you know?
Yeah, you're basically just like, no, real penis, that's illegal. Look at this incredibly accurate rendition of a fake penis instead.
God damn.
The penis isn't real. It can't hurt you.
Oh god. Anyway, you said something had to happen so he doesn't die, and oh boy, something does happen. There at the end.
He's cooking a fish, and some runners come charging around looking for the meat, and he basically gets backed into a corner. He kills one or two, a couple of them, but there's too many on the way. He gets backed into a corner, and the grown-up version of the kid from the very beginning, the cold open of the movie, shows up in Jimmy in a tracksuit.
And a tiara, and
a
like,
tiara,
gold
and a
chain.
bunch of, and like he's iced the fuck out, and he's got a whole crew with him. Who, like, at first I thought they were geriatric, like retirees, you know, like old people.
I thought they were Eastern Europeans.
They show up with like golf clubs and weapons of all kinds, and Jimmy very politely says, like, well, I mean, with your permission, we'll handle the rest of them here. And they do a couple of crazy flips. They make some wild Bruce Lee noises.
Oh yeah.
And they do, so, like, they saw one zombie's head off with a giant garrote as like a pair. None of them, again, wearing, you know, eye shields or masks or anything like that.
You don't need those with those moves. Come on.
Yeah,
when they're
like,
spraying blood everywhere. Yeah.
like it becomes like a Guy Ritchie movie all of a sudden. Like, it's just like the tone dramatically shifts to something that has never before been seen in this, I guess, franchise at this point now.
Well, they're doing flips like they're in the Power Rangers.
They're making like they are doing.
They're
like,
they're on
kind of, like,
wires.
noises
Like there's
too,
wire work happening. Like, why are they jumping like that?
Where did they raid for those fresh tracksuits? That's what I want
Yeah.
to know.
You have to earn those. You have to earn those.
I guess they figured out dyes, so if they got faded, they can just, you know, freshen them up a little. Either that, or they just found like a warehouse and just like there's a bunch of them vacuum sealed. Every couple
this is a
wild
tone shift for this movie too, because like we've had snippets of camp, right? Like when Samson rips the one guy's head out and then starts beating his other friends to death with it. That's kind of campy and schlocky. That's like about as much as we're gonna get.
But it's also something that I guess fundamentally you could see a big rage monster doing.
Yeah.
Sure.
Whereas like, I don't know that I ever would have imagined survivalists in this world doing parkour while wearing multicolored tracksuits and lots of bling. Like,
especially for it to just end right there too. You're just like, oh, it's like getting socked in the mouth and being like, oh, okay.
So I did a quick Google because I was curious if that was actually on purpose with the Jimmy Savile. That was on purpose, apparently.
I guess it sort of has to be, right?
According to 28 Years Later director Danny Boyle and screenwriter Alex Garland, that's by design, and that reference hits on key themes of the film. I'm not really sure if I get those, to be honest.
What?
That, like, I don't know, that there's potentially a monstrosity inside everybody. Like,
is it because somebody drugged a kid?
Weird, like Jimmy Savile was, because the first movie had that weird militia that was trying to take women into sex slavery. So I'm hoping this isn't him taking the kid into their weird groomer SA cult. So, but it could be as dark as the first movie, like that. But I don't know if they would go that route with a blockbuster film.
That would be wild.
Dark note to end on the implication of that.
Yeah, I guess so. But yeah,
also just pacing wise, this little ending here, it'd be one thing. Okay, if we're trying to establish what he's going to go on to do in the next movies, you know, he meets up with this other clan of people and joins forces with them, yada yada. You know, if he's backed into a corner and he just like sees this guy and he's like, "Hello, like, how are you?" Like, or he meets him and then we cut. That's one thing. But this is like a full sequence of like really over the top, like stupid action, and then it finally just ends. It's like this is so strange.
Like almost if it was just him, and instead of there being an action sequence, it just says, "Hello, nice to meet you. My name's Jimmy," and then cut to credits. It would have been like, "Oh, okay, so he's met the cult leader guy. He doesn't look like we expected him to look, but I wonder how this goes." Would I think almost be more intriguing than being like, this is a faction that jumps to a universally different tone. Like this takes place in a different universe. And however many years it'll be before there's another movie, I guess wait and see, because you're not getting any more information about how this pans out. It was just bizarre.
It's a long time because they filmed both the sequel and the first one back to back, so it's already
did they?
done. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's supposed to come out like January of next year.
Oh, okay.
That's
Then
not
that's
bad.
less of a problem then, I suppose.
Yeah.
They Lord
That's
of the
what
Rings.
I heard. Don't quote me on that.
I mean, like honestly, if it's any time within the next 2 years, I think that would be reasonable because that's basically the pace that we've got TV shows at this point. But yeah, I think that for such a dramatic tone shift, when like I'm assuming I was also wondering whether or not this movie's performance would dictate whether or not there even is another one. Would like in the point we had earlier about a first part in a trilogy having value in telling its own complete story, this is like the strangest thing to go out on if you have any intention of wanting the audience to get that feeling, you know?
Yeah.
Of just like, this one was its own great thing, but I can't wait to see what happens next, as opposed to what the hell? Like, I mean, I'd really like to know where this goes at least. And I think making the wait less long is probably a good idea.
Yeah, I think they chose something bold so it would live rent-free in viewers' heads, being like, I have to see the next one because I need to know why that was so weird and why they left off on that note.
I mean, yeah, I gotta admit, like, while I didn't love this movie, I am pretty curious to see where that goes.
I just can't believe the Jimmy Savile choice.
That's
bonkers.
That is really strange.
I don't know. It's gonna be interesting to see what that's gonna entail to. It's
I was pretty disappointed with this movie. Like I said at the beginning, because there is so much that I like in small little snippets and details and scenes in isolation and elements to the story, that I think this could have been an excellent movie if we did a better job of making sense of all these pieces and if we followed through on what we set up at the beginning. So I was pretty disappointed with this movie. But that said, I will probably check out the next one because I just have to know how fucking weird we're
for
getting.
sure.
You know, I don't even expect to like it, but I need to know what happens now.
And that's the thing. It's a bizarre must-see cliffhanger because it's like it's not that I have to see it because I think it's going to be awesome. It's just like I want
just have to know what
why.
the fuck is wrong with them. They decided to do this
because the next one is not even
going?
made by the boys, right? That's different.
Is it
people,
not?
Right?
It's a different director. I think it's still written by Alex Garland.
Oh, okay.
It's being passed to a director named, is it Nia DaCosta?
I think that sounds right. I think I heard that name. Yeah.
She directed movies such hits as The Marvels.
Oh no!
You might have heard of that.
Oh, are you kidding?
Oh no!
The Candyman remake thing.
Jesus.
I didn't see that one.
I didn't see that either. So.
Terrible.
And nothing else I recognize. So that's fun.
I mean, you had me at The Marvels.
I mean, honestly, like at this point, unless it's like, granted, if it's like a horror movie and you say Sam Raimi, then my ears might perk up. But if you tell me it's any director of a modern MCU movie, even if it's not one of the particularly bad ones, I'm still gonna say, oh no, when we're going from Danny Boyle, right? Like it's like,
yeah, I'm disappointed that the next one won't be Danny Boyle because I think his direction is probably the best part of this movie. And instead, the one person that it will continue through of the main writer-director pair is Alex Garland, and he's the one I have the least faith in. So,
oh boy.
I'm looking at its wiki page, and it's saying that Cillian Murphy is in the next one. I thought he was only supposed to come back for the third one.
Which
So-
I mean, off the bat, I'm not crazy about him entering this universe again.
I don't.
But
I don't
speaking
wanna
of
see
like
him.
conclusive stories, I really like 28 Days Later and don't think it needs any kind of follow up with its characters. I like thinking that
Yeah.
Selena and Jim,
Happy
they
ending.
went off to another country, they got married, they adopted
They're
Hannah.
hanging in Norway, man.
Yeah, like
Absolutely.
that's fine to be like my headcanon for it, and like I would prefer there to not be more.
Well, put it on the
I just
pile.
don't see any. I just don't see any reason for him to come back. It's not like he has special or unique knowledge that only he has in the
Yeah,
past
he just
30
he
years.
lives
Yeah.
through a
Yeah,
bad.
what,
That's his ability.
I think
what is
they're
he, an
just
expert
gonna
on
make them
alphas? Like,
cross paths because of where they ended up looks exactly like the mainland. I think.
And also the
I mean,
fact
yeah, I guess. Well, I mean, I guess the only thing that really sucks for is that it sort of asserts that the hello thing and flagging down the plane did nothing for them.
Yeah.
yeah, because the assumption
great.
after the first one is that they would have been rescued. That's the implication.
Mhm.
So
They,
Mm.
they
So
probably
them
have to
being
like
stranded on the
construe
island,
something where it's like, yeah, we were put into Paris, but then they blew Paris up, so we had to go back to the British mainland or something. I don't know.
I guess I gather the reason is just going to be it's like no, they saw us, but they're like yeah, no, we're not. They never.
that
came
would be
back.
so annoying. Please don't do that.
yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
that-
I mean,
honestly,
if they're still
things.
there, then like, what else could it be, right?
I have
Like,
no idea.
Even giving Alex
Well, you know what they
Garland
could
the most charitability as we possibly can. It's like, what can you do to have Jim and Selena still be there that doesn't involve them not getting rescued at the end of 28 Days Later?
Mhm.
Nothing good. But what they could do is have him just play a completely different character.
Oh yeah. No, honestly, yes, I'd be. Okay
I would be
with that.
fine with that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Cillian Murphy's a good actor. Just give him a new role. I'm fine with it.
Hello, I'm
'Cause that's-
Krim.
I'm Bob. You might know my
That-
brother
that's-
Jim. They call us Jim Bob. Only when we're together though.
so what do they call the next one? Right? Like, is it? What's
It's called
the?
28 Years Later, the Bone Temple.
The Bone Temple.
Oh,
We stepped
okay.
on Temple already.
Honestly, I thought they were going to go with 28 months later and just have it be 28 months after 28 years later.
Oh, that would be confusing. 28 years and 28 months later. Oh, or maybe 28 years and 28 days later. There you go. Now we're talking.
Ooh,
I've had
That's
that
not
count.
confusing
now we're
at
getting
all.
into it. Yeah.
Just
no.
change the number. It'd be like 54 days later. Fuck it.
29 years later.
Start it right where this one ended and seconds later. Yeah, there you go.
28 seconds
I mean, yeah.
later.
You just have it pick up right at the
Just like
the
have
conclusion of
show the
Tracksuit
ending of this
Mafia.
movie, fade away when they shake hands, have a title card
Title
pop
card
up that
come
says
up
28 seconds later, and then just like continue on with the story.
No, have that cut be when Jimmy's saying something, and then 28 seconds later it cuts back in when he's like mid sentence.
God.
We're having fun here.
I love fun. Well,
Yeah, that's 28 years later, guys.
that's that.
Yeah.
And we've
That's it.
completed our arc.
yeah.
We did. We completed our arc. And what if we learned? The 28 days later is really
Reigns
good.
supreme.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Keeping it all positive. 28 Days Later is an incredible movie that everybody should watch.
Oh, 100%.
And you know, despite its flaws, we talked a little bit about some of the problems that Days Later has, but it's just so thematically coherent compared to this movie and compared to Weeks. I was just thinking about it the other day again, and it's just like Alex Garland would never write something like that today. I mean, obviously, but like, okay, so 28 Days in particular about it's sort of about, among other things, right? So they're doing tests on chimpanzees. They're trying to find some way to sort of like inhibit rage in human beings in order to stop people being so violent and everything like that. And it goes horribly wrong, and it maximizes rage. And then the virus spreads out to everyone, and then rage destroys society, right? And you have the people left in the rubble, and they think like, oh man, there's no hope. Like, how are we going to rebuild civilization? There's no hope. But then they sort of have this little found family thing. They come together, then they start to feel more hope for the future, and then they come across these people who, like, oh, maybe they have a cure, maybe they can start to rebuild civilization because they have resources and security and all that stuff. Oh, but it turns out that they're actually, you know, they have dastardly plans that involve killing the men that want to step in the way of using the women as sort of like breeding slaves. So that's not good. So what does Jim have to do? Jim has to sort of become Rage for good. Yeah. And like he has to embody Rage for a good cause in order to save his like friends and sort of save this little, you know, family in this world that's being built again. And like, I don't know, it's just so simple and effective that like the movie's about rage. It's about how rage destroys society because people were trying to mess with nature and trying to make people like docile and peaceful, and it goes horribly wrong, and then ultimately has to sort of become Rage in order to defeat the villains of the movie. It just has such a nice, coherent thematic arc to it that neither weeks nor years has anything approaching as far as I'm concerned. Mm-hmm. Like it's just so solid, you know? Just feels tight and well constructed, almost like it was a fluke. Honestly, I'm starting to believe it was a fluke.
Darn.
Well, and I mean, I don't think a story like 28 Days Later ever really needs to be a fluke. It's just I think when you're doing something like a post-apocalypse movie, sometimes you don't need to tell a very complicated story to tell an effective one, right? Like, because I think that like one of the problems that this movie has is that it's trying to do a whole lot of stuff, and some of it works and a lot of it doesn't. When I think, if like, as kind of I was saying, that one of the things that sort of disappointed me when I got to the second half hour of this movie is I was just like, well, why not? Like, could it not just be a story about a father and son stranded because their route home got blocked off, and them having to like maybe interact with some infected, maybe interact with an alpha if you want to create the new enemy still, maybe interact with Jimmy's cult or other survivors that might be more nefarious, and just have that story of survival be all you're doing. But I think the problem is like a lot of writers these days are so reluctant to do anything that simple. It's like, no, this needs to be a setup for a multi-film series in which we're doing all sorts of very unexpected, crazy stuff that the audience would never see coming. And it's like, well, yeah, but you're also taking a lot of risk on there when maybe just telling a relatively straightforward story that has some good characters and some tense situations and good drama and maybe a few interesting questions is enough. And I guess that's like my problem with a lot of modern Hollywood movies. It's just like, guys, like just calm down, just do a little bit well. Don't worry about doing everything.
Wouldn't it be interesting too if, like, you know, we had a story about a son and a mother with a tumultuous relationship trying to get to a doctor to save the mother who can't be saved, and the son coming to terms with that and, you know, sort of coming into his own. Like, we could do it that way too. They throw all that second half out with the bathwater. You know, we've got a really good foundation here.
You don't need Eric if you already have like the strong protector character to be like the one that's getting the kid out of binds, and then you could either kill the father or have him get incapacitated in some way that forces Spike to have to become a little bit more reliant and competent once he's been through some of the other challenges. Like, there's so much you can do with that simple premise, but I think that just so many writers are afraid of the simple premise. It's like, no, there needs to be a bunch of things that the audience will never see coming happen. And I think the problem with doing that is you end up making choices that seem strange to a lot of the viewers. And
I definitely think he bit off more than he could chew here, and he has like way too many variables than he can actually manage to juggle. Like his best work is still 28 Days Later and Ex Machina, which all things considered are pretty simple stories, streamlined.
Good movies.
Dread, you know? Extremely simple. Just get to the top of the tower.
Yeah.
When like extending this into a trilogy artificially, you know, before you even have, you know, one foundational story to really set it on is another bit of a problem, right? Like, it has to be 3 movies. It can't just be we're going to make one really good one, it goes,
Yeah.
or even just 2 really good ones and see where it goes. We're gonna have to do 3. So, there has to be set up for something that's gonna happen in the next one. It just works to the detriment of the first installment,
Yeah. And it works to the detriment of the first movie in this movie, which I still think I just wish was the whole thing, As you mentioned, like him and his dad.
Guess for me, I kind of still think at least at this point, 28 Days Later is still pretty safe. Like I can silo it off from any sequels pretty
Yeah.
easily.
I think we're talking about the first 30 minutes of this movie, right?
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what I was saying. But to your
I
point,
thought you
yeah.
meant it hurts 28 Days Later. I was like, I don't know.
No.
I think
No,
28 Days Later, I'm okay
Not
with
yet.
it existing in its own little world.
It depends on what they do with Jim. They
Yeah.
could ruin
Oh
that.
god.
They could. Hopefully they don't.
Yeah.
Well, we'll criticize it for that when it happens, but I don't want to jump
Yeah.
the gun on that because I'm sort of
Yeah.
hoping it doesn't, or that they manage to just have Jim still, like, be a compelling character that has a good story and doesn't turn into a gigantic asshole or something.
It'd be pretty funny if Cillian Murphy is in the third movie, but it's just because the movie randomly cuts to him and him and like his loved ones just hanging out in Norway or somewhere like that.
Yeah.
Living their best
Watching
life.
on the news.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
watch
so,
on the
like,
news something
just-
about the tracksuit mafia that's taking over Britain. I was like, oh, good
And they
thing
go,
we're not
"Oh man,
over
that's
there, eh?"
terrible. Anyway, what do you want for dinner?" And then they just-
God. Yeah, I don't.
Then his phone rings and he just goes, "Hello," and then it cuts to something else.
Hello, he said it.
He said the thing.
Phrase.
God. I mean, what is there to
Well,
add? You guys
So
already
concludes the
complained.
calendar time arc.
Yeah, I mean, you guys already complained about the whole franchise thing and trilogy stuff, so I don't really have anything else to add because you guys already said it. So, as far as I'm concerned, I'm Gucci.
Well, thank you everyone for
Alright.
joining us.
Yeah,
We really
Yeah,
appreciate
Thanks
it.
for
and
joining
all the
us.
super
too.
chats.
We both joined each other.
yeah.
Yes.
We crossed the streams.
We crossed the streams and no one died, so that's
No one
good.
died. Not yet. I mean, the day's not over yet. You don't know what happens.
It's true.
I might trip on my way to the bathroom or something.
Hi, Jojo.
You'll die like that one guy in the first Final Destination movie where like evil water comes out and makes you trip.
And then disappears as if it's attempting to hide the murder weapon. Yeah.
I'll tell you.
Yeah.
I was thinking of World War Z, where the scientist runs up the ramp, slips, and shoots himself.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
The movie's. I
Well,
think that movie's
before
so
we
much.
get out of here, what is everybody up to? Promote the thingy-majigs, as we do. I just go with my pictures here this time. James, did you start a YouTube channel yet, or?
I don't do nothing, man. I don't know. I
Awesome.
just come here and yap.
That's perfectly acceptable. Good stuff.
All right, catch James next time he's on our show, I guess.
Pretty much. Yeah. Cree, what's going on?
Oh my god. I finished my Jurassic World Dominion video and it got hit by copyright, so I'm
Oh,
going to be
goddammit.
spending the next few days trying to solve that
Hooray!
and hopefully getting it
Universal
out for
movie license.
Thursday.
Nice.
Universal
Best of luck,
makes
sir.
the worst.
Fight the
Yeah.
good fight.
I was looking at all the claims. There's a lot of big sections, even though, there really shouldn't be. There's one part where they claimed literally 2 seconds. I'm thinking, how the hell do I deal with that?
Yeah, it gets
Still frames, I guess.
annoying.
Yeah.
Well,
Besides that, I'm working on the remake of my Fallout 3 video, which analysis, which I hope to have out at the end of July, early August area. So
some bold plans
You're
there.
here first, everybody. Fallout 3 remastered coming soon.
Yeah.
Not the game though.
oh
it's Cree's
god,
video.
oh god, I'm not looking forward to the remaster of that
No,
game.
I was referring to your video. I was
Oh.
just trying to bait it as if it was a big announcement.
Yeah.
You saying it's not?
It is. You know what I meant. Stop it.
Well, there you go. Links are down below, of course.
Hooray.
Well, Cap, where are you guys doing stuff? Oh man, I wonder where you guys are.
Hello. Yes, you can find us on our channel. We've
Wow.
been simultaneously streaming on our channel this whole time.
Oh my god.
Let's see. Not this coming Sunday, but the Sunday after that, we're gonna do a special July 4th related themed stream. We're gonna be talking about HBO's John Adams miniseries with
Paul Giamatti.
Paul Giamatti in it.
Wow, you got Paul
So,
Giamatti
yeah.
on your stream? That's awesome.
We got Paul Giamatti. We got America. We got everything you could possibly.
Hell yeah.
So
What about
that's what we'll be
Brendan
doing then.
Fraser
I don't
in
know.
Canada? You don't have those, do you?
Don't have what?
I said Brendan Fraser in Canada. I don't know. I just thought of a beloved Canadian actor. in my country.
No, this is our Independence Day. You have your own. This is
Ours
ours.
is 3 days earlier, actually. It's July 1st.
Yeah, but no one knows about it.
Well, you
so-
can watch The Mummy on your day, and we'll watch ours on ours.
I'll watch
I
The
don't
Mummy
know.
any day. That is.
We'll probably be streaming next Sunday as well, though I don't know on what yet. So you'll find out eventually. But yeah,
Sweet.
check out our channel. We have videos and stuff. And
Ooh.
yeah, that's
Well,
the long and short of it.
That link is also down below, of course. Miss Lauder, what is going on with you? You're probably streaming and stuff.
Yup, exactly. What's up? Saturdays and Mondays on the Night Dive Studios channel, and Tuesdays and Thursdays on my channel.
Hell yeah. What are you playing at the moment? What's going on?
The Gex trilogy on my
Oh,
channel.
nice.
And then on the Night Dive channel, I just started Silent Hill 2.
Ooh.
Oh, you finished up the Half-Life stuff?
Yup. All of it's done,
Oh,
even
okay.
all the expansions. There was a lot of
Nice.
trauma in the process of that.
Raven home.
Am I?
Raven home.
No, Half-Life 2 was great. It was mainly Half-Life 1 that was suffering. Because I didn't play Black Mesa. I played the original.
The original's really good though.
No,
Uh,
it's jank. It didn't age
Zen
well.
can be a
If you
little
played
rough.
it back when it came out, you
Mm.
might have said that. But now going back and playing it is just awful. And I played it with mods too, so that's even worse.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
That is
but
tough.
I rock
go check it out, of course. Marc. What's up?
If you're slobbering, I'm getting kissed by a chihuahua. But
All right, there you go. Link down
And that's
below.
what he's got going on. All right.
That's what I've been up to. It's a male chihuahua too, so it's kind of gay. I love him though; he's a good boy. But anyways,
Even
I guess
gayer.
yeah. No, on my channel, I made a video on the 3 adaptations of Berserk. It's not doing particularly well, so if you want to give it a watch, that'd be awesome. But other than that, I guess if you're listening to us on Cap's channel, you can find me on Metalcommander's channel every Sunday at either 11 a.m. Eastern or 2 p.m. depending on who we have for guests and stuff. But we shift our times sometimes, but we're here pretty much every Sunday talking about either a movie or a game. The only ones that we have hard booked now are in advance. So I think it was August 30th, whatever the Sunday is of that weekend. We're doing the original Metal Gear Solid 3. And then the following week on September 7th, we're doing the remake and making the difference comparisons. And then on October 11th, we have Silent Hill F that we're going to be covering. So we've got the game ones booked because those ones involve more planning. So we gotta
Wait,
book the
you have
dates
stream
and that.
plans booked out till October?
Well, I mean, just
No,
because
only
we
those
wanna make
two.
sure that-
Everything in
yeah,
between
okay.
is
technically 3.
a mystery.
That's
Yeah.
That's
We
so
don't
much
know
more
what we're
planning than
doing
we do.
next week. So, like, well, I mean,
Well,
that's
we
the
mostly
thing,
have
it's-
like the big
There was
things.
one time where we had about a month planned.
We
Yeah,
mostly
it's
know
not
like
big for us.
we got like the big things that come out that we're interested
Sure.
in that we do. It's like, okay, those are probably going to be booked. Everything else in between, we have a list of random movies. It's like we could check this out, and people recommend us stuff to check out. And then-
Oh, yeah, I saw
Yeah.
you guys. I didn't get a chance to watch the stream, but I saw you guys covered. What's it called? The Outlaws.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was fun.
The
And
Korean
apparently
movie.
there's like 3 more of them.
Yeah, they're
didn't
called,
realize
like,
it was a
Roundup.
series.
something.
yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If you guys
those
have
are
seen
those are
Train to
fun
Busan,
movies.
It's
Yep.
Chad Dad open hand slapping a bunch of gangsters. It's incredible.
Yeah, he punches criminals real hard.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun.
Yeah,
I like those movies a lot.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that one. That was a fun one for sure.
Mhm.
But yeah, that's basically what we do in between. Just go to the grab bag and see what catches the eye. Or sometimes I just don't know, or we just don't know, and then just something random comes up. Or I just go to this list and go like, stop. and then wherever my finger points, that's one we might do.
Or
So
we
good.
forgot a movie that we intended to cover was actually coming out in theaters that weekend. It's like, oh crap, yeah, we got to do this movie this week.
Oh yeah. But yeah, that's what's up. Well, as for me then, I mean, I'm finally done with all of the Last of Us arc, so I can put that in the rear view mirror. Almost had a stroke saying that for some reason.
You got it.
Yeah, I got
Did
it.
it.
That's fine.
I'm proud of you.
So now I'm just gonna go back to a video I've had been editing way before that. So that's gonna be next on the docket. So next thing that releases is gonna be a fully edited video with like all the editing and not like short editing like with the rando rants. So that's what's up. And then I'll probably do like a gaming stream or two this week and see what's done. I might play some Terra Nigma, like an old SNES game, because I don't really have anything big game-ish going on right now that I'm super interested in. Obviously, Lies of P is there, but I'm still burned out on Souls-like.
Souls
I
games,
I just can't be bothered right now because I need to
It's
do
good.
I need to do a full playthrough. I need to buy the game, then put the time. Then I just don't feel it already. I'm
Say
almost
for sure it's good. I think Leah, the legendary stalker, is a good new character. She's sort of the thrust of the main plot of the DLC, and it's yeah, some good bosses. I
Nice.
enjoyed it quite a bit.
Yeah, I'll probably play it eventually, but I'm almost mad that they shadow dropped it because I wanted to plan around the DLC drop to
Yeah.
just get the game going. But there it is, and I played it on Game Pass when it came out, and that's not on Game Pass anymore. So whoopsie.
Yeah, that always kind of hurts.
Yeah. What about Expedition 33? I've been playing that offline actually. that's
Well,
my
if you're
that's
you're
an
looking
alone
for
time
another-
game for me at the moment. I need to.
If you're looking for,
Yeah.
sorry, no, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, it's just I'm currently in Act 3. I picked it back up last week or this week, like in the middle of the week, and it's like, okay, let's quickly see what's up and get some progress done. But then there was like 1.5 hour of dialogue because I just started Act 3, so all the people wanted to talk to me, of course, in the game. And I was like, okay, what's now? Okay, let me see. Oh, I have all the abilities to traverse the map now. And I was just kind of flying around. It's like, oh, that's a lot of stuff. Oh, whoops, it's midnight. Oh, well, guess I'll continue another day. So I basically
Yeah,
didn't
and
do anything.
some of the end game bosses are pretty tough. Like they're more
Yeah.
difficult than the final boss for the most part.
I found
But
a
I was
couple
just
of
gonna say, if
areas
you're
where it's
playing
still set.
JRPG,
Yeah?
I was just gonna say, if you're playing JRPGs and looking for an older game to play, I've been replaying Xenogears, and yeah, that's
Ah.
good stuff.
Yeah. But yeah, that's what's up. And with that,
And that's what's up.
Hi, puppies.
with that, I don't want to hold anyone any more hostage than I've already done. Thanks for joining, everyone. It's been a hoot. And
Thank you for the invite.
Thanks
Yeah.
for having
And,
me.
absolutely.
Yeah,
Always
thanks
a
for
good
having
time.
us. Thanks for joining streams.
puppies.
And with that, I will bid you adieu. Everyone.
Goodbye.
And we
Goodbye.
shall see you next time.
Later.
Goodbye.
Do I have to go?
Bye, everybody.
No, Jojo.